They are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits any questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policy or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public immunity should be raised and which I now incorporate into the Hansard. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of government advice is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and the position for the Hansard record, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphone. Please make sure that all mobile phones are either switched off or turned to silent. I remind senators and witnesses in the hearing room that microphones remain live unless I, as chair, instruct otherwise. For example, the suspension or adjournment. For witnesses participating via video conference, please mute your microphone as the default and unmute your microphone when speaking. I ask members of the media to follow the established media guidelines and the instructions of the committee secretariat. As set out in the guidelines, senators and witnesses' laptops, mobile phones and other devices and personal papers are not to be filmed or photographed. I remind everyone in the gallery that they are not permitted to speak or interfere with the proceedings or with witnesses at any point during the hearing. Witnesses and senators who are seeking to table documents during the committee's hearings are requested to provide an electronic copy of those documents to the Secretariat so that the documents could be circulated electronically during the hearing. Please liaise with the Secretariat for any assistance. Well, today's committee proceedings will commence with representatives from the Department of Defence. I'd like to welcome Senator the Honourable Penny Wong, representing the Minister for Defence, and Mr Greg Moriarty, Secretary of the Department of Defence, and officers of the Department. Minister, do you or Mr Moriarty would like to make an opening statement?
I think Mr Moriarty does have one, but if you wanted to perhaps deal with other matters first and then perhaps we move to the content of the statement.
Thank you, Minister. I do want to note, and before we do commence today's hearing, note the passing of the late Senator Jim Molan, AODSC, who frequently attended these estimate hearings. In fact, I think Jim kicked off the last round. Senator Molan had a long and distinguished military career, serving in the Australian Army for more than 40 years and reaching the rank of Major General. As we heard last week in the Senate, Jim had lived a life of service dedicated to his country, and he exemplified this dedication through his military career and his public life as a senator for the state of New South Wales. He was also very much a cherished grandfather, father and husband. Given that the Department of Defence is before us today, I think it's appropriate that we acknowledge with a 1 minute silence. Thank you, everyone. And on behalf of the committee, I extend our condolences to his family and colleagues. Minister or Secretary, would you like to make an opening statement?
Before the Secretary does, may I just add in the context of this committee to your contribution, Chair. I spoke in the Senate, as I think most of the committee did, in relation to Senator Molan. He was someone who lived a life of public service, called to serve his country first in the ADF, and then also as a parliamentarian. Despite the fact we were on different sides of the chamber, I personally appreciated the rigour and passion and focus he brought to matters of national security, and his willingness to engage with me with respect and courtesy. I again join with you in extending my sympathy to his family.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And again, on behalf of the Chief of the Defence Force and myself and the entire Defence Organisation, we'd like to acknowledge the life and service of Senator Jim Molan as well. He served our country in the Defence Force, and then he continued throughout his life to be deeply interested in our work and particularly in our people, and we're very grateful for that.
Thank you, Secretary. Sorry, before you continue, Senator Birmingham, did you want to say a few words?
Chair, purely can I
thank you
for your acknowledgement of former Senator Molan and indeed the Minister and Secretary as well. As we have all reflected, Jim's wisdom, experience and insight will be missed in many ways, but perhaps none more so in his professional experience than in this committee, in this place, where he brought a rare, not unique, because we have Senator Fawcett with us too, but a rare experience of having sat on both sides of these tables, having worn the uniform that our nation should have such pride in, and having questioned those who wear the uniform to ensure the standards, integrity and aspirations of our nation are upheld. And we all owe Jim a great debt of gratitude and should aspire to make sure that our contribution in this place is one that lives up to his ambitions for our nation.
Thank you, Senator. Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to make an opening statement. Chair and Senators, next week will mark 1 year since Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. This is a conflict that continues to have significant strategic implications for us all. If Russia's brutal invasion succeeds, it sends a message that belligerent states can achieve their objectives by military aggression. This is a precedent we can never accept, be it in Europe or in the Indo-Pacific. That's why Australia has provided Ukraine with approximately $655 million in support, including $475 million in military assistance. Defence has stood up ADF Operation Kudu to deliver Australia's military support, including Australian-produced Bushmaster protected mobility vehicles and M113 armoured vehicles. Australia's steadfast contribution to Ukraine's defence is an investment in a future in which military power does not determine international boundaries or a sovereign government's right to make its own strategic choices. Defence's assistance to Ukraine is occurring in the context of significant regional and domestic defence commitments. We continue to prioritise defence and security engagement with our Pacific neighbours. In December, Australia and Vanuatu signed a bilateral security agreement cementing our ability to work together in a range of security areas. In January, the Prime Minister announced that we would seek to conclude negotiations on a bilateral security treaty with Papua New Guinea by the end of April this year, and Defence is working across government and with our colleagues in Papua New Guinea to implement this commitment. Defence has also been providing significant domestic assistance. Since the last estimates hearing, Defence has assisted Victoria, New South Wales, South Australia and Western Australia following severe flooding. Natural disasters in remote regions of Australia, like the Kimberley, are particularly challenging. The Chief of the Defence Force and I are proud of the agility and responsiveness demonstrated by our personnel in responding to the wide-scale flood emergencies. As the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister announced yesterday, the Defence Strategic Review independent leads, His Excellency Professor Stephen Smith and Sir Angus Houston, have finalised their report. Sir Angus Houston presented the final report on behalf of the leads to the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister yesterday. The review was an independently led examination of Australia's Defence Force posture, force structure and capability, and Government will now consider the report and its recommendations. The Deputy Prime Minister has indicated that after appropriate consideration, the Government will make public its response to the Defence Strategic Review. The CDF and I are committed to delivering the Government's directions to Defence following its consideration of the DSR's recommendations. Chair, Defence is working closely with the AUKUS partners, the United Kingdom and the United States, to develop the optimal pathway for Australia's acquisition of conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines. We are on track for an announcement this quarter. The acquisition pathway is more than the platform. We have been assessing the safety, security, workforce and industrial base requirements to deliver Australian nuclear-powered submarines. AUKUS partners are working together in close consultation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. We are working to develop a safeguards and verification approach for Australia's acquisition of naval nuclear propulsion that will set the highest possible non-proliferation standards and strengthen the integrity of the global nuclear non-proliferation regime. Chair, progress on developing advanced capabilities under AUKUS Pillar 2 has also been a high priority for Defence. AUKUS is maturing as a genuine trilateral partnership where partners engage as equals, mutually respectful of each other's sovereignty and focused on the rapid delivery of cutting-edge capabilities that are relevant to all of us. The AUKUS partnership will help us maintain our capability in the Indo-Pacific into the future and complement our collective efforts to ensure regional stability and security. Chair, the Government has commissioned Defence to prepare a new defence industry development strategy informed by the Defence Strategic Review. The strategy will establish the framework for and articulate the principles and direction of defence industry policies and initiatives for the foreseeable future. The strategy will reflect the reality that shrinking strategic warning times and rapidly advancing technology mean that Australia must innovate quickly and increase our industrial capacity in priority areas to deliver and support defence capabilities. Our planning is focused on a strong sovereign defence industrial base that also leverages our close allies and partners' technology and industrial bases. The Government and Defence are prioritising the establishment of the Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Enterprise. We are delivering the enterprise through 3 parallel lines of effort: accelerated acquisition of guided weapons, increased local maintenance and domestic manufacturing. In recognition of the scale and complexity of the enterprise, Defence has established 2 new guided weapons and explosive ordnance-focused divisions within the Joint Capabilities Group and the Capability Acquisition and Sustainment Group. In January, the Government announced Defence had signed a contract with Kongsberg to deliver the Naval Strike Missile. It has also announced that Defence will acquire the land-based, long-range surface-to-surface, high-mobility artillery rocket system, or HIMARS, which includes launchers, missiles and training rockets. While Defence has been able to leverage our strong and close relationships to ensure supply, the confluence of inflationary pressures, strained global supply chains and growing global demand are having an impact on the price we pay. That in turn has an impact on the defence budget. It is one of the many and growing fiscal pressures that we currently face. Hard conversations are ongoing within Defence to identify where funds can be directed to meet our most pressing priorities. This financial year, Defence contributed $146 million in savings to the whole of government savings measure for savings from external labour and savings from advertising, travel and legal expenses, and an ambitious and enduring Australian Public Service reform plan. We expect this contribution to grow in 23, 24 and beyond. Achieving this saving will require Defence to look very closely at its use of contractors versus Australian public servants, and our department is working to provide our Minister with a plan for reductions to our external workforce numbers. Defence has continued to support and facilitate closer engagement with friends and partners. Defence supported the Deputy Prime Minister's attendance at the 9th ASEAN Defence Ministers Meeting Plus in Cambodia and his travel to Vietnam for the inaugural high-level meeting of Defence Ministers. Defence also supported the Deputy Prime Minister's engagements in the United States for the OSMIN consultations, followed by meetings in Japan. We also provided support to the Deputy Prime Minister for his participation in 2+2 ministerial consultations with France and then to the AUKMIN consultations in the United Kingdom. We also supported the Deputy Prime Minister in his travel to the United States in February. Australia's alliance with the United States remains fundamental to our security. This year, Australia will host the 10th iteration of Exercise Talisman Sabre, the largest bilateral combined training activity between the ADF and the US military. This year, the Papua New Guinea Defence Force, the Republic of Fiji military forces and His Majesty's Armed Forces of Tonga have been invited to participate in Exercise Talisman Sabre as part of the ADF contingent. This will further enhance our interoperability with the militaries of the Pacific. Significant work is also continuing in Defence on a number of people-focused reviews and inquiries, including, importantly, the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, the Afghanistan inquiry reforms and efforts to recruit, retain and grow our workforce. Building on the foundations laid by our Pathway to Change strategy, we are in the process of developing the next phase of our cultural reform program. Chair, I thank the committee for their indulgence and welcome questions.
Thank you very much for that statement. Sounds like you've got a bit on your plate at the moment. Would you be happy to table a copy of that statement for the benefit of senators of the committee? Thank you. All right, well, I'm happy to give the call to Senator Birmingham.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you again, Minister, Mr Moriarty, BCDF and officials present. Mr Moriarty, you spoke about the fiscal pressures that Defence is facing and the need to prioritise around the most pressing priorities that Defence face. Is every dollar currently in the Defence budget needed to meet Australia's national security interests?
Well, I think, Senator, it's true that the budget is under pressure. We face challenging strategic circumstances. The government has an ambitious agenda to increase Australia's defence capability, and it's the department's determination to support the government with its defence policy objectives. Mr Miles has spoken about the need to accelerate capability development for us to be more agile in how we approach bringing into service capabilities. Mr Miles has spoken about the need for us to contribute to shaping our region, to deterring and to growing the capability to respond in the event that we were called on to do so. So I think we're very realistic about the challenges we face. The budget that we have is fully committed, and the Defence Strategic Review, I think, will help us put further emphasis on sharpening those priorities and taking hard decisions about what we need to focus on and what perhaps might need to be deprioritised or perhaps even cut.
Indeed, the budget you have is fully committed, and you indicated it's a challenge as it is to meet the spending reductions as part of the government's reduction on consultancies, advertising and travel, isn't it? That itself is a challenge to meet those reductions, let alone if there are any other reductions. Is that correct?
Well, Senator, the Defence Department, as we will make the appropriate whole of government contributions that the government sets for us, and it's appropriate, I think, that we are subject to the same disciplines that all other government departments and agencies are subject to. Of course, Mr Miles has said that he believes there is a case for growing the resources allocated to defence, but I think it's the role of the department to make sure that the resources that the government gives us on behalf of the Australian taxpayer, that they are allocated as efficiently as possible.
Aside from those areas of efficiency, though, if you had markedly less in your budget, you would then have to make significant cuts elsewhere, wouldn't you?
Well, we would prioritise within the envelope that the government gave us.
Even you mentioned cuts in your previous answer, Mr Moriarty, and officials don't usually do that. It's a
Senator,
reality. If you've got a lot less, you can do a lot less.
Well, Senator, of course that's a theoretical, but it's a truism. Of course, if the pie shrinks, you reprioritise within the pie you have. If the pie grows, you can do more. I think our job is to provide advice to government about where those resources might most appropriately be spent. Government decides, and then we will implement those decisions rigorously.
Consolidated funding for defence in the 22-23 budget stands at around $48.7 billion. Is that correct?
Defence proper 47, I think, but within the portfolio,
with ASD
of course,
included,
with ASD.
consolidated.
Yep, that's correct.
Yes, and that's pretty close to the 2% of GDP target. Is that right?
I think.
Obviously, the economy grows and varies a little bit in size, but within margins of error, it's currently tracking fairly close to that 2% of GDP as a consolidated defence investment.
Senator Stephen Groves, Chief Finance Officer, Department of Defence. Yes, at the last budget we were tracking just a smidge under 2% for the defence budget. Yes, you're right, $48.7 billion is the combined funding for both Defence Department and ASD, and the strong growth in GDP really was the factor that took us slightly under at the October budget.
In the post-World War II era, what's the lowest level that share of investment in defence has gotten to?
I don't have that information with me, Senator.
Is 1.56% around about 2013 sound correct?
I don't have the information, Senator.
Oh,
Going back that far.
Mr Moriarty?
I don't recall, Senator.
It's pretty close to correct, isn't it? In fact, I think that is the reported figure. 1.56% was the low point in relation to the share of the national economy being invested in defence expenditure. If you were to today be spending some 0.4% less of GDP on defence expenditure, that'd be a reduction of around $10 billion to the current defence budget, wouldn't it?
Well, that's a largely hypothetical proposition, Senator O'Meara.
Has, in the period since 2013, the increase in defence spending from a low point of 1.56% of GDP to now around 2% of GDP increased defence capability?
Defence is a more capable organisation than it was in that year.
Thank you, Mr Moriarty. Defence is a more capable organisation. Has defence capability enhanced during that time as a result of having the significant increase that now equates to more than $10 billion extra per annum delivered to defence?
Well, the recapitalisation of the ADF is an ongoing process. New capabilities have been introduced to service, and some capabilities have been retired from service across that time.
As a more capable organisation, you're more capable of doing more things, aren't you?
Well, I think it is my judgment, I think, and I think I won't speak on behalf of the ADF leadership, but I believe that we are more capable of delivering the ability to shape our region, to deter and to deliver effects now than we were, at that time. That's, we have an ongoing process of building defence capability, and part of that is investment in our people, in the training. Some of it has got to do with the quality of our international engagements and the work that we do with allies and partners, and clearly some of it has to do with the platforms that we're able to introduce to service, and their more modern platforms are generally capable of delivering a better, more effective, wider range of effects.
Thanks, Mr. Moriarty. Do you recall the statement made by your predecessor, Mr. Richardson, to estimates in 2014 when being reflecting, as he did in a speech to ASPI and in these estimates, on the some $16 billion worth of deferred measures and other budget cuts to defence? He said that the goalposts had not only been moved, but had been chopped down and used for firewood.
I don't recall the specifics of that quote, but it sounds very similar to others that I've heard from Mr. Richardson.
It's consistent with Mr. Richardson's style indeed. I'm sure Senator Wong probably remembers that quote.
Well, no, actually I don't, but I do know that we are very focused on ensuring that we have a capable ADF, an ADF capable to meet the challenges of the time, and unlike your government, we don't propose to continue to make announcements which are not funded. We have made a clear commitment in relation to both budget and capability, and we are working hard to deliver that, Senator Birmingham.
What does the certainty of knowing at least 2% of GDP will be invested in defence spending provide to defence, and the certainty of having had a steady growing budget for defence provide in terms of planning and capability development compared with previous periods of cuts and reductions in defence spending?
Well, Senator,
Senator, look, we all understand what you want to do, what you're trying to do. And I could sit here talking to you about the 28 programs which were running behind schedule. I could talk to you about the budget blowouts, about the fact that you, articulated very loudly or yelled very loudly about the warning time being reduced, but didn't make the appropriate acquisition and capability decisions that were required as a consequence. There's no point in pointing to risk without actually mitigating it. I could talk about the revolving door of 6 defence ministers and 7 defence industry, but can I say, you should make a speech about that, not put the official in the position that you're trying to do of asking him to essentially go back through history and give a dissertation on budgets for over the last decade.
Well, Senator Wong, in dealing with budgets, I'm dealing with facts, figures, and the reality of an increasing level of defence spending, an increasing level of defence spending that Mr. Moriarty has acknowledged, has provided for defence to improve its capability and capacity to respond during that period of time.
Didn't deliver much, but you announced it.
Well, Senator Wong, that's not true.
It is true.
And we can have those
true.
debates.
That's right.
You are asking Senator Wong.
This is the problem. You go down this path and we end up in this instead of Mr. Moriarty went through in the opening statement. I mean, it's a matter for you how you run your estimates. But he went through the opening statements. The very serious challenges we face, what the government is seeking to do, what defence is seeking to do. You don't want to interrogate any of that. You just want to get into a political fight over
No,
what
we're
happened 12
going
years
to
ago.
get to
That's fine.
interrogate for sure, Senator Wong.
Well,
Fear
can-
not on that.
People can make
Fear
their
not
own
on that.
judgments.
Senators,
Se-
can we
Se-
please
Senator
return
Wong.
to line of questioning, please,
I'm
senators.
so sorry, Mr.
Order,
Senator Van.
order,
Oh, no, Senator
order.
Van's talking to me,
Order.
Chair. So I'm
Through the
interested-
chair, please. Senators, can we please return to line of questioning?
Through the chair, Senator Van, I think, wanted to say something to me. Maybe you should be.
Sorry, Senator Wong, I think
Well, if he's
Senator
going to,
Coney
if
is
he's going to
chairing,
interject at
not
me,
you.
would you like to say something to me?
I'm in
Who-
the chair's
who is
hand.
chair?
Senator Wong.
Senator Birmingham, please direct your questions through the chair.
Thank you, Chair. Senator Wong, I appreciate you would prefer that there wasn't any element of partisan question or otherwise
No,
here.
I'm not saying that.
I'm
Don't-
going
don't
through that
verbal me.
history on the
Senator
basis
Birmingham, don't
that
verbal
your
me.
Defence
Don't
Minister,
verbal me.
your
I'm
Defence
quite
Minister
happy to have a political
yesterday
argument
tried
with
to
you.
make claims about who the worst government in Australia's history on defence was. Now you're sitting next to Secretary of Defence, who you have retained as Secretary of Defence, and I welcome that. CDF, who you've reappointed as CDF, and I welcome that. Who have served consecutive governments,
He's really happy.
and
at the
importantly, served consecutive governments in relation to a period of time where defence spending has been restored, and as Mr Moriarty has acknowledged, the capability and capacity of defence restored as a fact and reality of that.
So,
Now, Mr Moriarty,
actually,
is
you
there...
just made a comment, so I'm entitled to respond. I just want to remind you, Senator Birmingham, that the Prime Minister, prior to the election, has been clear that defence budgets, we recognise this means defence budgets beyond the 2% benchmarks, and the Deputy Prime Minister has also said Defence's budget will also need to grow.
And that is welcome. It's something the previous government had said, and of course the previous government did grow the defence budget. And now, Mr Moriarty or CDF, is there any basis in fact that you would use to defend the statement that the Defence Minister made yesterday about who was the worst government in Australia's national security history?
That would be a political judgment, and I wouldn't wish to get drawn into commenting, Senator Birmingham.
Very wise.
No, I didn't think that you would, and wise for you not to. Has the government briefed any media on the content of the DSR?
Who's that question directed to?
Yeah,
Senator
is that to me?
Birmingham?
Or to,
Well,
who's the question to?
I'm happy for Mr Moriarty to respond or for the Minister to respond.
Senator, I'm unaware of any briefing that has, been provided. I've certainly not been asked to do any briefing, and the department has not provided briefing on the DSR.
Minister, has the Minister's Office, Prime Minister's Office or others briefed media on the content of the DSR
Not that I have knowledge of.
that we have knowledge of? Are
1
you
minute,
able to check,
Senator
Minister?
Birmingham, 1 minute.
Well, I'm telling you, not that I have knowledge of.
There's a consistency across media reporting today that the DSR recommends investment in expanding long-range strike capability. Is that correct?
Well,
Yeah, I think. But Senator Birmingham, I think Mr Miles has made it clear that he believes that there is a need for increased investment in long-range strike. I think that.
Mr Miles didn't
he's
write
on
the
the
DSR. He's
No,
received the DSR.
No, but he's on the record as saying that that's his view, and the government announcements over recent months about the investment in HIMARS, in the Konsberg missile, suggests that investments are being made.
However, the reporting today consistently speaks of recommendations in the DSR. Have journalists been briefed about what the DSR recommends, Minister,
Senator,
or is it just a magical coincidence that they have all seemingly come to similar conclusions? Because I expect today we're going to receive plenty of responses where you won't talk about what's in the DSR, yet it looks to me like government has been talking about what's in the DSR with elements of the Fourth Estate.
Well, I'm not aware of the government doing so. I would make the point, and I just confirm with the CDF, it was long-range missile capital.
Range and lethality.
Yeah, the story or the facts you reference is consistent with what the DPM has said regularly in terms of range and lethality. And I think he's actually made reference to missile capability. So my point is it's not a new priority.
No. Again, I thought the DSR was an independent piece of work to government.
Sure. But I think...
Not a reflection of speeches
I
given
won't,
or comments
no,
made
of
by
course,
the Defence
but
Minister.
I don't think some of those, the need, the needs of the ADF, the sort of capability that's required, this has been a very public discussion for some time.
When did the Minister for Defence receive the final version of the DSR?
Yesterday, Senator Berman.
At the same time as the Prime Minister and the Department?
I received it after the Deputy Prime Minister and the Prime Minister had received it, so yesterday.
So everyone received it yesterday. What briefings were provided to the Prime Minister and the Minister yesterday on the content of the DSR?
By...
Senator, I understand
Is that a question of defence?
Well, yes, it's a question
Well,
for
there's-
defence.
Well, we can't speak for the
Yeah,
panel.
yeah.
So,
I do
So-
know that Sir Angus, on behalf of of himself and Professor Stephen Smith, who was unable to be here because of his duties in representing us in London, presented the report to the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister.
presented the report. Was there a period of time in which Sir Angus briefed them?
I'm not aware.
Minister, are you aware?
Sorry?
Are you aware, Minister,
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
as to whether they were actually briefed on the content of the report, or
By
literally
whom?
was it just a photo op handing over ceremony?
I was not part of that. I don't know what discussions took place yesterday.
Could
So-
you
You want me to
could you take on notice and indeed
So what's the question? Did Sir Angus brief?
the Prime
the-
Minister and
the-
or the Defence Minister?
Sure.
If so, for how long?
Well,
So I'm trying to understand as to whether this was just a pick-up or whether a proper briefing and discussion took place.
that is so tempting to respond about pick facts and running government by pick facts, which is what the Australian people got used to under Mr Morrison, but I will restrain myself. I will take on notice
You
the
didn't
question.
restrain yourself, Minister.
Well, that was restraint
That was a
for
very
me.
poor example.
That was a
of,
restraint
of
for me.
restraint.
I just referenced it and I didn't actually...
All right,
give you-
Senators.
Was
get
there a
into full
conversation
flight.
with Mr Smith?
I'm sorry?
Was there a conversation with Professor Smith, High Commissioner Smith?
I'm unaware of that. I wouldn't want to speculate. My understanding was that Sir Angus was handing over the report on behalf of himself and Professor Smith.
Was
Okay,
it catered?
Senators, I need to start to move the call
I don't know.
around. So thank you very much for that. We'll come back to you, Senator Birmingham. Secretary, I have a couple of questions with respect to the attempts to recruit ADF pilots. I think the Deputy Prime Minister this morning on the 2GB program with Ben Fordham made some comments with respect to that.
Chair, we'll just get the
Yes.
most appropriate officers to come to the table.
On the 9th of November of last year, the Deputy Prime Minister announced at a press conference that he'd asked the Department of Defence to engage in a detailed examination about the policies and procedures that apply to our former defence personnel, and particularly those who come into possession of our nation's secrets. And now, at the last Senate estimates hearing on that very same day, Ms Perkins, you advised that the Department would report directly to the Deputy Prime Minister by the 14th of December. Has this advice been provided to the Deputy Prime Minister, and when was that advice provided?
Thank you, Chair. Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. Senator, we completed the inquiry the Deputy Prime Minister directed and delivered that to him on the 14th of December.
And what did the examinations of the Department of Defence find?
Senator, I think it's important just to start by affirming to the committee that that inquiry and the report delivered to the Deputy Prime Minister was classified. But what I can say at a high level is that the report looked at and made a range of recommendations that in general terms looked at how we might strengthen internal defence training and employment security related policies, how we can expand our outreach to people who have left our employment in the veterans community to help them understand and live up to their enduring obligations, how we establish channels for former defence personnel to report and seek support around security obligations, and importantly we made recommendations to work with other parts of government on whether further strengthening of legislation would be beneficial.
Were all the recommendations made by Defence accepted then?
Yes, they were.
By the Deputy Prime
Yes,
Minister?
they were.
Okay. So in respect of the updates to Defence's internal policies, how regularly does the department examine the processes and procedures of personnel once they do separate from the ADF?
So what we did in the work that led to the inquiry report was work across all parts of Defence to look actively at what policies were in place. I won't speak to the details again because some of this gets a bit sensitive, but we did a very detailed look at all of those policies, and we're now working through a very active implementation plan that will deliver throughout 2023 to where we found elements that could be strengthened. We will do that work internally. And that is undergoing really hard work right across the department now.
So historically, though, has this process been any different for those who had worked on or had access to highly sensitive, material in the past?
Security policy is under constant review. I think we work. It's a useful context, I think, for the committee. Commonwealth security policy is developed primarily through the Attorney General's Department, but Defence and other agencies of national security take part in very regular review and consideration of that policy as the security environment evolves and changes, that we're updating it. So for instance, we went through a very major overhaul of the protective security policy framework around 6 or 7 years ago. We flowed that back into our defence security policy framework and did a major overhaul of defence security policies in the last 5 or so years, and we update those very regularly. So for instance, Senator, I chair the Defence Security Committee, and at most meetings we will be bringing forward to that committee parts of that security framework where we've made adjustments based on changes in the security environment.
And look, I asked because just going back to the last round of estimates in November of last year, Defence officials took on notice a question from Senator Patterson about when the department became aware of this issue. In response to that the question on notice, Defence said it became aware as a result of a security report that was submitted on the 29th of June 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So while I appreciate that you're unable probably to go into all the details of that report, how much of a concern was it of Defence at the time?
Chair, whenever we receive security reports, they are of concern. And I think the best way I can answer that for you is we work very closely with our colleagues who run the Countering Foreign Interference Task Force and the officers of agencies like ASIO and the AFP, and take direction from them on how we deal and respond with particular cases. And that initial security report in 2021 I would characterise as being an intelligence report that we work closely with them on to contextualise within our departmental response.
Okay, so the action taken was to consult those other agencies?
Yes.
Was there any other consultation outside of Defence other than those agencies?
I couldn't speak to that in this hearing.
It's fair to say the response was proportionate to the risk that was I guess, identified.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Was advice provided to the Minister's office at the time?
Senator, I'm not in a position to respond to that, but we could take that on notice. I was not in a responsible role in this part of the portfolio in 2021.
Okay, and just remind me, who was that minister at the time?
I would assume that was Minister Dutton.
Okay. Well, if you're able to take it on notice,
Certainly.
I'd appreciate that. Or did the, I guess based on that last answer, did the then Minister direct Defence to take any actions to address the problem?
As I said, I couldn't answer that question, but we will take that on notice.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Senator Steele-John?
Thank you very much, Chair. Operation Okra, which is Australia's contribution to the joint task force intervening against ISIS across Syria and Iraq, has seen ADF personnel deploy to Iraq. Can you confirm this for us?
General Angus Campbell, Chief of the Defence Force. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. What has been the peak of ADF deployments under Operation Okra, and when did it occur?
Senator, I'm going to have to take that on notice. That was some years ago.
You mean the peak was some years ago?
I believe so, yes, Senator. So I'll take it on notice and get you an accurate figure.
Okay. How many personnel were deployed to Iraq under Operation Okra in the 2021-22 period?
Again, Senator, are you talking about a number that we rotate through, or the number of total people who went to Iraq?
Either would be useful to me, but I'm particularly interested in the particular number of individuals deployed to Iraq under Operation Okra in that period.
Right, so I'm going to take it from the point of how many positions that we have deployed, and my colleague, Air Vice Marshal Stephen Chappell, will speak to that.
Senator. Air Vice Marshal Stephen Chappell, Head of Military Strategic Commitments. So we'll take the questions reference Operation Okra on notice. I'm unable to provide details on Okra at this time.
Right, so you're unable to tell us how many individuals were deployed as part of the operation in that period of time?
We will be able to get that information to you, but not
But
immediately.
you haven't got it now?
I don't have Operation Okra
All right.
numbers available to me now.
Will you be able to get it to us at some point during the day? You are here till 3:30.
Yeah, we'll look to do that, Senator.
Okay, well that'd be useful. What has been the financial footprint of the deployment in dollar terms since 2014?
Again, Senator, you're referring to Operation Okra
Yes.
dollars?
Yes.
Again, I'll take that and we'll look to get that information to you today.
Okay, well yeah, that most certainly by today, thank you. And does the ADF have an estimation of civilian casualties as part of this operation?
Senator, again, we'll take that on notice. We are unlikely to be able to provide that to you today.
Okay,
And that would be for the duration of Operation Okra.
absolutely,
Yep.
yes.
And this is, you're speaking to civilian casualties
Yes.
that may have
Arisen
arisen
from the operation.
from ADF operations.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Okay, well, I'll leave that there. I do hope we can have some information before the end of the day, as this is a current operation.
Senator Steele-John, I think Senator Lambie just had a follow-up question on yours, if that's okay.
Yeah, just one?
Just the one question.
Okay.
Senator Lambie?
Senator Lambie.
Or not without, I was wondering whether or not without a national security, there's obviously national security elements that will be attached to this. I was wondering whether we could have a table or something to show us what our troops and whereabouts they are without the national security element, and about how many are on the ground in certain areas. Without pushing the national security element, obviously.
So a publicly releasable summary of our
Do we have them still in Syria?
numbers of persons in different operational areas.
Yeah, thank you. Without
Yes,
national
Senator.
security,
We can do
obviously.
that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lambie.
In the event of an incident occurring overseas that would require the ADF to would require an ADF combat deployment specifically outside of ongoing operations, what would the process be which the government would use? Particularly, I'm wanting to know what process the government would use to seek authorisation for an ADF deployment in those circumstances.
So, Senator, this starts first with a policy discussion about Australia's national interests, which would be a whole of government and senior ministers' discourse, typically in the National Security Committee of Cabinet, and supported by a wide range of relevant policy departments and intelligence agency information, perhaps international partner dialogue, as well as military advice on capacity, capability, options and so forth, but centred on the question of Australia's national interest.
Of course. And then from that point of view, and it may be beyond your remit, CDF, in which case I'll move to the Minister, but obviously those conversations and analysis occurs, and then what?
Senator, taken with all such advice, policy, intelligence, legal, international relations, etc., military, then you may see a government decide to commit to the conduct of operations.
Yes, but just returning to the specifics of my question in relation to the way in which the government would seek authorisation for the ADF deployment beyond current operations. Minister, can you provide any additional information to us here? I'm just seeking the process as your government conceives it.
Well, Senator Steele-John, I think we should cut to the chase here. You have a view that Parliament should authorise, should make the decision to commit troops to deploy the ADF. Our view, the government's view, and I appreciate this is not something with which you and others, others agree with, is that it should remain a decision for the executive, and I accept that there are many people in the Parliament and beyond who have a different view of that, and for some of them for very principled reasons. But our view is that we do think Parliament has an important role in terms of the scrutiny of decision, accountability for the decision and for the conduct of operations. The Minister should be more transparent as transparent as is possible with the Parliament. And I think the inquiry that the Joint Standing Committee, which I don't think is reported yet from memory, is engaged in, will provide an opportunity both for your perspective to be aired, yours and others, but also look at ways in which parliamentary scrutiny of decisions and subsequent decisions should occur. But you asked me this question in question time, and I was very clear with you. We have a different view, which goes to fundamentally the responsibility of executive government to ensure the safety of the nation and the safety of Australian citizens, and that power in the executive remains an important part of discharging that obligation.
Thank you, Minister, and I recognise that different of views. My views, the Greens' views, are the views of 87% of the Australian public on this matter. But I bring you back to my actual question, which was not in fact a political trap of any type. What I'm seeking to ascertain from you is the government's conception of what the authorisation is for a authorisation process for a military deployment outside of current operations. The CDF has, has referenced national interest and those deliberations.
Well, decisions
But
going
there's
to
a
national
process, surely.
decisions going to national security, of which such a decision would be one, are decisions for the National Security Committee of the Cabinet and ultimately the
Yes.
Cabinet.
Yes, and once the Cabinet has resolved a decision, then what is the process for
Well,
the
that's-
authorisation of deployment?
Senator, with a National Security Committee of Cabinet decision, and in certain circumstances it may be a whole of Cabinet decision, the member of government sworn as the Minister for Defence, in this case the Deputy Prime Minister, will issue direction to the Chief of the Defence Force and to the Secretary of Defence, depending on the nature of the operation, to commit the Australian Defence Force to operational activity.
So Cabinet goes to the powers the Defence Minister, who issues directions.
Well, his direction will be a specification of the decision made by the National Security Committee of Cabinet or of Cabinet.
Is it the view of the Government Minister that the Governor-General or the Federal Executive Council plays a role in the authorisation and the decision?
I'm not sure these are views. These are constitutional arrangements, and I can take on notice more detail around them.
Well,
I
indeed.
mean, I think historically this was one of the powers of the Crown, so...
1 minute, Senator Steele, John.
Yes, it did, but your CDF's just described a process by which...
So the question is, at which point there is the Governor-General engaged by executive
Yes,
government?
I'm-
I will check that.
I would hope so. And could you also
Well,
tell
hang
us-
on, but that was an unnecessary quip, and so I'll respond to it. We run a system of cabinet government. The Prime Minister has made it very clear his commitment to better cabinet process and a system of cabinet government, which is, not only, well, I have great faith in our Westminster system, and of course, were such a decision to be made, I would assure you that we will take advice and act in accordance with the appropriate procedures.
Chair, one final question on this line of questioning. So, if you can take that on notice, that would be fantastic. Can you also tell us whether it's your government's understanding that this process was followed during the 2003 invasion of Iraq?
Well, I don't know that I can provide that
Well, you
information.
can
No,
provide
well,
that.
I will take it on notice, but I don't know what information still exists in relation to, or what information I can ascertain on that.
Okay. And could you just...
There's a statutory obligation.
Sure, yeah, if there's recorded
you, Senator
decisions,
Shoebridge.
but this may go
Senators.
to what was the process of Cabinet. We weren't in government, as you know.
I have
we
to now move the
opposed.
call on. Thank you, Minister. Senator Birmingham, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. I'll pick up where I left off initially. Can I just confirm, only one of the two authors of the Defence Strategic Review was present for the handover of the review yesterday, and if briefings occur, I'm interested in whether any update to that has occurred, only one of the two authors participated in those briefings yesterday. Is that correct?
Right.
Senator Birmingham, that my understanding is that it was Sir Angus was present. I do not know the nature of the conversation between Sir Angus, the Prime Minister, and the Deputy Prime Minister.
Minister, have you received any update as to whether a detailed conversation on the content of the DSR took place and the briefing from Sir Angus?
While I've been sitting here
Well,
answering questions,
You've been on your phone a reasonable amount of time in that.
Yeah, well, actually nothing to do with any of that, I'm afraid. What's your question? Was the High Commissioner, did he brief by phone or something? Is that the...
I'm trying to understand, firstly, whether briefings took place.
Yeah, well, I've taken it on notice.
Okay. Why didn't Professor Smith return from London to participate in the handover of the DSR and briefings?
Because he's the High Commissioner?
That doesn't prevent him from
No,
returning
but
to
he's
Australia
got a job to do there, and there are many ways in which that engagement can occur without requiring him to return.
Have detailed briefings
Well,
been...
we've just had Auckland. You would know that the government is working very closely with the United Kingdom, particularly in relation to the AUKUS interim capability decisions which have to be made, and we've said publicly would be made sometime in the earlier part of the year. Optimal pathway, I think is the phrase used. In terms of the hierarchy of what the government wants the High Commissioner engaged in, it is our preference to continue for him to remain in London.
Will he be participating in detailed briefings of Prime Minister or Defence Minister or National Security Committee in relation to the Defence Strategic Review?
Well, I assume if required, but I can take that on notice. I mean, we, as you would remember from being in government, there are reasonable facilities between here and the UK in terms of communication.
What budget constraints did the Defence Strategic Review operate under, or was it prepared under?
Senator, the terms of reference for the review are public, and we can make them available to you. So, but I'm not aware that the review was thinking or conceptualising a particular budget envelope. I think they did their, from my conversations with the review leads, they're looking, fundamentally at a range of, their views on optimal capabilities and force disposition. I don't think that they had a particular budget in mind, but again, that they were an independent review, but the terms of reference for the review are public.
Have all of the terms of reference been met by the review?
Well, I'm sure the government will, the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister made comments yesterday about their appreciation for the work that the review had done. I haven't yet had a time to peruse the review document in detail, so I couldn't possibly comment.
Well, Mr Moriarty, you received a draft some time back. How many weeks or months ago did you get the first draft?
No, Senator. I've had the opportunity to engage with the review leads, and I've had some very valuable discussions with them, the CDF as well. But so we were not involved in the detailed work that they did. They took that role as independent reviewers very seriously, and the department supported them constantly in terms of the material that we provided to them.
Let me correct that. You received an interim report sometime
The
back,
Deputy
didn't you?
Prime Minister received an interim report. I think we've got the date. Let me check that.
It was in December, wasn't it?
I think it was December.
I don't need the precise date.
3 November last
3
year.
November, even, there we go, even earlier. Excellent, thank you. And had they not been on track to meet against the terms of reference, I'm sure you would have advised them in terms of feedback to the interim report, wouldn't you, Mr Moriarty?
Well, I think any guidance of that nature would have been provided by the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
You briefed the Deputy Prime Minister on the contents of the interim report, didn't you?
No,
Your department?
CDF and I have engaged with the Deputy Prime Minister and with the independent leads, but it's not true to say that I briefed the Deputy Prime Minister on that.
Did the Department of Defence provide any briefings to the Deputy Prime Minister in response to the interim report of the Defence Strategic Review?
We have briefed the Deputy Prime Minister on a range of issues related to the Defence Strategic Review, and the Deputy Prime Minister has asked us to cooperate fully with the independent leads, which we have done.
And specifically in terms of briefings prepared following the provision of the interim findings? Did the Department of Defence provide briefings to the Deputy Prime Minister about the implications of the interim findings of the DSR?
No, Senator, I think I'd characterise it as the CDF and I and some other senior officers have had the opportunity to discuss with the Deputy Prime Minister, his consideration of those issues.
What was the point of an interim report, Secretary, if your department hasn't even formally briefed the Deputy Prime Minister on the findings of that interim report, on potential options from that interim report and the direction that might be taken as a result of it?
I mean, I think it's this phrase, formal briefings, isn't it? Because we appreciate the extent to which CDF and the Secretary have engaged with the DSR, and that engagement and the discussions between the Secretary, CDF and the DPM, and the CDF, the Secretary and the DSR, I think are well ensure. I mean, I've not received the document yet myself, but will ensure, I'm sure, given the calibre of the people involved, that we have a very clear focus on the Australia's capability requirements in the DSR. But you seem to be envisaging in your head a kind of more a sequence of this, then formal briefing, and then someone goes back. I mean, this has been there's been a lot of engagement, as there should be. Yeah, and remembering, of course, the DSR is independent.
I fully expect a lot of engagement between the department, ADF, and DSR, and would anticipate the type of back and forward approach that Mr. Moriarty has spoken about. But I do find it surprising that with an interim report provided by the DSR in early November last year, Mr. Moriarty's response is there were some conversations. Discussions.
He said discussions.
Okay.
I mean,
okay, discussions, conversations. I'm not seeking you to be pejorative in either of those terms, Senator Wong. Discussions took place between Mr. Moriarty and the Defence Minister, but no formalisation of briefings, options, recommendations. It does beg the question of what was the intent behind the provision of an interim report and what purpose did it serve for the government?
isn't it what purpose it served for the DSR? I mean, what... Do you want to respond?
No, I think the Deputy Prime Minister was appreciative of the interim report that he received, and it shaped his thinking and his interaction with the DSR leads. And following his receipt of that interim report, he engaged in a number of discussions with the CDF and I. He sort of has tested some ideas that those are appropriately, I think, they were confidential discussions. They were allowed Mr. Miles to help develop his thinking and his own interaction with the DSR leads, which has been quite frequent.
Has the government begun preparing its response to the DSR?
We received it yesterday, 5 o'clock.
Well, you received an interim version of it back in November.
We will consider the review.
If I could expand on that, just in terms of the administrative matter. So the department has provided people and resources for a secretariat that has supported the review. We're engaged in a work with Mr. Miles on how best to take that work forward. CDF and I will be recommending to Mr Miles that a task force be established that takes that work forward. I think it's an enormous agenda and we need to deliver quickly. I think Mr Miles, business as usual is not an appropriate response to work of this consequence. So the department will be looking at how best we can resource and appropriately direct that work to get the first of all the consideration of the report done to support government decisions, and then once government has decided what direction it wants to give us, taking into account the recommendations, we'll need to crack on and implement those recommendations that are endorsed by government.
Thanks, Mr Murray, and I'll come back to elements of that response. Sir Angus and Professor Smith have done a comprehensive job in this report. That's your view, isn't it?
I think that they have, and again, based on the comments of the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister yesterday, that this is a very consequential piece of work.
And in a consequential piece of work with a comprehensive job done, you would expect that they have met all the terms of reference.
I'm sure...
It's not really a trick question, Mr Moriarty. These are two distinguished fellows appointed by the government to do a very important piece of work. Surely they've met the terms of reference.
You're asking...
Delivered what the government required of them.
I mean,
what the government required was to meet the terms of reference.
Excuse me. You say it's not a trick question. I anticipate there'll be a subsequent question. I'm not sure. I would like to be helpful on the DSR because I think it's actually a very important step in terms of Australia's capability. Ultimately, the answer about the terms of reference is probably an answer by the independent leads, and I'm sure, when decisions are made, then there will be comment you make about it. But I'm not sure Mr Moriarty, he can express confidence as he has, and they're both very distinguished individuals with a great deal of knowledge in this area.
Has the review addressed the term of reference, quote, the review must outline funding needs to 2032-33 to address longer-term strategic investments are progressed?
Last question, Senator Ben.
But that was a question.
Is that a question?
Who's that question to?
Well, you are both free to respond to questions that I ask,
Yeah,
but you've said you haven't even seen it yet, Senator Wong, so the question is clearly to Mr Moriarty.
But that is actually probably a question for the independent leads who don't appear before the Estimates Committee, but why don't I take that on notice?
Well, no, it's not a question. I mean, sure, if they were here, it would be a question for them. Mr Moriarty is here. He has received a copy of the review. And the question is a precise one about whether the review has addressed the term of reference requiring the review to outline funding needs to 2032-33 to ensure longer-term strategic investments are progressed.
Senator, all I can say is I received the report yesterday afternoon. I have not yet had time to analyse it. I will certainly be able to provide advice to the Deputy Prime Minister appropriately on my analysis of the review and the department.
Come on, Mr Moriarty. You didn't take a look as to what the review says about the future defence budget?
Senator, I was very focused on preparing for today's estimates.
And I'm asking questions at today's estimates.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham.
Strategic review.
I'll have to move the call around.
That was a pretty obvious line of questioning.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah.
Senator White, you have the call.
Thanks. I just want to ask some questions about the Australian National Audit Office major projects report.
Yep.
Chair, while colleagues are coming to the table, could I just respond to a question asked by Senator Steele-John? The number of personnel authorised for deployment on Operation Okra is 7, Senator.
Thank you very much, General. Senator White.
Thank you. The ANAO tabled the 2021-22 major projects report on the 9th of February. Can Defence explain why data about schedules for 4 of the 21 major projects could not be published? And does Defence acknowledge that this limits the public scrutiny at a time when we need greater scrutiny of defence spending?
Senator Vice Admiral David Johnston, the Vice Chief of the Defence Force. The ANAO, of course, was provided all of the information associated with defence projects for the major projects report, as the department does to government and our ministers at a classified level. Yes, there were some changes in the detail of information that was provided on a very small number of projects. The reason for that is a reflection of our environment is changing. The detail on some of the changes to sensitive defence capabilities is of value to others, and we are moderating carefully that which is made available in a public domain while continuing all of the reporting both to ANAO and to other key stakeholders.
The ANAO report has also indicated that major projects had a net real decrease in value of $955.2 million, which is almost $1 billion, was underspent than projected. What was the main reason for this?
Yeah, Chris Deeble, Deputy Secretary of CASG. That $950 million, I think, relates to under expenditure in this financial year. Is that correct, Senator?
That's what I understand, yep.
So there's a number of factors that affect how much we spend in year. They relate to the projects and the project movements around schedule, scope and other aspects of that. And we're continually looking at how we can better improve our performance with respect to expenditure.
So in a nutshell, it's the main reason for the underspend is due to schedule delays, is that?
It's not necessarily due to schedule delays, it's just due to the normal movement in programs and projects, through their continuum. We're continually assessing and trying to forecast expenditure in any year, and we've got to get better at that, and that reflects changes in the project schedules and other aspects of projects.
So what are the other aspects?
There could be the way in which scope is worked, there could be delays in schedule, there could be delays in foreign military sales payments. There are a number of things that are within our control that we need to better forecast. There are a number of factors that we can't control, like FMS programs where they may have delays in expenditure.
Sure, but the ANAO report seems to be pointing to the major delays are the prime focus. For instance, they highlight that, and I'm quoting from the report, later than expected achievement of various milestones for the combat reconnaissance vehicles, where the expenditure was $370.1 million compared to $665.1 million projected in PBS. They also said, quote, shift in milestones, quote, delay in current build performance for the offshore patrol vehicle expenditure, where the expenditure of $231.4 million was compared with the 366.5 million in the PBS. And then they talked about scheduled delays for the Hawkeye, which was 341.1 million compared with 548.1 million in the PBS. I mean, they've highlighted that as the significant reasons. Do you agree that that is in fact the reason?
Senator, schedule and payments are clearly linked. That is a significant reason, as you've identified.
So it does, what the ANAO are saying, I'm going to try and get that right by the end of it, it kind of reaffirms the widespread concern with major project management, particularly around delays. If we look at the ANAO's assessment of how to manage the recovery of programs, it concludes Defence was not able, quote, was not able to demonstrate the effectiveness of its regime in managing the recovery of underperforming projects, dating back to audits in 2018-19. The ANAO disagrees that Defence has addressed these. What further steps is Defence considering to address these concerns?
Senator, in October of last year, the 10th of October, the Deputy Prime Minister, and also supported by the Minister of Defence Industry, highlighted 6 initiatives that we have to put in place. I could step you through those initiatives, which is aiming at doing what you've just alluded to. The first of those initiatives is establishing an independent project and portfolio management office for Defence. That's been established within CASG. We are still formalising that and setting up the organisational structure, which I hope to have in place before the end of the first quarter of this year. We have had that been in work and supporting reporting to the Minister for Defence Industry since last year. So that IPPMO is being established and already has been established using extant resources. We have responsibility within CASG at the portfolio level of doing that reporting for not only CASG, Tony Dalton's area, the National Shipbuilding is also in there. We're supporting the Security and Estate Group in the reporting, also CIO Group, and more recently DST. So we now provide, the second part of that equation is providing monthly reports to the Minister for Defence Industry on projects of concern and projects of interest. We've been doing that since November of last year and continue to do that on a monthly basis, including reporting on all of the projects that are post second pass. The third part of the initiative is actually establishing criteria for raising awareness on issues associated with projects of concern and projects of interest, and broadly on project performance. We established some principles last year, which is agreed across Defence, and as I said, those other groups within Defence are working with me in that reporting, and we'll have formalised policy in place by the end of this month as it relates to that. So that work is ongoing, and that is aiming on strengthening early indications and warning on programs that have significant issues associated with them. The fourth aspect of that is now creating the culture for Defence more broadly in terms of raising those issues early, identifying them and putting in remediation action. That will take some time, but we're already seeing that those earlier actions I've just talked about, the previous 3 activities, are creating a change in the culture of providing us now with greater early indications of warning and providing that to the Minister for Defence Industry. The fifth of the initiatives is associated with providing additional resources for supporting those projects that have problems. We currently do that by using our external members. They're part of our independent assurance review. They represent expertise from across industry, academia, and other areas that we can apply to help projects understand their issues and how that gets resolved. And part and parcel of that is getting remediation plans in place. Those remediation plans will identify additional resources that may be required, and then I look at that in terms of helping those projects with the required additional resources so they can implement their remediation plans. The sixth aspect of the initiatives that we are working with Minister for Defence Industry relates to the conduct of Project of Concern summits. We held one of those in December, early December last year, for the CMATS program. So that's the Civil Military Air Traffic Management System. That was held in December, and the second one of those summits will be held in early March, continuing that. So as we're looking, in my role, I'm new to the DepSec CASG role, is strengthening project management. Clearly our performance is an issue, and improving that performance, given that we're handling some very, very complex programs. It's worthy to note that 10 years ago, when I was in the CASG, DMO and CASG environment, we had 11 ACAT-1 programs. ACATS is Acquisition Category 1, the most complex of programs. Today we have 28. So our performance moving forward is going to be critical, and I'm focusing on that as the DepSec CASG.
Thank you. I guess what you've described is similar to what many private industry big projects would have, and
Yes.
so, but it's surprising it's taken such a long time to get to that point. But thank you for that comprehensive answer. Can Defence confirm from June 2020 how many project and sustainment reports on the major projects were published?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. And the project and sustainment report was actually on an interim report, is that right?
We're looking at the whole reporting regime. Part of the work that we're doing with the Minister for Defence Industry is looking at how to best report, whether that's done on a monthly basis for all projects or whether we provide an aggregate quarterly report. To date, we have been reporting on a monthly basis on all post-second pass projects.
And is that because of the difficulties that I've highlighted, or that were highlighted by the ANAO, that the underspends and the time drifts, etc.? Is that the reason you're
Yes,
doing it more frequently?
Yes, Senator, and it was raised by both DPM and Minister for Defence Industry in that announcement in October last year.
And just in relation to the project and sustainment report, was this replaced by the acquisition and sustainment update in late 2021? Am I understanding that correctly, or have I missed
I will
something?
take that on notice, Senator, and I'll be able to give you the chronology of the various reporting regimes.
Well, also just on that, the ANAO assesses this update, so that's the acquisition and sustainment update, has significantly less detail than the earlier quarterly performance reports. Is that a fair description, or do you need to take that on?
I'd like to introduce Mr. Cyril Caro, who can
Hello.
provide a little bit more detail.
Yep, Cyril Caro, First Secretary Integration in CASG. So just historically, Senator, we had a bunch of reporting products that were to the Minister, to the internal committees. You said publicly earlier on, they were not public reports.
Okay.
They were FOI'd and became public.
Okay.
So QPR, Quarterly Performance Report, was probably 5 years of reporting up till about 2021. And that was an internally generated report. Analysts in my team would produce the key insights for the leadership, particularly the investment committee, and we occasionally sent that to the ministers. Acquisition sustainment update. What we were trying to do was get more insight. So, these can get quite thick, particularly when you're looking at over 100 projects. So we're trying to sharpen it up, get to things that people needed to act on. So we've moved through a couple of iterations of that. So where we're sitting now with the monthly report is we're actually just doing a dump from all of our reporting systems because we want our bottom-up system to work better. So everyone down in project land puts their system data in, and we're drawing that out and using that as a reporting product. So it's not quite there yet in an analytical sense, but we're still trying to provide some value adds and insights on top.
So how many reports then have been produced in total? So not quarterly, they're sort of monthly or not monthly?
Yep, so quarterlies were quarterly, so for a year. The acquisition sustainment update, I would have to give you an on-notice answer exactly how many were produced, but we went through a couple of iterations of those. We also know that the layers here are really important. We have the public layers, so the MPR is a really important public layer. The annual reports are a very important public layer. The ANAO project performance reports are a very important public layer. What we're trying to do is make sure that we get the insights internal to the department to act, but keep an appropriate layer of external reporting as well. The monthlies, since October, they've been going to the ministers. We're finding that frequency is a little bit draining. So we do have to get, the right balance on how fast do we need to keep the updates to the ministers and the department, or how often do we need to keep the updates to the ministers and the department, versus the analytical effort to actually get the insights.
Thank you very much for that response. I'll have to move the call around. I understand both Senator Birmingham and Senator Stilljohn have to depart very shortly. So Senator Birmingham, I'll give you the call first and then I'll hand over to Senator Stilljohn.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, will the government meet the funding needs outlined in the Defence Strategic Review?
Government's already made a decision, made clear that it intends to ensure that we fund defence and defence capability in accordance with the needs of the nation, and has indicated that that will result in defence budgets of 2% or above.
And that's a commitment of the government that those budgets will be 2% or above, and indeed the Prime Minister has said before it will need to go beyond the 2% benchmark. Is that a commitment of the government?
Well, I think this is, we will ensure defence has the capability to keep the nation safe, and we will ensure that the very considerable amounts of investment that the Australian people make in the ADF and associated capability will result in capability that deters.
Will the funding needs as identified in the Defence Strategic Review be made public?
The government will consider the DSR and there will be consideration of contents, decisions and what will be released publicly.
I'm asking specifically about the funding needs as they've been identified. I understand there will be a range of capability assessments that have national security implications, but for transparency and accountability as to the scope of the government's response to the DSR, will it release details around the recommendations on those funding needs?
Senator Birmingham, I think Minister Wong was actually trying to answer your or respond to your initial question.
I'll refer to your my previous answer, Minister, and Senator, and I'd make the point. You're asking me, so you're trying to build an edifice of an argument on the basis of a terms of reference, then you're making an assumption about what is the nature of how that's been addressed in the report, and then you're asking me to make a political commitment about a report that as yet the government hasn't considered. So please understand if I am not prepared to do that, but I would again say that the test of I think a government is on national security is whether it makes the best decisions possible to deliver the capability the nation needs in order to keep Australians safe. Now, we intend to do that. We are applying ourselves diligently to that task. It is, frankly, made more difficult, and I don't wish to play a lot of politics with this, but by a period in defence where, frankly, the previous government were very focused on announcement and politics, but not capability. But we are determined to deal with that. The DSR is a key part of ensuring that we meet that task.
Well, Senator Wong, I don't want to play politics either, but the recommendations of the DSR would be impossible to consider if it weren't for the restoration of the defence budget undertaken by the previous government.
Okay.
Can Secretary or Minister, did Sir Angus and Professor Smith prepare a version of the DSR or approve a version of the DSR for eventual public release?
The DSR that I received yesterday is a classified document.
So they have provided only one version of the DSR, the classified version. What will be publicly released?
Well, I refer to my earlier answer.
What commitments is the government willing to give about public release, transparency around the findings of the DSR?
Our commitment is to make the best decisions possible and to explain those decisions to the Australian people and to seek, importantly, not just to announce but deliver. But you asked me earlier, and I said that the government will consider the DSR and we will consider all aspects of it. Obviously, capability being the central issue, but we will also consider how decisions associated with the DSR are explain to the Australian people.
Is the government willing to give any commitment around the release of the findings of Sir Angus and Professor Smith, not just the government's response to those findings?
Right, that's part of the consideration that I've referred to.
So you're not willing to give any commitment
No.
at this stage
I'm not
about...
willing to say yes or no. I'm saying it's a classified document. We'll consider it.
Senator Wong, I understand it's a classified document and it will clearly be in the government's hands to determine how and what elements of that classified document are released, if any.
Yep.
Now, I'm seeking to get some understanding or assurance from the government that we won't just find out the government's response to it, but that there will be some transparency in what those findings were. Very important piece of work for the nation, an important piece of work for the government, and therefore important that there is some transparency about the findings of Sir Angus and Professor Smith.
I'm sure that the Defence Minister and Cabinet more broadly will consider that aspect of. We'll ensure that that is as part of their consideration.
Mr Moriarty, has the department been asked to begin work on preparing a version of the DSR for public
Since
release?
5 o'clock last night.
Senator, we will provide advice to government on the contents of the report and how we might propose to implement its consideration of that. We will provide, should the government require it, a version of the report that can be made public. I'm sure that the government may wish to further involve the co-leads in that work. That's a matter for government.
Will the government provide a comprehensive response to the DSR?
Senator Birmingham, the department will provide comprehensive analysis of the independent leads report, and then we will support the government in its consideration of the DSR report.
Can Australians expect at some point the government to provide in a comprehensive way its response to the Defence Strategic Review, or will it simply result in a series of announcements by government?
Well, I don't think it's binary. You're positing, I think in your head, an annotated DSR that says every government response or just announcements. I think the government will consider the DSR and it will provide, it will consider what decisions need to be made as a consequence of that, and the government's response, which would include consideration of the issues you raise.
What commitment is the government making around the timeline of its response to the DSR?
Senator, the Deputy Prime Minister has said previously that he hoped that the government would be able to say something about the DSR and taking it forward by the budget.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Now, before I hand over to still John, Senator Lambie just had one follow-up question.
Secretary, I won't take long. I'm wondering if the members of FADIT would have an opportunity to do what we've done in the past and go into the secret room if they want to review that document. That's worked very well in the past, doesn't matter what sort of document it was, that we could review that document and then come back later in that secret room again and have any questions. I would think that would eliminate any doubt in here. I was wondering if we would be able to have that opportunity in the future.
So that's a question about will the government allow this committee to look at the classified document?
Yeah. I'll just leave that with you.
Yeah, I think, I'll take that on notice. We received it yesterday, I've no doubt.
Not tomorrow.
At the appropriate time, there'll be, briefings of the opposition, the committee, in relation to the government's response.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Steele-John.
Sorry, I understand
No, don't
there
do
was a unclassified question about Senator Birmingham's having to leave. That's fine. It's just I understand the Deputy Prime Minister indicated yesterday. The government will take some weeks to consider the review before we announce an classified version of it along with our response to it. So he did say that yesterday.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to an answer that you provided from a question on notice in November, you provided me with a list of United States former Navy officials currently providing advice to the department. In relation to that response, I wondered if you could clarify the role of US Admiral John Richardson, as referred to in the Quan from that previous estimate session.
Sure.
Good morning, Senator. Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead. I'm the Chief of the Nuclear Power Submarine Task Force. Admiral John Richardson has been providing specific advice to the task force on matters such as stewardship, i.e. how to safely and securely manage nuclear technology, training of naval personnel for the nuclear program. He's been providing us advice on specific governance arrangements on how we would set ourselves up, what type of structures that we would develop, interfaces into the US and UK systems, training programs that we could work with the Royal Australian Navy, the US Navy and the Royal Navy, amongst other things.
Okay. Beyond that advice, the provision of advice role, does the Admiral or former Admiral have any other roles with the department?
Not that I'm aware of. If you're talking about the Department of Defence, not that I'm aware of. Not in a formal contractual sense. He's obviously established many strong relationships with Navy people in Australia, and they would make contact, I assume, but not in a formal sense.
Okay,
I'm not aware of any other contractual arrangements, Senator.
Okay, could you take that on notice and just provide us
Certainly,
a clear answer? Thank you. When was the Admiral hired by the Department of Defence to take on this advice role?
Q3 last year, Senator, but I can get the exact dates for you.
Okay, yes, that would be good if you could take that on notice. Or provide them by the end of the session, actually. If you could, that would be really good. Prior to being employed by Australia, what was the Admiral's role in the United States?
He was retired from his work in the US Navy, and I understand he was serving a number of board positions with some US companies.
Right, do you know which US companies he was serving on the board of?
We did have a list of that. We sought legal advice on Admiral Richardson. We got him to fill in probity forms and non-disclosure agreements as well, and we've been very careful to make sure that his advice is very specific to the questions that remain within the guidelines.
Can you provide us with the list of boards that Admiral Richardson was on prior to his commencement with the department?
We'll seek to do that, Senator.
Thank you. It's my understanding that the Admiral was Chief of Naval Operations in the United States from 2015 until 2019. That would be the highest ranking position in the US Navy. Can you confirm this?
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you. Prior to this, he was the Director of Naval Propulsion. He oversaw, basically, everything nuclear related within the US Navy. Can you confirm that was his role?
That is correct, Senator.
Thank you. Was the Admiral paid through a consulting firm as part of his employment with the department?
He was paid via a company which he had set up himself.
Which company was that?
I'd have to get back to you on that, Senator.
Okay. So he's currently still an employee of the Department of Defence, is that right?
We have him on a contract for a not to exceed amount and a number of days per year.
We have
Right.
not employed him in 2023, this calendar year. He's not been on service.
Okay. So is it a part-time, full-time?
No, part-time, very much part-time. When we have specific tasks or questions which we need to, complex problems which come our way, that we
Right.
don't have the subject matter expertise for, we reach in for his assistance.
So it's how many, is it like a number of days he's contracted for?
Correct. I think it's for not to exceed maybe 100 days over a 2 to 3 year period, but I could get those details for you.
So not to exceed 100 days over a 2-year period?
It's akin to that, but I can get you the details.
Okay. Now, in terms of your answers that you provided on notice in relation to Rear Admiral Thomas Eccles, Vice Admiral William Hilderies and Admiral Kirkland Donald, the combined total of that, the payments made to those 3 individuals was some $5.3 million. Can you confirm that was the answer that you gave to us?
Morning, Senator. Tony Dalton. I'm the Deputy Secretary, Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment. The response that we gave you in that question on notice is the maximum amount that they could be paid if they worked all of the days that they were allowed to work under their contract.
Yep.
So their individual payments will be a total less than that sum.
Right. How much have they been paid to this point?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
All right. Well, in that context, then, I'm very keen to know how much Admiral Richardson has been paid by the department to this point.
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. What is the value of his contract? That 100 days over 2 years.
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
And what's the duration of the contract that Mr. Richardson, former Admiral Richardson, is under?
I believe it's approximately 2 to 3 years, but I'll take that on notice.
2 to 3 years. Okay. And given that it is a structure of to exceed no more than a certain period of time over a certain number of days, how much, if you break it down, how much are we paying these individuals kind of per hour for their advice?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
If you could provide us with a breakdown of how many of the 3 admirals you've provided us information on so far, so Kirkland Donald, Rear Admiral Thomas and Vice Admiral Hilderies, if you can provide us along with how many days they've worked to earn the pay they have been given, that would be good. And the same for Admiral Richardson, please. Now, how many, I'd also like, in addition to that, if you could provide us with how many hours per average on week. Over the course of a week, they've been consulted since taking the contract. So I want to know, since they took the contract, on average per week, how much have they, what's been the rate of consultation?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. That'll do on those. I just wanted one last question in relation to announcements that have been made in relation to the presence of B-52s in Australia. I'm seeking on behalf of the community to get a firm commitment from the government that the B-52s cycling through Australia will be solely conventionally capable, not nuclear capable.
Senator, if I could,
Can
of course,
I
we
come off you? Can I have a...
there's increased rotations of US assets which have been, agreed by the government and, discussed at AUKMIN last year in Washington, include a range of different aircraft types, other assets. Will be increasing the rotations of those forces through the through Australia in years to come, and working closely with our partners. I think it's very
So just conscious of time, Mr Moriarty,
Yeah.
I'll ask you again.
Last question, please, Senator
Is your
Steele-John.
government able to provide us and the community more broadly with a clear answer? Will the B-52s be conventionally capable, or will they be nuclear capable?
Senator Steele-John, I wonder if you could allow me to just come back after the break, because I want to give a careful answer on that, and an answer that gives you as much, what's the word, assurance as possible.
Well, I would, if you can't say clearly one way or another, I'll take it as nuclear
that is
capable.
so. Really,
Because I'm well
I'm trying
aware
to
of
be
the context of
courteous.
this
Steele-John.
Please, I know you want your
Very
social
easy to
media
say
grab.
They are not nuclear capable.
These are the US capability.
Yeah, which we're
So
allowing
we're
to
just-
be
Senator
present on
Steele-John,
our
please
Please
soil.
don't
let the
interrupt me when
Minister
I'm trying to be helpful.
finish
I
answering
know
your
you want
question.
a social media
I
grab, but
want a
I'm
clear
actually...
answer.
Order.
And
Whether a
I'm-
nuclear capable
Wow.
bomber
Order. Senator
will be
Steele-John.
present on our soil. That's the answer that I
Senator
want
Steele-John,
from this government.
please.
And the
just allow-
community want it too.
Are you finished?
Thank you. Minister, please continue.
I'd like to provide, notwithstanding that outburst, I'd like to provide the Senator with an answer. Obviously, this is, we're talking about rotational forces under an agreement with another government. So I would like to provide an answer after I've had an opportunity to consult. So I'm simply asking for that.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll have to move the call around. Now, I have some questions with respect to the security cameras. I think given a bit of media attention we've had of late. And I think those that were manufactured by, excuse my pronunciation, but Hikvision and Dahua, I think it is, on the Defence estates. When did Defence first become aware of security concerns relating to these security cameras?
Thank you, Chair. Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security of the State. Chair, back in 2018, we were made aware of some issues around the cameras and equipment you referred to, and some advice was issued across government on proceeding with caution and considering use of those cameras and equipment.
So what was that date?
2018.
Okay. So it is right that Defence responded to questions from the ABC back in then?
That's correct,
Yeah,
yes.
all right. What advice were these concerns based on?
Senator, as we understand at the time, there was advice provided through the intelligence community around devices with certain capabilities from manufactured in certain companies that in use across government we should. We would have to go back to the specific 2018 advice, but we should proceed with caution.
Was that advice also based on the fact that the US had banned these cameras on their government sites as well?
I would need to check whether ban is the correct term. Certainly the way we proceeded in 2018 was undertaking security and cyber risk assessments.
Or did Defence seek to determine how many of these systems were installed at Defence sites?
Yeah,
back
we
then?
did. So we issued advice across Defence to review our systems and where those systems may have been found, to assess them and where a security risk or potential risk might exist to consider removing them.
So how many systems were identified?
Look, back in 2018, we removed a number of systems. I don't have a precise number for you. You may be aware that the Deputy Prime Minister has directed that Defence undertake a physical audit of the estate to ensure they have now all been removed. But in 2018, we commenced the process of removing systems.
Okay. Look, I don't know if you can take this on notice, but I'd like to know how many systems were identified, if possible.
Yep.
How many cameras were in each of those systems? And across how many defence sites were those systems and cameras located?
Senator, I think a way I propose we do that for you, and I can answer now rather than taking on notice, is not the work in 2018, because that is 5 years ago and subject to the passage of time and difficult COVID years. What I'm happy to share now is that following some updating advice and guidance in the United States and the United Kingdom and media reporting on that late last year, we undertook a refresh of our review of the estate through November and December, and we identified 41 systems on 17 sites. About half of those had been decommissioned in the work that we commenced in 2018, so they were no longer operational or plugged in. And we've been working through December and January to make sure that we have decommissioned and removed those remaining systems.
Okay, so are you still able to take on notice those specific questions I had?
Certainly.
All right. Because I guess the other line of question I had too was whether you're able to advise which defence sites these cameras were installed at the time.
Senator, as a general principle, when we talk about the security of sites, I'm reluctant to speak to specific arrangements. We have a detailed knowledge of where they were, but I would just want to work with my security experts before we release publicly detail of those sites.
Okay, but these cameras have now been removed, haven't they?
They have been, yes.
All right. I mean, I understand that the DPM, I think through media reports, said there probably shouldn't be any issues revealing where they were because they're no longer, I think, a security threat given that they've been removed. So if you're able to take on notice and come back, I'd appreciate that. So back then, was it the case then that the minister under the former government was Minister Dutton that had oversight of
in 2018?
the issue then? Was it, or which minister was it?
I show myself as a hopeless public servant in that I couldn't...
It's all right, there were so many that it's hard to remember which one it was.
I guess I'm becoming aware of these
laughed at
concerns though. Did Defence provide any advice to whoever the minister was back then?
Senator, we would need to go and check. I remember the issue actively. I remember the work underway. I remember the responses to media at the time. And as we've had another look at the estate, I am aware that a significant body of work was undertaken.
And passed on to the minister or his office?
Not necessarily. Let us check that for you.
Okay. If you check it, I don't know if you're able to do that today, but...
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Secretary. I'd also like to know if the Minister or his office at the time directed you to take on any action to address these issues as well too. I take a nod in as a yes.
We'll see what we can find.
Thank you,
for
Secretary. On the 22nd of September of 2021, the Signals Directorate published a critical vulnerability exploit advisory that, and I quote, "A critical vulnerability exists in Hikvision products, including IP cameras, which could allow a cyber actor to take full control of the device," end of quote. Were you aware of this critical vulnerability exploit and the advisory notice that was issued by ACSC?
Senator, as I mentioned when we were speaking earlier, I was not in a role with security responsibilities in 2021. But we can certainly, we receive all of ACSC's reports, so I feel confident we were aware of it.
So you better just follow that up for me, please.
I think some context is probably quite useful too. Part of the work that we've been undertaking, and certainly undertook in 2018, as I referred to, was undertaking security and cyber risk assessments of equipment. And equipment can be quite difficult too. While this is a very broad suite of material from a manufacturer that is ubiquitous around the world. What is important to stress to the committee in the installation of closed circuit TV systems in defence is that what we would call air gap them, in that they're not internet connected and they're not connected to the defence IT networks. So when we look at the security risks around them, when we did this work in 2018 and as we've looked at the systems, the few systems remaining, and I would stress that about half of the 41 or so, about 20, in an estate that has 30,000 built structures is, I think, a very low number. Whatever security vulnerabilities might apply to certain equipment, it's hard to draw a bow that in air-gapped, non-internet connected, non-system connected systems we were necessarily experiencing a risk.
All right, well, if you can come back to me, as the Secretary agreed to, about the number back in 2018, that would be great in terms of the number of cameras. I'm also interested to note that at the time of September 2021, how many cameras were also installed at the defence sites?
Would you like us to separate that between cameras versus cameras with the particular security flaw that ACSC might have referred to?
Yes, please. And I don't know, back in September 2021, did you receive any direction from the then Minister to remove these cameras?
As I said, I wasn't in the role, so we will check.
Secretary, you able to
Yeah,
assist?
we'll
All
check.
right. All right, thank you very much. Being 11 o'clock...
Sorry, Chair, can I just ask a follow-up question? on
Sure,
that-
I'll just
that
go to
particular
Minister Wong
topic?
first,
Sure,
if that's
yes.
okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to indicate as a matter of courtesy, I've been called to a meeting. I've asked Senator McAllister to represent after the break for a short period, and I'll return as soon as possible.
That's a shame. Thank you, Minister. Sorry, Senator Van?
Chandler, I think.
Sorry.
Did you want to withdraw that comment, Senator Van? Please.
What comment? I was just
If you could
speaking about
assist the
something
Chair,
on my
please
phone.
withdraw.
I was just speaking about something on my phone.
If you could please withdraw that comment,
If
that
you
would
would
assist.
like me to withdraw what I said to my phone, certainly.
Thank you. Senator Chandler, you have the call, and then we'll break.
Very quickly, sorry, just on the topic of the cameras. So the Department of Defence started reviewing the use of those cameras in November, December last year. That was your evidence previously. And what triggered that review? It was the information from the United States.
Yes, there was meeting reporting on information from the United States and the United Kingdom.
Yep.
And we took a question on notice from the last hearing of this committee.
Yes, and so there wasn't sort of whole of government advice around the use of these cameras that triggered your review. You did so proactively?
Correct.
Okay. I was just asking a few other departments earlier in the week how they'd sort of initiated the process, and I was interested to know whether or not, I mean, when something like this happens, would it be ordinary for Defence to say to other agencies that might have these cameras in place, you should be considering their use as well?
Senator, in the framework of security policy in the Commonwealth, the Attorney General's Department is the lead on security policy, and technical advice comes from elements of the intelligence community. So as the Chair said, the ACSC, ASD and ASIO would be the key places that we would get technical security threat and risk advice.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. On that note, we'll break and we'll come back here at 11:20 a.m. Thank you. Good morning again, everyone. We'll commence after that break. And welcome also to Senator McAllister, representing the Minister. I'll hand over the call now to Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question on a follow-up from cameras. Could you please confirm whether or not they were purchased initially from Australian suppliers?
Okay. I'm sure we'll have to take that on notice, but I will get that answer. And if we can get it today, Senator, I'll seek to do that.
Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Lambie. Senator Van, you have the call.
Thank you kindly, Chair. And forgive the voice, I'm just recovering from COVID, but I promise you I'm negative. No, all good. Tests
someone
prove
lose
that
their breath just in the audience, but he's fine. He's fine.
I am fine. Secretary or CDF, can you tell me where, in your view, does the DSR sit in the pantheon of defence strategic documents? Is it the same as a strategic update or a white paper, or do they sit equally?
Senator, if I could, I mean, the Prime Minister has described the DSR as, an incredibly significant document. Deputy Prime Minister Miles has said it's the most consequential analysis, I think, since the DIB review and that very important white paper that was commissioned by then Defence Minister Beazley. But so it is a very consequential piece of work, and I think appropriate given the circumstances that we find ourselves in. And I think the Prime Minister, when he announced the review last year with Deputy Prime Minister Miles, said that our circumstances are changing quite significantly, and it's time for a fundamental look at the entire force structure and the force posture of the ADF. And I'm very confident that the DSR leads have tackled that work with due regard to.
I'm sure they've attacked it with gusto as well, but it was a roughly 6-month piece of work versus the 2020 DSU, which was about a 12-month, and Defence White Papers, which tend to go at least 2 years.
Yeah.
So waiting would be roughly, you wouldn't put them in the same weighting, would you?
Well, Senator, of course, a white paper also does a fundamental recut of the investment program going out a decade. I think the terms of reference for the DSR suggest to me that what they were after was more, fundamental strategic judgments about force structure, rather than that with a white paper, that very detailed analysis of hundreds of programs over years. So,
can you then tell me how you divided it, or that piece of work was divided by the leads? What's strategic and then what's tactical?
No, I think that's really a question for the leads in terms of the methodology that they've taken. The department has provided every support to the leads, and every request for information has been met. But it's an independent review, and they have approached it through their own strategic lens, given the depth of experience and the very significant experience that they bring to this task. Following on, and that leads me to a point that I almost forgot, but Senator Birmingham was asking about what the public get to see, etc. Given that this is one of the few and limited forms of oversight, parliamentary oversight of defence, will the Defence Subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade be given an unclassified briefing on the review? Senator, I think as Senator Wong said, there will be some unclassified material made available. I think Senator Wong also said that she would take on notice how the government might consider providing more confidential briefings to the opposition and particular members of Parliament. I wouldn't want to suggest how the government might take those things forward. That will be a matter for government. May I ask if you would agree with me that, given certainly the significance this government is putting towards this piece of work, that it deserves parliamentary oversight? I think the Prime Minister's described it as a very important piece of work. I think and Minister Miles has also talked about the importance of engaging with the Australian public when the decisions that are being made by government in this area are of such consequence, and when the sums of money involved, it's very important to provide assurance to the Australian taxpayer that the government is focused on the most effective defence of Australia that it can get. But you would agree that we don't currently have a body within Parliament that's capable of doing that? Well, I think that's a matter for government, but of course Senator, the government does provide briefings at various levels of classification to Parliament in different circumstances, and I know, sometimes that involves committees, sometimes it involves briefing, relevant shadows from the opposition, other times other key stakeholders, but it's really a matter for government to decide that.
But you'll acknowledge that that is one way that Parliament is often, the use of classified or unclassified briefings is one way the government hides some of what it does in this space, particularly. Especially if you, I'll just finish my question if I may, Minister, especially if you compare it to what happens in PJCs.
Minister?
Chair, the standing orders do allow, of course, Senator Van to ask the Secretary to describe the policies of the government or explain the policies of the government. I think we are straying into asking the Secretary for matters of opinion at this point.
Yeah, and I do draw attention to my opening statement at the commencement that officers cannot be asked for matters of opinions, but if you want to rephrase that question, Senator Van.
No, it's okay. I'll move on. Thank you. I will put some others on notice. Mr. Secretary, can you, this was called a Defence Strategic Review. Can you describe what was strategic about it and left in it, and what were the things that were left out of it?
Senator, if I've referred previously today to the terms of reference, which are public.
Yes, and I've read them.
And I think that those very clearly tackle what I would regard as very fundamental strategic judgments about Australia, its place in the world, how defence can best contribute to national security, and then issues about the best force structure, disposition, and readiness of the ADF. I think there's always a quibble about what's a strategic, what's an operational, what's a tactical issue. I think the terms of reference are very clearly focused at the strategic.
I did refresh myself on them this morning, and I think they're pretty loose, which, given my history with Royal Commissions, I've seen before. But let's look at what was included in the DSR and then what was specifically not included. At last estimates, questions to you and Senator Wong around Land 400 Phase 3 Bravo. You said that was now completely out, which we had to get to estimates to get that announced. Yet, in the meantime, there's been since those estimates and now, there's been a slew of announcements which seemingly would remove these projects from being strategic and therefore under review. And I can just list them. $2.8 billion, and I might have these numbers wrong, for Blackwater helicopters, $1 billion for HIMARS, $1 billion for sea mines, nearly $300 million upgrading the Growlers, $100 million on F-35 depot maintenance, $1.96 billion on comms upgrades, CEA radars, $2.7 billion, and I don't have the number for the Kearnsburg NASAMS. Now, a lot of those things, I think you would agree, would have to be described as strategic decisions. Would you not?
Well, they're capability announcements made by the government at a time that the government felt was appropriate.
So there was this defence review which loosely included some strategic things to be reviewed and other things which were, maybe just on the government shopping list and could just push out regardless of the findings of the review. It seems to me that there was, and Minister, you might want to take this on, there was an opinion within government that we don't need to follow the review to come up with all the answers. We know a lot of the answers and we'll just announce them as and when we need to, rather than waiting for the review and putting out a formal response. Is that a fair summation of what's happened?
I think you'll be unsurprised to find, Senator Van, that I do not think that that is a fair summation of what has happened.
So then you've got over $10 billion worth of spending announced, not under the review, not covered by the review, removed from the review. It seems like we will pick the time and place when we tell our story, the DSR be damned. Yet important projects like Land 400 and others, Land 129, have sort of been hidden away, doing great damage to the SME ecosystem that supports them, that have been hidden by this DSR, and still are being hidden. And the industry has absolutely no visibility on when they can go forward with investment decisions.
Senator, there are a great many of assumptions embedded in that statement that you just presented.
I'm keen to hear you clarify them.
There is a question in the proposition you've just put forward. I think that I could ask Mr Moriarty to talk through some of the specific acquisition programs that you're referring to, but I think the broader point is this, that of course there were a number of significant and systemic issues that needed urgent attention. The government was not going to, the government needed to deal with those. That shouldn't prevent us from seeking strategic advice, and that was the purpose of the strategic review.
But it seems like the government chose what was tactical and what was strategic, because I would argue, according to Mr Murray's answer earlier, that NASAM's long strike is definitely a strategic capability, yet that's been already announced. I would also argue that IFVs, as part of our combined arms fighting capability, is strategic, yet that's been left, until to wither on the vine until perhaps sometime in the future when the government might make an announcement.
Senator Van, if I could add that I am aware that all of the significant capability decisions that have been announced by government during the time of the review have been made, visible to the DSR leads, so that they had visibility on the government's announcements.
But no go decision on whether they are announced or not.
I don't.
It wasn't under their authority to say, yes, that's okay to announce. It doesn't affect our our strategic review or not.
I'm suggesting that they, had an opportunity, I think, to express a view, but of course it remains the government's decision when and how it makes capability announcements.
But it seems to me in the general public that these decisions seem quite arbitrary. If you're doing a strategic review, you do a strategic review and you look at all your strategic capability under that. You don't just go, oh, well, that can go off, that can go off. I think there's been a breakdown in responsibility and credibility in the review, because these things have just been thrown out of the cot willy-nilly when everything else has been locked up by this DSR. It doesn't seem strategic to me at all about how this government has gone about this review and the announcements that it's made while the review is going on. It's nonsensical.
Just for clarity, Senator Van, what's the question you're putting to the Secretary or the Minister?
I believe I put it, and I'll cede the call. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Do you have any further questions, Senator Van?
Nope, I see.
Okay. I'll hand over the call to Senator Lambie, who's been waiting very patiently this morning.
That's okay. Thank you so much, Chair. I want to speak about submarines. Obviously, I'm good to go. Are you waiting for people to come up the front, Mr Moriarty? Sorry,
No,
I'll just...
we'll just get the right people for you,
Thank
Senator.
you.
Far away, Senator Lambie.
Let's go. Thank you, Chair. Everyone keeps talking about the shortened warning times. In the 2020 Defence Strategic Update, Defence said, and I quote, "Reduced warning times mean defence plans can no longer assume Australia will have time to gradually adjust military capability and preparedness in response to emerging challenges." In the opening statement this morning, Secretary, you reinforced that. So what is the strategic situation? What is the warming time? So what is the strategic situation? What is the warning time? So what's your expectations of...
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
So, Senator, the government has, through its statement, said that we're in a complex strategic environment. Strategic competition in the Indo-Pacific is increasing. We're in a contested region where military modernisation is occurring from a number of countries, but in particular, the PLA has embarked on a very substantial expansion and military modernisation program, which again has not been as transparent as we might hope. A number of countries are feeling coercion. Tensions have increased in the South China Sea and in relation to the Taiwan Strait, but also North Korea continues a very destabilising missile testing regime, which challenges and I think threatens a number of countries in the region, and in particular our partner Japan feels very anxious about North Korea's program, so that the circumstances are quite, I think, stark. The government is committed to doing what it can to stabilise the region and to grow the capabilities of the ADF to make an effective contribution to that, working with allies and partners, but also to be able to develop capabilities to independently defend Australia should the circumstances require. The government has said that it accepts that we can no longer accept the fundamental underpinning assumption of Australian defence planning for many decades that we would have at least a decade or 10 years warning time for any significant conflict that might involve Australia. The government has said that no longer is a satisfactory or an appropriate basis for defence planning. So we are assuming that significant conflict might break out in the Indo-Pacific with less warning time than that.
What does that look like then? Is that so? You've planned for that in the new white paper, have you?
Well,
so your strategics.
There's not
We gathered you were going to say 10 years. We don't believe it will be 10 years, and we're wondering how you're going to fill that gap, pretty much. So I guess that comes down to the white paper. Okay. Well,
so the government's strategic review, they've made very clear that that will not be a white paper. But I can say that the contingencies that the CDF and the ADF are involved in look at a range of contingencies, including very short-term contingencies and then those that might develop over time. So the ADF and the strategic planners look at that range of challenges, from challenges that might come with very short notice to the larger, more consequential potential contingencies, which we would hope to get more warning time.
Are you sharing those contingency, what they look like? Do you intend to share that out with the public? Like, what is that?
I think, Senator, no, the contingency plans that the ADF prepare are highly classified contingency plans, but our ministers do articulate the challenges that we face in the region. And I think Mr Miles and the Prime Minister have talked about a number of those. They've talked about the heightened tensions in the region. They've talked about, North Korea's illegal weapons of mass destruction program. We've talked about the circumstances that we find in the South China Sea.
Yeah,
and
well,
the
I'm very
Taiwan
aware,
Strait.
yeah. We're
So
all-
I don't think
Okay.
the government's going to tip
Okay.
out detailed contingency plans, but I think the government has been very transparent about...
Does the government have does Defence have contingency plans ready to go? We all know what the areas of concern are. Does it, Defence? It does. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll move on to the next question. A year after Defence released the Defence strategic update, you announced a new submarine capability that would arrive around 2040. First of all, can you explain that? You say we have shortened warning times, and yet you are making announcements about submarines arriving well beyond those 10 years. How does that work? I just want some confidence here.
Yeah. Senator, I'll let the Chief of Navy and other experts, but we have a very potent submarine capability right now. We are not talking about we've got nothing until the 2040s. I mean, I look at what our current submarine fleet does. It's very impressive work. We have a very significant current deterrent capability through the Collins class fleet. But
Senator, good morning. Constable Mark Hammond, Chief of Navy, and a career submariner, among other things. The Collins class submarine is a potent capability. It is our intent to sustain it at that level, at the readiness levels that we've been demonstrating and achieving for the last few years. It is crewed by extremely professional, highly trained Australian men and women, and we operate in concert with our partners throughout the region to ensure that we maintain the highest levels of readiness. We're also fortunate to benefit from the Joint Australia-US Submarine Combat System and Weapons Program, which means that we have the most advanced capabilities to ensure the lethality of that submarine program. We're also working very closely with Vice Admiral Mead's team on the optimal pathway, supporting his work to ensure that there is no submarine capability gap. So I think from that context, as the current custodian of this role, I am confident in the submarine capability of today and the pathway going forward.
Thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the first future submarine policy got announced in 2009, is that correct, through the Defence White Paper? Okay, let's just run with that because that's correct.
That's not for the program of record.
Okay, I do. In 2009, the planned construction date for the first submarine was 2016. So in 2009, what was the planned in-service date for the first future submarine? Can you remember?
We'll take those.
Okay, it was
specifics.
2025. That 2025 date was planned to allow us to have new submarines as the first Collins. We already knew the first Collins class submarine was to be taken out of service. Is that correct?
G'day, Senator. Tony Dalton, I'm the Deputy Secretary, Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment. So at that time, the planned withdrawal date for the first Collins class submarine that would reach it, which is HMAS Farnham, was the middle of 2026.
Okay. So, do we have an in-service date for the future AUKUS submarine?
Good morning, Senator. Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead. I'm the Chief of the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force. The Deputy Prime Minister and the government has directed that I deliver a safe, secure and as quickly as possible nuclear-powered submarine capability. Deputy Prime Minister has also made it clear that there'll be no capability gap in that. We have provided advice and options to government on that, working with our AUKUS US-UK partners over the past 18 months.
Okay. Okay. So it's been 14 years since the Future Submarine program was announced. We don't even know when we're going to get a new submarine, that other than sometime after 2030, 2040, whatever it is. So I put it to you that the Future Submarine project could only be used as a perfect example of a failure of defence. Would you agree? Someone needs to take responsibility. We're now sitting here 2009, we're nearly 15 years later, and we're still talking submarines.
Well, Senator Lambie, perhaps because it puts, I think, was Admiral Mead and others in a difficult position, but I have been on that side of the table for many years asking the same questions, and I think this has been a sorry tale in terms of actual capability in the water. And in fact, as you would know, the previous government had initially the plan for the Japanese submarines, then they said they'd be built in Australia, then they had the French submarines, which were cancelled, and we have AUKUS. We are where we are, and the government is very focused on ensuring we have the capability the nation needs, particularly in relation to this particular capability. The Deputy Prime Minister has made a lot of public comment about that. The optimal pathway, which was referred to earlier, is something that we are working on with our AUKUS partners, and obviously we've had AUKMIN and AUSMIN in quick succession over the last couple of months, and you would anticipate that was obviously a very substantive component of the discussions. But your criticisms, I think, are the same, similar to the ones I made, I think, probably sitting in the chair just in front. We've been, and I can say as a South Australian, we've heard a lot talked about this over many years.
Yeah. My point is, between two lots of government up here, both Liberal and Labor and Defence, we've now wasted more than $4 billion and do not have one result on the table. It has been a failure. And until we admit we're failing in places, we're not going to get things right. So I think we need to, and the taxpayer needs to know that. It has been atrocious. We have not dealt with this very well. Quite frankly, I'm not feeling comfortable about the future. I'll move on with the next question.
Yeah, sorry, so I don't mean to interfere with your line of questioning, just a few more minutes.
Thank you, Chair. How much are we budgeting to keep the Collins-class submarines going beyond their planned withdrawal dated, starting in 2025, until the new submarines arrive? So what is the life of type of expansion?
Senator, so we currently spend in the order of about $700 million a year sustaining the 6 Collins-class submarines. We are progressing to government a project to extend the life of all 6 submarines by a further 10-year operational cycle. That project is between first and second pass. We have money to do the studies and order long lead items for the first submarine, and we will go back to government for second pass approval for that project in due course. The public price band for the life of type extension project is between $4.3 and $6.4 billion.
I just have one more question following that. Sorry, I'll just quickly finish off here. So in that as well, how much time's out of water? How many are going to be running around at once that are available at once? Because no doubt if you're going to do all these repairs and that, we all know what that takes. What does that look like? We're going to have 3 out at once. How are you going to run all this? Has this been figured out yet?
Yes, Senator. We have quite a robust usage and upkeep cycle for the Collins-class submarine. It's based on the 6 submarines. Out of those 6 submarines, 2 are always in deep maintenance. So one is going through what's called a full cycle docking at Osborne in South Australia. That's a 2-year docking. And one submarine is always going through either a 1-year docking, a mid-cycle docking, in Western Australia, or a 6-month docking called an intermediate docking in Western Australia. So there's always 2 out of the water. The majority of the life of type extension work will be inserted into the submarines as they go through the full cycle docking in Osborne. And we're planning that work will, in conjunction with the normal sustainment activity and some of the capability upgrades that we insert in the submarine, will remain inside the 2-year window for full cycle dockings.
Oh, okay. So ASPI was right in saying that the future submarine one of them will cost over $170 billion over the life of a submarine to maintain all that, to keep them in the water. The Collins class is $170 billion a piece. Or is that all 6?
That's all 6.
Okay.
So there will always be a baseline sustainment cost for submarines, whether it's the Collins class
understand
submarine
that.
or the future submarines.
Yeah, that's okay. I understand that. I also understand the longer we keep them, the more they cost if we're not replacing them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Senator Lambie. I'll hand over the call to Senator White and then to Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you very much. I'd like to talk about Middle Arm development. Thanks very much. I'd like to follow up on some questions on notice that I asked of you in respect of the Middle Arm development in the Northern Territory. It's portfolio Quan 100 for your reference. Just prior to the election, the then Minister and now Opposition Leader, Mr Dutton, said at a press conference on the 31st of March 2022, I quote, "There's a massive commitment from the government into the Northern Territory." There's a massive commitment from the government into the Northern Territory, and that does look at port development and ways in which we might be able to look at support through contracts in defence, for example, the underpinning of a business model. Can you confirm for me your answer to the Quan 100 as to whether Defence had any plans to build port infrastructure at Middle Arm at the time Mr Dutton made those comments?
Thank you, Senator Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. I think to the specifics of your question in a moment, I'll throw to Mr Fankhauser just to be clear on the Quan, which I don't have in front of me, or the timing. What I would say now is that the Middle Arm, and I believe I said in this committee answering questions from the Foreign Minister, that the Middle Arm proposal is a proposal the government is investing in. There has been a commitment in the most recent budget to that work with the Northern Territory Government, and that the Department of Defence's main focus has always remained HMAS Coonawarra, but we've been working with the Department of Infrastructure as they have developed plans with the Northern Territory Government about how we satisfy future needs, of all parts of government that operate out of the Northern Territory Government.
Sure, but I'm asking about a point in time in March.
Yeah, sorry.
31st of March 2022. So I'm not asking about what the current position is. I'm asking what happened back in March 2022.
Yes.
What was the position?
So I've got the Quan in front of me now, thank you, Senator White. And as we answered in that Quan, no, Defence did not have plans and does not have plans to build port infrastructure at Middle Arm.
Thanks, thank you. So Mr Dutton's comments weren't made on the basis of any advice or proposals put to the government by Defence?
Look, as I just said, and as I've said in this committee before, in Defence's infrastructure investment planning in Darwin, our focus remains on HMAS Coonawarra and substantial developments going there. But we work very collaboratively with the Northern Territory Government and the Commonwealth Department of Infrastructure, where other developments are being undertaken that we support and work together on potential future use. So, as an example, for Middle Arm and for a Northern Territory Government project, in a shiplift facility, while that's not our project and it's not designed or funded by us, we'll work with them to ensure that they would be facilities we could use.
Yeah, sure, but sorry, I understand all that. I got the picture. Pardon? Sorry? So I understand that. I understand the current thing, but you understand I'm asking at a moment in time, right? So I've been quite specific about the moment in time. So that is the 31st of March 2022, right? So there was no advice or proposals put to the government by Defence on the 31st of March 2022 in relation to Middle Arm, was there?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you. The investment in question was $1.5 billion in the former government's pre-election budget to new, and inverted commas, to new port infrastructure is the description. Just to confirm, this wasn't part of the defence budget, was it?
No, Senator.
Thank you. No funding was provisioned by you by the former government to support these comments, was it?
Not from the defence budget, Senator.
No. Were you surprised to hear Mr Dutton's comments at the time? They must have come out a bit out of the blue for you, surely.
Senator, no, as I said, we had been working with the Department of Infrastructure as they developed that proposal. So we were engaged with the Department of Infrastructure. We were doing a range, and the Northern Territory Government, and we were doing a range of work with them as we looked at Defence's future use and needs in the Northern Territory, so that as those proposals came forward, they were coordinated across government, and we'd been involved with them in some of the initial thinking about the design and scope.
But you hadn't expected that announcement on the 31st of March 2022, had you?
Well, Senator, as you know, it's entirely for ministers' prerogatives about what they announce and when, but we didn't have pre-knowledge of that announcement. I think, as Ms Perkins said, she was aware of work other departments and the Northern Territory Government were doing, but as we said, that it wasn't a matter on which Defence was making plans to invest.
Yeah, but there was no money allocated. There was no actual proposal. There was a thing maybe happening, but that's a bit unusual, isn't it?
Senator, I would contextualise that in the period of that budget where there was money allocated through a new policy proposal by the previous government, and then a reaffirmation or funding for the Middle Arm development by the current government in the October budget through the Department of Infrastructure, not through the Department of Defence.
So you don't characterise. So there wasn't really, if I get back to my original question, there wasn't any factual basis though, was there? Because you had nothing other than possibly that might happen, but there was nothing that you had done, no preparation work, no budget allowance for it at all. It just got announced out of the blue, didn't it?
Senator, I think it would be beneficial if we took on notice the work we had been doing with the Department of Infrastructure and the Northern Territory Government on developing options for government. We had been working over a number of years on the entirety of the footprint in the Darwin Harbour. As I said, we've got significant infrastructure investment underway at HMAS Coonawarra that is ongoing. That's been underway for many years. We've worked with the Department of Infrastructure and the Northern Territory Government on a number of other proposals in the harbour, including, I mentioned earlier, a shiplift facility. And the Middle Arm Sustainable Development Hub and that proposal had been under consideration for quite some time. So I don't think it's fair to characterise that no work had been underway, because we had been working at officials level and in our relationship between the Commonwealth and the Northern Territory Government on a range of options in the Darwin Harbour.
Okay, well, I look forward to your answer.
Thank you very much.
I think on this one, and I don't want Ms Perkins to feel that she's the one being pressed. I think it is an example where the rhetoric of Mr Dutton in the announcement was well ahead of the work being done by government.
Thank you.
I think we can safely say that.
I'll have to move the call over now. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Oh, actually, can I ask, I think there's an answer to Senator Steele-Johns, which might be useful to get that on the...
To an earlier question from
To
this
an earlier
morning.
question, if we could do that. Thank you, Senator Steele-Johns.
So Senator Steele-John, you'll recall, asked a question about B-52s visiting Australia. And he asked about the presence of nuclear weapons. I think more generally it's clear stationing of nuclear weapons in Australia is prohibited by the South Pacific Nuclear Free Zone Treaty, to which Australia is fully committed. There is no impediment under this treaty or the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty to the visit of foreign aircraft to Australian airfields or transit of Australia's airspace, including in the context of our training and exercise programs. and the Australian force posture cooperation with the United States. Australia's long-standing arrangements to support visits by US strategic assets are consistent with our obligations under the South Pacific Nuclear Free Zone Treaty. US bomber aircraft have been visiting Australia since the early 1980s and have conducted training in Australia since 2005. Successive Australian governments have understood and respected the long-standing US policy of neither confirming nor denying the presence of nuclear weapons on particular platforms. Australia will continue to fully comply with our international obligations, and the United States understand and respects Australia's international obligations with respect to nuclear weapons.
Thank you, Secretary. Senator Shoebridge. Sorry, I was about to call
thank
Senator
you,
Still
Chair.
John, but it's Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. So as I understand from that, Secretary, the government's reading of Australia's treaty obligations does not prohibit nuclear armed B-52s from being temporarily present in Australia.
There's no suggestion.
Well,
hang on, you're the only person, no one at this table has talked about nuclear-armed B-52s.
Well,
So let's not, he's just given you, I sought to be helpful. There are obviously, as the official has said, successive governments, you may not agree with it, but this is the Australian position that we understand and respect the long-standing US policy of neither confirming nor denying. That is the position. But we remain fully committed to the South Pacific Nuclear Free Zone Treaty, and we will fully comply with our international obligations, which are understood by the United States.
No, I understood that. Thank you, Minister. So, Mr Moriarty, do I understand it from that answer that Defence doesn't believe that there is a restraint under Australia's current treaty obligations to Australia permitting nuclear-armed B-52 bombers to be present in Australia, provided it's not a permanent presence? Is that
no,
what
the
I'm
statement,
to understand
you're reading
from your
more,
answer?
the statement says there is no impediment under this treaty or the NPT to the visit of foreign aircraft to Australian airfields or transit in Australian airspace.
Yes, but the critical question here, Minister, is whether or not they carry nuclear weapons.
Well, and the critical, the responsible way of handling this is to recognise that the US has a neither confirm nor deny position, which we understand and respect. So, you know, we are not. I know you want to make a political point.
No, I don't want to make that. I
Yes,
just want
you
an
do.
answer.
Yes, you do. But we are
no,
not.
I really just want an answer.
Let me finish, please.
Please let the Minister finish.
We are not in a position to go further than what Mr Moriarty has just gone. Now, that puts us at a disadvantage because then you can get into a whole range of hypotheticals, which you are doing. I don't actually think it's particularly responsible or fair to the Australian community, because I think you would be sensible enough to understand what Mr Moriarty is saying.
No, Mr Moriarty, I fully understand that Australia doesn't challenge the US position where it simply won't confirm or deny whether or not any of its platforms carry nuclear weapons. I understand that. And I'm not asking you to confirm or deny whether or not nuclear weapons are on United States B-52 bombers at any particular time while they're in Australia. My question is quite different to that. It is, do you understand that Australia's treaty obligations do not prohibit Australia permitting the US to bring B-52 bombers to Australia which have the potential to carry nuclear weapons?
By implication, you are actually...
It's a simple
well,
question.
let me finish.
You may not like it, but it's a simple question.
Why don't you go and give a speech if you don't want to do... No.
Senator Shoebridge.
You are, by implication, of course you are asking him to confirm or deny.
No, I'm not.
By taking as a factual basis that is clearly contrary to the position he has just articulated.
I said they can.
We have... Well, maybe you should just give a speech.
Well,
Why don't you just let
Mr.
why don't you just
if you
finish
could let the
and I'll finish.
Secretary
Senator
answer, it would be
Shoebridge.
helpful.
Well, I'm
Senator
trying to answer the
Shoebridge.
question.
He's trying to answer.
I'm the minister, and I'm responding, and I am pointing out that you are trying to make this. This is a common rotation of US forces as being a reality of our relationship with the United States. It is part of ensuring we maintain that interoperability that goes to us making Australia safe. We have tried to be helpful in indicating our commitment to the South Pacific Nuclear Free Zone Treaty. We are fully committed to that, and we've given you the answer that the Secretary has given you. And I'm not going to engage in any more hypotheticals, because I don't actually think your questioning is anything more than trying to drum up concern, and I don't think it's responsible.
Minister, asking whether or not Australia's treaty obligations are understood by Australia to permit foreign forces bringing nuclear-armed weapons platforms to the country is hardly fear-mongering, it's just seeking some clarity. Again, Secretary, is that your understanding of Australia's treaty obligations?
The Minister has outlined Australia's treaty obligations, as I said, under the South Pacific Nuclear Free Zone Treaty, to which we are fully committed. Stationing of nuclear weapons is prohibited.
Could I go back to the questions that were being asked earlier about the review that was undertaken of ADF personnel, particularly fighter pilots, who may have been operating for foreign countries? I think there was another couple of officers who were here.
Legislation, the announcement the GPM made this morning.
I think, Ms Perkins, you said the review came in December, is that right?
Correct, Senator.
Yep. And that found a number of gaps in policy and legislative gaps that you've been looking at since December, is that right?
I would characterise the findings in an unclassified term, Senator, as identifying opportunities to strengthen and extend policy, particularly beyond people's life of service in defence, and undertook to work with the relevant parts of government to identify whether there were options to strengthen legislation.
Well, the Deputy Prime Minister said this morning that it was the government's intention to bring some further legislation that will make sure that not just the secrets that people might come into contact with, but everything that surrounds it forms part of the statutory obligation. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's one of the gaps you're trying to address, that the legislation may, as currently drafted, only impact a subset of what people knew or the information they got while working for the ADF. Is that right?
Senator, we are in the process of working very rapidly in Defence, and particularly with the Attorney-General's Department, on what legislative amendments might strengthen two things, I would say. One is, yes, as you say, the coverage of areas we would be concerned not to share, and the capacity of the Commonwealth to respond if we found that people with knowledge of classified information had shared them. Because we are in the early stages of that work and have not brought forward yet to government for their consideration what those options might be, I feel limited in describing them further, and I would note that the Attorney-General's Department will be really important key players on shaping that work.
You also indicated a need, to adopt your term, to strengthen policies that enabled you to track where former ADF personnel are at any given time after they cease their service.
No, Senator, I don't believe I said that. I don't believe that we would seek to track former members of the ADF, and I'm not sure if you were here in the earlier session. I did preface my answers by noting for the committee that the inquiry report to the Deputy Prime Minister was classified, so I've spoken broadly about the areas we're looking at. But what we are looking at is the capacity to have more two-way flow of regular engagement with the former serving community on their obligations, and more support for the former serving members, former serving community to receive support from us in their security obligations.
So as I understand that,
Last minute, Senator Shoebridge.
as I understand that, you don't currently have systems in place to identify where former ADF personnel are serving, particularly in relation to foreign governments. And I suppose, does that mean that the review wasn't able to identify where former ADF personnel have been serving for foreign governments?
Senator, let me answer that in two parts. The first is that a very large proportion of the former serving community remain connected to service with Defence through ongoing reserve service or employment, and where those members maintain a security clearance, we have a very strong range of engagement and controls over how we manage security
Ms.
issues.
Perkins, my
And to
question
the
is about
second-
where they don't.
Senator
where they don't
Shoebridge,
keep a
Senator
contact,
Shoebridge,
and they
please allow
freelance.
Ms Perkins to finish answering your question, please. I shouldn't have to remind you about the standing orders and just even the, to be honest, courtesy.
You can ask another question. If you don't like the answer, you can ask
Ms
another
Perkins,
question.
please continue.
The second part of that work, I suppose, is that we strengthen that, reinforce the obligations when people leave our service. I don't believe it's appropriate under Australian systems of government to track people after they leave our employment. People are free to live their lives once they've handed back their obligations, but our focus will be on where people have an enduring relationship, we give them advice and support. Where people through their service have had access to some of our most secret and sensitive technology or training, that we reinforce those obligations that they carry through life, and that we build some stronger linkages. We did not try in the inquiry to track former serving members who were no longer security holders, for instance. That was not part of the inquiry.
All right, I'll have to hand over the call now to Senator Fawcett, who's been waiting patiently. Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, Chair. Just flag I have two lines of questioning. My second line will go to the ForceNet incident, if people want to prepare for that. CDF, my first question is to you.
Sorry, Senator Fawcett. ForceNet?
ForceNet, a data breach.
Right.
CDF, when many people in the Australian public think about capability, they tend to think about ships, armoured vehicles, aircraft, etc. Could you talk briefly, just to put on the record, the importance of the concept of the fundamental inputs to capability in terms of your ability to generate military response options for government?
Certainly, Senator. General Campbell, Chief of Defence Force. So the Australian Defence Force and the Department of Defence, and indeed agencies such as the Australian Signals Directorate and the defence ecosystem, generate what we call capabilities in the maritime, land, air, cyber and space domains. And an example, a simple example might be an air combat capability, which is not just an aeroplane such as a Joint Strike Fighter, but it might also be the refuelling effect required to sustain the aircraft in the air, the development pipeline for the pilots and for the maintainers, the airfield to deploy them and to base them from, as well as airborne early warning and control aircraft to vector, and a wider intelligence system. Now, all of those things come together to generate something like air control, let's say. But in order to be able to sustain any military effect in any of the domains I've described, you need to look to the question of whether what's known as the fundamental inputs to capability across issues such as the personnel line, the training line, the material and maintenance line, the major infrastructure line, the weapon and platform system integration and so forth are all being undertaken in a fashion that come together to generate the effect that you seek. And that's why when we speak of capabilities, that capabilities generate effects that are tangible, either kinetic or virtual, and behind those capabilities are the inputs. The inputs all have to work for the capability to be able to sustainably generate an effect.
Sure. So in a response that you gave to the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade subcommittee, the then VCDF Admiral Griggs was quoted as saying that incorporating for the first time in an integrated way the ICT, capital investment in infrastructure, estate, etc., is the integrated investment plan. So in terms of the good governance of defence capability, could you talk about the importance of the 2016 integrated investment plan in terms of enabling the ADF to provide military response options to government?
Certainly, Senator. I'm going to start, and I'm going to invite the Vice Chief of Defence Force, who is the owner, the manager of the integrated investment plan, to come forward, and he might want to speak more extensively. The critical point here is, from 2016 forward, we have looked to seek to identify our capital investment across all elements of the defence enterprise that are synchronised, acquired, sustained, maintained, and eventually taken out of service or upgraded along the way in a fashion that brings together those elements of personnel, training systems, material, infrastructure, logistics support, the backbone, ICT infrastructure, integration issues, and so forth. So you are generating capability that can generate sustained effect. That's why it's called an integrated investment program, because it's thinking about capabilities beyond simply acquiring an object and then having to separately deal with all of the other issues that are involved in being able to generate a military effect.
Sure. Before perhaps VCDF starts, I'm conscious I have a second line of questioning. I'm keen, I guess, to just understand if this is the first time it was done in the 2016 white paper and associated documents. Has that made your job, VCDF, easier, and is the ADF a more capable organisation because of this change to the way we budget and procure capability?
Senator Fawcett, Vice Admiral David Johnston, the Vice Chief of the Defence Force. As the CDF has described, by consolidating the major capital equipment, the ICT and the estate planning into a single plan, the Integrated Investment Program, what we have been better able to do is to look at the interdependencies between major capital and the other components in order to genuinely deliver capability. So the consolidation has very much enabled that full understanding of the components to deliver capability, and through a single plan better align them so that when a platform is ready, all of its component enabling parts are also ready.
Sure, thank you. I think that's the definition of good governance. Thank you.
Could I just interject, Senator, to say, I don't think, though, it has made the Vice Chief of Defence Force's job any easier. It is an extraordinarily challenging role to be the integrator of our future capability effects, and it's done extraordinarily well.
Thank you. That's something we would support. Can I go to ForceNet, please? If I could have the responsible officers at the desk, or Mr Moriarty, do you wish to lead off with this?
Senator, I very much hope that the experts will arrive at the desk very quickly.
I can see the handball being positioned as we speak, Mr Moriarty. So the ABC first started reporting this at the end of October last year. Could you just outline for the committee what this data issue around ForceNet was? Because at this stage There's been a brief statement via email to ADF members, which came out nearly 2 weeks after the ABC reporting, but then there was the ABC reporting at the end of October. Could you briefly describe what ForceNet is and what the data breach consisted of?
Senator, thank you. Major General Wade Stothard, I am the Head of People Capability. I am deemed the information owner of ForceNet in terms of its application and what it contains. In essence, ForceNet is a defence social media connectivity site that allows messages, notice boards to be used. We can advertise reserve jobs on it. We can send messages to work groups about shift changes and routines. Chains of command can post information. And we do use it as a strategic information tool to post certain messages at a relevant level. You need to be a registered user. It is not a secure classified system. It's an information sharing exchange program.
And so what was the nature of the attack? I understand it was a ransomware attack?
We use an external provider to provide us with that platform, and they monitor, manage that application. They were given some information around 2018 to allow testing in their own environment outside of our system and protections. And we became aware that there had been a ransomware attack on their system outside of ours that exposed potentially some of the data we had transferred to them for testing.
Okay, when did you become aware and how did you become aware of that?
Yeah, hello, Senator Fawcett. Major General Murray Thompson, Head of ICT Operations. I'm responsible for cyber security. We tracked this initially from September, but we're officially informed.
Sorry, September which year?
2022. I'd have to confirm the date, but the dates that is important is on the 19th of October 2022. The service provider informed us that they believe that some defence information may have been compromised.
Mm-hmm. And do you have any information at this stage as to who was responsible for the ransomware attack?
No, at the moment it remains unattributed. We have worked with the service provider to analyse the server infrastructure that was compromised and in terms of the data set, and we've closed that investigation and found no compromise that we're aware of the defence information.
So when you first became aware in September, who else was then advised? I assume ASD, the Minister for Cyber Security, who was advised?
All
of
the
that?
notification occurred from the 22nd of October. The initial watch is these things occur occasionally. We tracked these incidents through with the response through ACSC, etc. But at the time there was no evidence, or in fact the company had not informed us that they expected any compromise.
So according to the ABC reporting, and I'm quoting here, a source with knowledge of the investigation has since told the ABC that Defence believes some private details such as dates of birth, dates for enlisting, might have been stolen despite early indications to the contrary from the external provider, end quote. So is your evidence to the committee now that information provided to the ABC was incorrect?
No, the service provider informed us they believe that some of that information on the 2018 data set, which may well have held some of that information, may have been compromised. Our analysis of the servers suggests that while the information may have been extracted or compromised, we're talking massive amounts of data sets that in terms of it hasn't appeared anywhere on the dark web. We don't think that it has been compromised, and we have no evidence to suggest it was actually compromised. It's very difficult to say because we don't run that infrastructure. The service provider provides it to understand exactly what was exfiltrated by the ransomware people or not. It was just, there were indicators that perhaps it was taken, but we've not found any information to suggest it actually was.
So if at the time of the investigation and trying to understand the breach, you believe there was the potential for data to be compromised,
yes.
Why was it 2 weeks after the media were informed that ADF members were advised that their data may have been breached as opposed to the other way around?
Senator, my understanding is that we released an all-staff internal message. There had been no media before we had released that internal message, and the media coverage occurred after the first notification to our staff that there could have been exposure for them. So in terms of timeline and media and our internal messaging, my understanding was we released an internal all-staff email to alert them to a potential release, unauthorised release of information, and then there was media coverage.
So what was the date of the email that went out?
I might need to take that on notice, Senator, and get back to you on that. We have released 3 internal all-staff emails, the first to notify, the second to give an update, and the third to indicate a closure of the incident from a notification perspective. Not an investigation or further consequence management, but in terms of we did not see at that stage any further need for all-staff email notification. We did notify a number of personnel who we had identified from the data set we were able to get from the provider, indicating those who may have had their personal identifiable information at risk. We also employed ID Care. ID Care is a national identity and cyber support community service to support everyone who had a ForceNet account in the data set that could have been compromised. And they were able to provide support on an individual basis to those people whose information may have been exposed.
So Chair's winding me up here, so can I, rather than asking a question, put just a few on notice, and that will give about the same time impact. Could you tell us how many ADF members or former ADF members have had their data potentially exposed, i.e. how many you wrote to around that? Are you able to tell us how many people end up contacting ID Care? Because the feedback that I've had is that some people who reached out for support didn't get follow-up, and that concerns me if this is the avenue that we've indicated is how they should get support. So I'm interested to understand how many people sought support either through the chain of command or through ID Care, and what actions were actually taken to support those people. Are there any, is the same provider still providing the ForceNet service? And what actions have been taken to ensure that data sets that are provided, and I think you said for testing, won't be exposed to this kind of attack in future?
Yes, Senator.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Fawcett. Senator Green, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions about the recently announced acquisition of Black Hawk helicopters. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Simon Stewart.
Far away, Senator Green.
Thank you. At the last estimates, you'll recall, I asked a number of questions about timeframes in terms of ordering the Black Hawks, and we established at the time that Black Hawks hadn't been ordered at that time, under the previous government, but that things had moved on slightly. Can you now confirm that the current government has entered into a contract to acquire Black Hawks?
Thanks for your question, Senator. The second pass approval for that proposal was considered and approved by government in late Q4 of last year. I'll ask Major General King to confirm some dates, but we are in an FMS contract with the United States for the purchase of up to 40 Black Hawk helicopters.
Good morning, Senator. Major General Jeremy King,
Hello.
Headland Capability. That announcement on the Black Hawk decision occurred on the 18th of January of this year, where we confirmed the acquisition of 40 UH-60 Mike Black Hawk helicopters.
Thank you. Major General, as you know, and I'm sure other people know, this decision, one of the aspects of this decision that's attracted some attention in the part of the world that I'm from, in North Queensland, is a decision to base the Black Hawks in Holsworthy and Oakey. And I just want to ask some questions about that, because I think it's important to understand the reasoning behind the decision. And say from the outset that I think, most people from North Queensland would like the entire Department of Defence to be based up in North Queensland. We'd like to get everything up there, and I understand that. But I would like to understand the strategic reasons for this decision, and I think that's important to share. A small number of the current MRH-90 helicopters currently based at the RAF in Townsville will not be replaced by Black Hawks. Is that correct?
Yep, thanks, Senator. I might be able to assist with some context
Thank you.
around the aviation program. And before I do that, I'll say that Army's a very integral part and a very welcome part, I know, of the Townsville community and the community in North Queensland. We appreciate the support that we get from community, and we are committed to maintaining obviously our presence there, and there are a range of very important capabilities, including our aviation capability. We have, over the past few years, moved toward the implementation of the recommendations of the Houston Review into Army Aviation, which was commissioned in 2016. Broadly speaking, it asks us to address a range of things, including where aircraft are located, because we get a much better outcome in terms of being able to maintain them, being able to retain the services of strategic industry partners if we're able to concentrate. And the rule of thumb is to have one aircraft type in one location wherever we possibly can. So that's what we're working toward. There were some other recommendations as well about aligning command and control with operational units, and then the governance for airworthiness, maintenance and other things as well. So we're actually...
I have some more questions about that
Sure.
particular, how that works. So I thought we might get to that part of it. I'm just interested, I think, about this particular decision. Yeah, but you're getting there, sorry.
Yeah, my apologies. I'll be briefer and more succinct.
Don't give away my good stuff.
So we are actually moving the headquarters of the 16th Aviation Brigade to Townsville. Okay. And as you're probably aware, Senator, we've also significantly increased the size of our CH-47 fleet into Townsville. And that assists us to have a proper strategic relationship with our industry partner, Boeing Defence Australia, and also to attract the sort of critical mass that allows Australia and Boeing to compete for work in the region, because there are a number of other countries that operate similar aircraft. So the question about the location or disposition of Black Hawk is related to that set of principles.
Yes.
And it's also related to the fact that our Navy operate the MRH, the Romeo version, the Marinised version of the Black Hawk. That is a Lockheed Martin product. So if you look at the density of where those helicopters are located in the sort of Sydney Basin, Nowra area, where our 6th Aviation Regiment is, which is the Special Operations Aviation Regiment based in Holsworthy, there's a natural opportunity for critical mass and that strategic partnership with Lockheed Martin Australia. So that is the
Perhaps
driving factor.
Sure. Can we just take it back a step? Perhaps I need to ask a more succinct question, I think is the issue here. The decision to base the newly acquired Black Hawks in Holsworthy and Oakey rather than replacing the Taipans in Townsville, was that a decision that Army took? Just to confirm it.
There's
A
a
decision made by Army.
there's a recommendation
Yep.
by the department based on my advice,
Yep.
which government ultimately took.
And in terms of where the Black Hawks are based, why did Army make that decision about specifically? I think there is a lot of context. I think many people on this committee might have that information. Why is it that the Black Hawks specifically will be based in near Holsworthy and Oakey?
Firstly, Holsworthy is where our 6th Aviation Regiment is.
And for those,
sorry.
there's a lot of people in this room who will understand what that regiment does, but would you mind just explaining the context of that regiment?
Certainly. 6th Aviation Regiment is part of our Special Operations Command. So it has the full range of special operations aviation missions. It also does other things for our broader Army and ADF. The platform that is best for that capability is the Black Hawk, and that
Is that because of the size? Is it something to do with the number of people that can be transported, or the difference in capability?
There are a range of different mission profiles in that special operations capability, and the Black Hawk is best optimised to cover the full range of mission sets because of its parameters, its power, range, endurance, its capacity, and also its ability to protect itself on and near a target.
And there's the decision to base those helicopters near the where the 6th Aviation Regiment is based. You mentioned some reviews that had come out and the fact that there was a need to have those two capabilities together. That might be the wrong terminology, but can you just talk me through those findings and why there is a need to have those locations sort of consolidated?
Yeah, certainly. So it was the Houston Review into Army Aviation. It was in 2016, conducted by
What led to that review?
So we experienced a range of challenges in generating the degree of capability, availability and cost of ownership for Army Aviation across different platforms. And so it was a very comprehensive review to ensure we understood the causal factors and we were able to address those in a systemic way to deliver on the capability and at a cost that was affordable.
There was a review after the tragic accident in 2006 as well, wasn't there, into some of the recommendations from that review and findings around where locations could be better placed?
Senator, I'm not familiar with the exact parameters of the 2006 review. There have been numerous reviews into various aspects, whether those involved accidents or safety matters, or whether they were more generally about the performance of a particular platform. But what we've sought to do is bring everything we understand and have learned over that period into a program strategy that takes a holistic view of how we best generate the aviation capability in an affordable way.
And Townsville is and will remain the home of the Chinook fleet, is that correct?
That is the plan, Senator, and also...
And is that increasing the numbers, or the numbers have recently increased?
The numbers have increased by 40%, Senator.
And what's unique about the Townsville location which makes it, I guess what you're saying is there's a need to keep the two regiments together in Sydney and Oakey, but there's also, I would say, an inverse need to keep the Chinooks in Townsville. Can you just talk us through that?
Yep, certainly. So the 3rd Brigade, which I know you're very familiar with,
Yes.
and now the 16th Aviation Brigade, which will move its headquarters from Brisbane to Townsville,
Yes.
will coalesce to form part of our air mobile and also our joint amphibious capability. So there's the operational nexus there that is specific to Townsville as a geographic location.
Okay. I'm going to get the move on in a second. I might get an opportunity to ask some more questions, but a couple of things to finish on. First of all, I've seen some public commentary that around the lines that Townsville was the preferred location and it's essentially just been snubbed, or that this was somehow a decision that went against previous recommendations to keep Black Hawks in Townsville. Can you just clear that up for us? I mean, you've gone through what I can see a pretty methodical decision-making process based on a number of reviews around safety, capability, making sure that our special operations that are located in Sydney have the capability that they need to operate in the particular missions that they operate. Is public commentary to that extent doesn't quite capture the background of this situation?
I think that's a very accurate characterisation, Senator.
Thank you.
We very much value our part as part of the Townsville community. There's certainly no substance to the idea that Townsville has somehow been treated unfairly or snubbed, I think the term was. It is simply about how is Army and the ADF best able to generate the operational capability and do it in an efficient way and use taxpayers' resources as best we can.
I've got some follow-up questions later that I might put
that
on
would be
notice
great
about
if you
workforce.
could.
If I could just ask one final question
Sure,
on
and
this
then I'll hand over to
section.
Senator Fawcett.
Major General, I just thought I should mention as well that I did seek a private briefing on this matter, and I want to thank you publicly for that briefing. Has any other Member of Parliament sort of briefing on this matter at the moment?
You're the only senator I've briefed on the decision around Black Hawk and in relation to Townsville, Senator.
And what about the Assistant Shadow Minister for Defence?
You're the only senator.
So we'd be delighted to provide briefings
I don't know
to anyone
what
who's
interactions the Assistant Shadow Minister, who's made lots of public commentary on this matter, I don't know what interactions he's had or whether he's sought a private briefing. We're both very lucky to have the capability of getting those briefings in the places that we live. So I was just interested to know if he's sought a briefing or not. Not at this stage is the answer. Is it?
Not at this
Thank
stage.
you.
Thank you.
I'll hand over the call now to Senator Fawcett.
Living in North Queensland, but anyway, can I
Would you
come
have it
back?
any other way, Senator?
Can I come back to enabling capabilities? I'm quoting the ABC a lot here today, Australia's most trusted source of news, according to their advertising. It was reported by them in January this year that the cost to upgrade the Cocos-Keeling Island airstrip was now triple the amount that was originally forecast. Can somebody come to the table to discuss that, please? Yes, Cocos-Keeling, can you talk to us about the costings?
Certainly we can. Is there a particular question or?
Well, the claim made by the claim by the ABC is that the costs have tripled. So the first question would be, is that accurate?
Yes, it is accurate. Thank you, Senator. Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. And I'm going to throw to Dan Fankhauser to talk to the detail of that. But yes, we have worked through a government approval on addressing the cost increase in that project. and that is primarily the impact of trends we are seeing across the construction sector in Australia and overseas, more acute on Cocos and Keeling Island because of its remoteness and really particular challenges after that project was approved and we started the work of contracting for particular work packages in supplying those in that remote location with a workforce mobilised in a remote location. We went back to government late last year to work through what we thought the increase in that cost to deliver that project would be.
Sure. Before we perhaps go to Mr Fankhauser, who I know from previous experience will do a fantastic job of explaining all the detail of that, could I just first step back to look at the importance of the airstrip there? Is it fair to say that from a defence perspective, and CDF perhaps you would be best to comment on this, is the Cocos Keeling airfield and the facilities there a strategic asset for Australia's defence capability?
Yeah, look, I think Cocos Keeling is a really important part of Australia. We've been working for some time to develop this upgrade, and I would say that this upgrade is designed to enable operation of heavier aircraft than we've operated through Cocos and Keeling in the past, and particularly the PA-8 Poseidon capability. And so the project that we had approved was to extend the runway to strengthen and widen runways and taxiways, parking aprons and upgrade airfield lighting and draining infrastructure. And then there's a range of supporting elements around that. So we see Cocos Keeling as an important airfield, an important part of the way that Australia can project power beyond the mainland through and into the region, certainly.
Sure. So given its strategic importance, was it part of the DSR?
Senator, I think as the Secretary has alluded to in his comments later today, the Defence Strategic Review was received by the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister yesterday. I have not seen the Strategic Review. Certainly in our engagements with the review team, we have discussed with them at length the infrastructure program, where we are investing in infrastructure around Australia, and I would anticipate that there will be commentary on the importance of strategic infrastructure.
So if the works weren't undertaken, would it affect our ability to maintain a strategic presence in the region?
Senator, what I would say is the works are being undertaken. The project has approved, the government has approved the real cost increased, and we would anticipate work will commence there in the middle of this year.
Yes, Senator. Dan Fankhauser, First Assistant Secretary Infrastructure. The project's currently being considered by the Parliamentary Public Works Committee, and I expect a public hearing will be held in early March, which will be the final stage of the review process. Subject to approval, we expect works will commence then in the middle of 2023.
Sure. So their submission says, gives a figure for the project. Is that the final figure you're expecting based on discussions with commercial stakeholders?
Yeah, I could just add to the explanation that Ms Perkins gave just prior. The original cost estimate was based on a scope of works which was expanded as we did more detailed assessments of the runway requirements. So originally it was to strengthen and widen the existing runway. We're actually now going to extend the length of the runway by a further 150 metres, which will enable a broader range of missions, predominantly by the P8 Poseidon, in terms of its maximum takeoff weight and the likes, and the amount of time that gives the aircraft to undertake maritime surveillance activities. There's also been a number of other scope elements added to the project that weren't included in that initial cost estimate. We've been very conscious of not causing undue disruption to the local population. We'll need to construct a wharf which will be used to offload most of the materials which will be shipped from the Australian mainland to the island. We'll be also putting in place temporary accommodation so as to not disrupt the local tourism sector and the likes, and all of those have combined to get us to the revised cost estimate. I'd also add that the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, war in Ukraine, the disruptions and volatility that we've experienced, particularly in the construction sector over the last 2 years, has meant that we have factored those cost escalations into this to this figure, and it's been developed to a P90, a 90% cost confidence. So we are confident that it has captured all of the volatility and risks associated with the project, given its remote location.
Okay. Could I just ask you to take on notice then? Perhaps you've given us a long list of factors there that you've considered. Could you give a breakdown of the, I think it was $383.6 million of additional funding, as to which of those elements contributed to that funding?
Yes, Senator, we'll provide that on notice.
Thank you. And Chair, I have a further line, if you want me to go through to 1 o'clock. Chair? I have a further line of questioning if you'd like me to go through to 1 o'clock.
Look, I'll give you another 2 minutes if that's okay, only because I promised Senator Shoebridge
In that case, go to
also
Senator
take us
Brugge,
at
because
lunch.
I'll need more than 2 minutes.
Okay,
for the other
all
line
right.
of questioning.
Thank you very much for that, Senator Fawcett. Senator Shoebridge, you can take us out to lunch.
All right. I'm not going to take you out to lunch, Chair, but I will proceed with the questioning.
You're a generous man, but clearly not.
Don't go anywhere, Ms. Perkins. We may as well finish that round of questions. So the review that was handed in December, it wasn't tasked with identifying which, if any, ADF personnel have been serving for foreign militaries. That wasn't part of the review.
No, Senator.
Secretary, has the department undertaken any review to identify if, for example, former ADF fighter pilots, which, if any, have served in foreign militaries? Separate to Ms Perkins' work, has the department undertaken?
Senator, to the extent it might be helpful, and I think this is the way we provided some information to the committee at the last hearing, we work closely with the Countering Foreign Interference Task Force and other elements of government where this particular set of circumstances that have been mostly in the media around a prominent a case of a former Marine, and people will have seen that commentary.
Mm-hmm.
And how we then really work with the intelligence community and the security community on the treatment of where we might see risks emerging is something that we treat in a classified way. In the instance of this, the directions to us from the Deputy Prime Minister were not around that particular case, but rather how we were positioned to respond. Mm-hmm. We have delivered that inquiry report and are now implementing the recommendations as approved by the Deputy Prime Minister. And I think there's just an additional point that's quite important is how we understand where employment might occur. It would be known to many of us in the room of former serving members who continue, who work in other parts of the country, of the world after they complete their service with us, and that's not what we're talking about here. The inquiry was looking at potential policy strengthening and responses where former serving members of the ADF were supplying training or were induced to supply training in countries whose interests were inimical to Australia.
Well, if you haven't truth tested to identify if any Australian personnel are working for countries whose militaries are contrary to the interests of Australia's national security, it seems to me, Mr Moriarty, there hasn't been any investigation to identify the scale of the problem.
Senator,
and it wouldn't just be China, it would be...
Senator, what I was attempting
It wouldn't
to...
just be China, it would be countries such as... that may in other parts of the region, which may have interests contrary to the national interests of Australia.
Senator, perhaps I was too subtle. What I was trying to suggest to the committee is that we work closely with the intelligence community, and how we might be looking at that problem would be a matter that would be considered classified and we would not be discussing here.
Well, the UK has acknowledged that 30 of its former pilots have been training the Chinese military. They've been able to have some openness on it. Mr Moriarty, is there any intention from the Australian Defence to have a similar degree of openness and actually tell the public where Australia's former defence personnel, if it has happened, have been serving countries whose interests are contrary to the Australian national interest. The UK can do it, why can't we?
I think, Senator, it's a matter for the government how, you know, if it wishes to make that, you know, those types of pieces of information public. I think, as Ms Perkins said, we're working with a range of agencies, including the intelligence agencies, to sort of take this matter forward. I think the government's taken a view about what's appropriate to put into the public arena at this stage, and we'll continue to work, you know, and engage with ministers on, you know, what additional information they may wish to share with the public at what particular appropriate point in time.
Well, my office has been contacted by an individual who's concerned that former Australian pilot, well, at least one, had been training the Saudi Arabian Air Force. And as you know, the Saudi Arabian Air Force is involved in appalling atrocities in the civil war in Yemen. Have you undertaken those sorts of investigations? And do you accept that would be deeply, deeply wrong for a former Australian pilot to train the Saudi Arabian Air Force, for example?
I don't have anything to add, Senator.
Senator Shoebridge, we are now due on our lunch break at 1 p.m, so I'll suspend and we'll return here at 2 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. We'd now return after our lunch break. We'll continue on with the Department of Defence. And before I hand over the call to Senator Lambie, it's been brought to my attention that there are a number of officials from the Department of Defence that this will be their last appearance at Senate Estimates. So lucky you. The first individual is Mr Tony Dalton. Tony, I understand, is retiring after 43 years in Defence. His career began in the Navy, as I am advised, flying Sea King, Seahawks and overseeing capability, acquisitions and sustainment. And over his career he has delivered complex and crucial Navy aviation and shipbuilding programs, and I've obviously been very much fortunate to be part of some of those as part of my role as a Senator. And most recently as the inaugural Deputy Secretary of the Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Group. So on behalf of the committee, Tony, I wish you, I'm assuming a retirement, and good luck with whatever you choose to do in your life, but thank you for your contribution over the many, many years and service. I'm also told Mr Shane Fairweather. Shane is retiring after 35 years in Defence and Defence industry, and served in the Royal Australian Air Force for 13 years as a Chinook and Hercules pilot and qualified flying instructor. Since his return to Defence, Mr Fairweather has served in many senior executive roles, including as the Acting Deputy Secretary of Capability Acquisition Sustainment Group in 2022, and most recently has overseen the delivery of complex aviation capabilities as First Assistant Secretary, Joint Aviation Systems. And also on behalf of the committee, Shane, wish you very much a well-deserved retirement, and please enjoy and take on behalf of the committee its thanks and appreciation for the work that you have done in Defence and Defence industry.
Thanks, Chair. And if I could, on behalf of the department again,
sure,
just
Secretary,
thank those officers for outstanding service, and we will miss them greatly.
That's all right. We'll make sure to give him a bit of a ribbon on the way out today, being the last appearance.
May I, Chair?
Sure, Minister.
So I think just to thank, on behalf of the government, those officers for their service, and to say particularly to Mr Dalton, who had lots of conversations with me over many years. I'm sure you won't miss me, but we will miss you.
I think many might be understated. Sorry, Senator Fawcett, we'll just...
Looks 10 years younger.
On that note, I'll hand over to Senator Lambie. Senator Lambie, you have the call.
Some questions regarding the non-awarding of ADF operational awards and medals because of time. I receive a lot of inquiries from service personnel that have missed out on an award because they weren't in danger for long enough. Some examples of those are, firstly, sailors on Operation Dirk down in the Great Southern Ocean, where sailors have put in great peril conducting border operations, but because some were there for only 23 days, not 30, they missed out on an award. Soldiers on Operation Okra who endured night after night of rocket attacks but were there for only 23 days, not 30, also missed out on an award. Service personnel who were deployed to Malaysia, which is during the unrest between Malaysian government and the communist forces for a period between 1967 and 89. I note, finally, that this is currently under review. I'm very grateful for that, although I doubt if there's many of them still surviving. But it goes to the theme of diggers not being recognised for the risks they undertook in our name. I want to know if and what the department is doing to recognise these service personnel for their contribution just because they weren't there for an extra day or two. Are we doing anything about these timeframes? Is the department finally looking at them? It's becoming a morale problem. It's becoming a problem of fiction within our Defence Forces.
Justine Gregg, Deputy Secretary People. In terms of a number of circumstances you've raised, we may need to work through some of those on notice. There may be some that we can answer today. I just need to confer with my colleague.
Sorry, I missed most of the question.
Right. Would you mind repeating the first question, Senator? My apologies.
So my question is, basically I'm just getting to the point here. Just because you don't do 30 days and your mate does 23, well, bottom line is this. Frankly, I don't care how long you're in there. If you're shot on day 1, but your medal's not rewarded to you on day 30, why can't on day 1, because you are shot, get your medal? Because you haven't done 30 days. I mean, this time requirement stuff, it's right across all those medals. And I get a lot of this. There's got to be a way around this because there are circumstances that are involved in that, whether that person's been hurt and having to be airlifted out or sent back home. Because of that, which is not their fault, they don't receive a medal. This has been a problem for a long time. I'm quite sure you're aware of that. So if you don't have the answer for me, I would like the answer. I would like some sort of answer, or whether or not someone's looking into the timelines on these medals that are awarded. Because it is an issue. Okay.
We will look into that.
Thank you. I just want to see these timelines becoming a problem.
Comprehensive reply.
Thank you. My next lot of questions will be for the...
So can I be clear? Sorry, Senator Lambie, because I want to be helpful. You're asking the official to take on notice whether both the rationale for and whether there's any intention to change any time-related criteria for the award of medals.
Yeah, do they have to be so rigid?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We can take that on notice.
Thank you. Just if someone's even looking at it, but the solution is not working at this point in time.
Senator CDF will also, in that reply, confirm the question of medallic award for those who are evacuated from operations for medical reasons, such as combat injury.
Yeah.
I understand, but we will confirm that if you are evacuated, then you are eligible for medals that you would otherwise have received.
Okay, thank you. My next questions be for the Distinguished Service Cross. General Campbell, is it true that you were awarded a Distinguished Service Cross in the Queen's Birthday 2012 honours list, and I quote, for distinguished command leadership in action as Commander Joint Task Force 633 on Operation Slipper from January 2011 to December 2011?
Senator, I accept your reading of it.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at it in recent times, but that's the correct time frame
Okay.
of 2012.
Thank you. I'm coming back with this because of times.
Yep.
Did the Governor-General make your Distinguished Service Cross Award on the recommendations of the Minister of State for Defence, the Honourable Stephen Smith, at that time?
Senator, I don't know the sequence. I can tell you what the sequence is, but you'd have to ask the individuals. There will be a nominator. The nomination will go to an Honours and Awards board. The board will then make recommendation to the Minister of Defence of the day. The Minister of Defence will make recommendation to the Governor-General, and Government House will announce and gazette awards.
Okay. Is it correct that the Australian Defence Force Middle East Area of Operations Command shifted from Camp Victory in Baghdad to the Al Mahad Air Base in the United Arab Emirates in late 2008, and that by late 2009 Australian air, land and sea operations in support of Persian Gulf, Indian Ocean, Iraq and Afghanistan operations were based from Al Mahad, some 1,700 kilometres from Afghanistan?
So, Senator, I'm just going to take on notice the date of the change, but the transfer of the command function to Al Minhad certainly occurred, and that out of Iraq, and that function was then the Australian National Command headquarters for the Middle East region. We'll take on notice, unless one of my colleagues has it off the top of their head. We'll take it on notice of the date.
Okay. Is it true that as the commander of the Joint Task Force 633 from January 2011 to January 2012, you were based in the United Arab Emirates?
That's where I was based and where my headquarters was, and then from which I would move quite extensively through the Middle East area of operation.
Do you accept that at the time of your nomination in 2011 and 12, the relevant letters of patent for the DSC signed by our late monarch Queen Elizabeth II and then Prime Minister Bob Hawke was dated 15th of January 1991, and the regulations that were set out in that schedule, page 2, Regulation 3 of the schedule, prescribed that, and I quote, "The Distinguished Service Cross shall be awarded only for distinguished command and leadership in action"?
Senator, I will have to check what the date is of the letters patent. I know there was a change at some stage, so we'll have to take that on notice to confirm.
Minister, at the time of the CDF's nomination, could you tell me whether or not the Department of Defence or the Army have either a statutory or prescribed definition at that time of what was, in meaning, in action?
So at the time the government decided to
recommend.
What is the question? Sorry, at which time, Senator?
So at the time of CDF's nomination for the Distinguished Medal, for the Distinguished Service Cross.
So this is past government?
Yes.
Right, not his status as CDF?
No.
Well, I would have to take that on notice.
Okay, could you please take that on notice?
Whether or not there was a policy or statutory definition about inaction?
Yes. How many times, sorry, CDF, how many times between January 2011 and December 2012 did you visit Afghanistan?
Senator, I'll have to take that on notice. I was certainly in Afghanistan for somewhere between 60 and 80 days of the, it might be more, but it was in that kind of ballpark of days in Afghanistan.
I was wondering if either yourself or the Minister could please explain to this committee how you could be considered in action if you were based 1,700 kilometres away from Afghanistan.
Clearly, Senator, that's not a question I can answer.
Okay. Can I get an answer to that, please, on notice? This is all coming down to the words and the action, so
Yeah, I
done a lot of
understand- I
homework
understand
on
that,
this, and
but
I've really cornered this. I
you
won't go
would-
through this again in estimates, but I want to finish it off today.
Sure.
But this goes to, at the time, why, this goes back to the timeframe for the award of the DSC. Is that right?
Yes, that's
Yep.
true. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you would be aware that the original DSC letters patent dated the 15th of the 1st, 1991 was amended on the 13th of December 2011 by the then Deputy Prime Minister Julia Gillard and simply omitted the words in action and inserted the words in warlike operations. Are you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that,
Okay.
but I now am.
Can anybody explain to me who in the ADF sought the amendment to the DSC letters patent from inaction to in warlike operations shortly after you were nominated and why that was changed? Can somebody give me a reasoning? You can take that on notice, but we want to know why that was changed, what the reasoning behind that was.
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Is it true, General Campbell, that following on from criticisms of the Special Air Service Regiment and Special Operations Task Force officers in the Brereton inquiry, that on the 2nd of November 2022 you demanded that Special Air Service Regiment and Special Operations Task Group officers at that troop, squadron and command level who had been awarded Distinguished Service Awards surrender their awards by the 30th of November 2022 within 28 days or face formal action to cancel them? Can you tell me anything about that?
Senator, could you just give me those dates again, please?
So that on the 2nd of November 2022, that you demanded that the SASR and SOTOG officers at the troop, squadron and command level who had been awarded Distinguished Service Awards surrender their awards by the 30th of November 2022.
That is incorrect, Senator.
Is it incorrect dates, or is that what, have I got the dates wrong, or is that what, that you did not command them to do that then?
That's correct, Senator.
Did
what
you
you have
ask
said
them?
is incorrect.
Did you ask them to do that?
No, Senator, what you have said is incorrect.
So there's nothing at all relating to that whatsoever?
Senator, I welcome you to fish, but I'm not going to answer an unasked question for you.
Senator, I think the General has answered your question. Have you got other questions before I hand over the call?
Okay, just give me one tick. That's the only questions I have, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Birmingham.
Thanks,
you have the call.
Mr. Chair, and can I just add to the earlier comments, thank you for your service to the retiring officials who are present, some of whom I'm sure we haven't heard the last of from today. But can I turn to the AUKUS task force? Has the AUKUS task force reported in relation to future nuclear-powered submarine capabilities and recommendations?
Good afternoon, Senator. Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead. I'm the Chief of the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force. The task force has worked with our partners and we have provided continual updates to government on the nuclear powered submarine program, including the optimal pathway.
So you have provided now a recommendation in relation to the optimal pathway, or a report in relation to the optimal pathway?
We have.
You have. Thanks, Vice Admiral Mead. When was that provided to government?
Earlier this year.
Was that yesterday, last week, a couple of months ago? Well, a month ago.
Earlier this year.
Vice Admiral Mead, I appreciate there are elements of this that are of course confidential. The timing of provision of a report to government rarely is and is fair game for estimates questions. So let me ask again, when was the report with recommendations in relation to the optimal pathway provided to government? Senator Wong, I do get the impression that Vice Admiral Mead, I'm happy for him to answer in the general, as I said, whether it was yesterday or last week or last month. He said earlier this year, I get the impression he knows. Pretty sure this is a fairly significant thing he would remember.
Yes, and we will take it on notice.
It doesn't need to be taken on notice,
No,
Senator.
the Minister has the discretion to do that. I will take it on notice.
On what basis, Senator, are you seeking to take it on notice?
You know this is so I can ascertain what we can tell you. If we can be helpful, we will. And I would anticipate that there will be engagement with the opposition at an appropriate time. But you know this is, these are sensitive matters, these are highly classified matters. You know that before you made the announcement, I think the then opposition was briefed by the Prime Minister the day of the announcement, or maybe day before. So, you know, we'll probably do a bit better than that, but I'm not trying to be difficult, Senator Birmingham. I don't want the official put in a difficult position. I'd like to take it on notice.
We have taken on notice, Senator Wong. I do think that is being unnecessarily difficult in this case. It is a fairly straightforward question of when a report was provided to government.
Do you have further questions, Senator Birmingham?
Haven't gone to content
Minister's taken it on
or
notice.
otherwise. She has, and she took her time in taking it on notice with that statement, Chair, so I don't think you need to hurry me along just yet.
She has taken on notice, so do you have further questions?
I do have further questions, certainly. So, Vice Admiral Mead, there were numerous elements to the work of the task group. Have all of those elements reported, or are some of them ongoing?
So, Senator, there were essentially 9 elements that made up the optimal pathway. I've mentioned these before to the committee. Strategic elements, trilateral contributions, workforce training and education, capability itself, the industrial base, stewardship, security, non-proliferation, and strategic communications. All of those components form part of the optimal pathway. Advice has been provided to government on a continuing basis over the past 18 months. And the report encompasses all those elements together with our partners.
Thank you, Vice Admiral Mead. That is helpful, and I do want to acknowledge that whilst I'm not privy to seeing it, I imagine it is an immense body of work and an undertaking that your task force has been engaged in and was tasked by the previous government to do, and has worked with the current government, and I acknowledge the timely delivery of that within the 18-month window that was set. Does the optimal pathway, the description of an optimal pathway indicates in layman's terms just that, an optimal pathway, but I did note comments by UK Defence Secretary Mr Wallace about there being a range of options for Australia. This was obviously following the recent AUKMIN meetings. Does the report recommend an optimal pathway, or does it present options for government?
So the report presents an optimal pathway. The direction from government is to ensure that we safely, securely and as quickly as possible deliver this nuclear-powered submarine program, but it does comprise those nine components I mentioned before.
Were they comments? Sorry, were you referring to Secretary Austin's comments?
No,
I was
referring to Defence Secretary Wallace. Thank you. Is it still... Sorry, can I be clear here? Does the task force have within those 9 elements or elsewhere work that remains ongoing at this stage?
Absolutely, Senator, and there'll be work ongoing for years and decades as we continue to deliver nuclear-powered submarines, including the construction of submarines down in South Australia, as we operate nuclear-powered submarines, as we maintain the nuclear-powered submarines and as we regulate the nuclear-powered submarines. So this is a body of work that will get even larger, as you can imagine, and will continue for decades with our partners.
I have no doubt about the scale of that, but in that sense, at this stage, pending next steps by governments around the optimal pathway, the task force is continuing to provide leadership within defence and government for whatever the next steps may be. Is that right?
That's correct, Senator. As you know, the task force is a whole of government task force, people from a range of different agencies and other government departments.
Thank you. Minister, Vice Admiral Mead made the reference there to the build in Adelaide. Can I just on the way through confirm, is it still the government's intention for at least 8 nuclear-powered submarines to be built in Adelaide?
Yeah, I mean, the government will be making announcements about the optimal pathway, but the intention to build in Adelaide remains the government's view, as the Vice Admiral has indicated.
And Minister, in terms of the quantum of at least 8?
I'm sorry?
In terms of the quantum of at least 8,
We'll be
does that remain the government's position?
We'll be making announcements about the optimal pathway.
Minister, have dates been put in place for those announcements?
It's a matter for government or governments.
Has the Australian government made its decisions in relation to the optimal pathway, having received the advice from Vice Admiral Mead?
See, the challenge with that question, Senator Birmingham, as you would understand from your previous roles, goes to the scale of the work that Vice Admiral Mead was referencing. So what is contemplated by optimal pathway would involve a range of decisions by governments. So I suppose the most open answer would be no, but the context is because of the sorts of scale and timeframes that the Vice Admiral has talked about.
I'd almost interpret from the way you framed that the answer is yes, we've made some, but there are some still to go, and there will be ongoing decisions to be made.
You can infer whatever you'd like. I'll refer back to my answer.
Minister, if you were sitting here and I was sitting there, oh, but for, from my perspective, but were that the case, I find it easier to spread out. Were that the case, you would ask me about the uncertainty created by not providing a date, or the uncertainty created by not recommitting to at least 8?
I think my questions are better than that.
You would probably have asked it in a far more pointed way than I just did. I'm seeking to be appreciative of the sensitivities in this issue.
I understand that.
But also calling out the fact, Minister, that there are genuine uncertainties created by your failure to answer some of those questions.
And I could then respond by the uncertainty created by your government, which tore up not one but 2 approaches to submarines. But this is leaving all of that which has resulted in really quite extensive delays, which we are seeking to deal with. But leaving all of the all the politics aside, you and we all know how important this capability is. And we all know what an undertaking it is. There was a discussion before, which I didn't intervene on, which talked about the costs associated with it. And I've said previously that if you include both acquisition and sustainment, submarines are the largest procurement the Commonwealth engages in. And it is, for the reasons you know, and as the former government said, and we have continued to say, this is a critical capability for the nation. So I would ask that you recognise that I am seeking to be quite careful about some of the questions you ask ahead of decisions and announcements by AUKUS partners. I would anticipate, and I know the Deputy Prime Minister will consider this, that appropriate arrangements will be made to engage with senior members of the opposition.
Thanks, Minister. It seems to be taken as almost accepted wisdom across media reporting in multiple nations now that the announcement will take place next month and will be an announcement involving the three leaders in the one location. Is that correct? And are there plans for the Prime Minister and any other ministers to travel for an
Senator
announcement?
Birmingham, you really think we're going to, in Senate estimates, talk about what Prime Minister Sunak and President Biden might be doing? We're not going to do that.
It looks to the extent of media speculation
Well,
and commentary like others have been talking,
Yay for them.
within government or elsewhere.
Yay for them. Of course, you wouldn't expect us to.
Can I turn to some of the issues around seeking to ensure successful delivery of AUKUS? Is the Australian government pursuing efforts to achieve legal and legislative changes in relation to ITARs and export controls or visas and workforce access with the United States?
Senator Birmingham, you are correct. The government is very active on that in terms of broadening the data sharing arrangements. Some of it is ITARs, some of it is how the US and the UK deal with protected information, the US no-fawn system. This is an issue that the Prime Minister's taken up. The Foreign Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister pursued this at OSMIN last year. We've subsequent to that OSMIN meeting had people travel to the United States for further engagement. It's a complex business. The ITARS arrangements are the centre of decision making there is the State Department, but they draw on inputs from the Pentagon and other parts of the system, and we have, at the direction of ministers, really stepped up our engagement to try and work out what is the best way of streamlining those approvals so that the delivery of AUKUS is not slowed down by these impediments. We respect the United States and the UK's right and in fact the need to protect the sensitive technologies. We are just looking at what is the best way of facilitating the exchange of information to enable AUKUS to proceed as quickly as possible. So I think it was dealt with at OSMIN last year, and we have followed up following ministerial direction.
If I may, and I think this is a very good question, because these issues, I would say to you that these issues are critical to the delivery of this capability and to the success of the AUKUS partnership. And I think that criticality is reflected in the priority we give to our engagement on these issues. And I know, in addition to the Secretary, Mr. Jeffries and also Jeffrey and also the Vice Admiral could add to it if you wished.
Perhaps in adding to it if we can, has Australia developed a concrete or relatively concrete proposition around the types of reforms or changes to processes that that we believe are necessary, that we are seeking to advance in our discussions with the US administration and the US Congress to try to make sure that they are given effect to.
I think it's more appropriate to say, Senator, that we are, we are working collaboratively with our partners on this. That they've asked us for some examples where their regulations or the way they interpret them have slowed things down. We've provided some of that information. We're working through the joint steering groups. We also have Defence Industry Division pursuing these channels. So it's a multifaceted approach, and our American partners tell us that there are different ways of approaching this, and they are also wanting to work out what is the best way of taking this thing forward. What reforms of the system do they have within their own authority to pursue, and then what possible either amendments to legislation or other directives might need to be issued to facilitate this. So it's not a matter of us developing this is the model that we want. It's a much more collaborative process.
Senator, if I could give you an example of some of the advances that have been made over the past 12 months. So this time last year, no Australian had ever set foot in a US nuclear reactor at sea or a US naval nuclear reactor alongside. No Australian had ever been to their US naval reactor training schools or into their headquarters. Over the past 12 months, we have sent hundreds of people through that system there. We've had ministers, we've had naval officers, we've had defence civilians all go through there. We have currently right now naval officers studying in the US naval reactor courses. We have naval officers studying in the UK naval reactor courses. I've been to the nuclear reactor facility in the UK and the shipyards in the US and the UK, as has many scores of other Australians. So these were limitations that had been in place for decades, and just in the past 12 months, the US and the UK have made significant inroads in allowing access. And I think this sort of signifies the magnitude of the commitment from our partners and the Australian government on AUKUS, and I'm confident that, yes, there will be challenges ahead, but we have developed a bit of a precedent here.
I appreciate that, and thank you for those examples. Of course, there are the barriers and difficulties that can be moved aside administratively, and then there are those that are legal barriers that are in place as well, which with all parliamentary systems or congressional systems present their challenges and the need at some stage for a lot of specificity, drive and full court advocacy to be able to achieve those types of reforms. So appreciate at this stage, Mr Moriarty, you've indicated that you're at the collaborative stage of trying to prioritise those. What sort of urgency do you give to achieving legislative reforms in the US to make this process easier? And are these reforms and is this collaborative approach looking beyond the nuclear-powered submarine project to the other aspects of the AUKUS partnership?
Well, we are approaching it as a matter of urgency in the way that our ministers directed us to last year at the OSMIN meeting. It's highlighted in the communique as an issue that we're working on. Are we looking beyond the AUKUS? Yes. There's a number of programs where data sharing agreements, the security frameworks and ITARs, we believe could be streamlined to our mutual benefit. So that's the long answer. The short answer is yes, we are looking beyond AUKUS.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. I'll have to move the call around unless you have one burning question.
That's okay, Senator.
But I'll hand over to the Greens. Senator Cox, you have the call.
Thank you. Recently, there have been quite a number of major flooding events, fires and other disasters which required members of the ADF to be deployed to those areas. Most recently, the Kimberley floods in my electorate of Western Australia. Areas impacted by the disaster were the majority of small and remote First Nations communities, and many of those community members speak English as a third and fourth language. So are you able to tell me what measures the ADF and the government are taking to ensure that the emergency response plans take language and cultural barriers into account?
Senator, we'll get the right people to
Senator General Campbell, Chief of Defence Force. While colleagues are coming to the table, the Defence Force and Defence more generally, but I'm going to speak of the Defence Force, has a very active program of seeking to recruit and retain Indigenous Australians into the force. There's currently 3.1% of the Australian Defence Force indicates an Indigenous heritage. We have, as you would know, some units that are particularly focused into remote and regional areas of the north of Australia. We don't have a strength in Indigenous language, but we do have a growing and continuing to grow appreciation of the importance of connecting to community, respecting country, acknowledging and seeking to support in ways that contribute and build rather than disrupt or degrade. It's a long story, and it will be something that all Australians are involved in.
Okay, thank you, General.
Senator Steve Chappell, Head of Military Strategic Commitments. So our support to states and territories is conducted through the National Emergency Management Agency in Home Affairs. They coordinate all Commonwealth level response. So we respond to WA or state requests with and through them. In the case of the WA floods, in addition to General Campbell's response, I would offer that we were able to place some of our First Nations ADF members in the field in those local communities. One of the members I'm aware of was from the local community to, I guess, add to the response and add to the connection with those communities. There was significant positive feedback from both the communities and the WA authorities, and we're happy to provide further details around that if you wish on notice.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the level of engagement with community, and specifically is that guided by elders, or is it in the way of information, resources? Obviously, cultural and language being quite significant barriers, and I appreciate that you have some guidance within the ADF, but I want to understand how much of that is dependent on individuals and not on the actual system to provide an adequate level of minimum training so that they can actually do that. So I'm just trying to understand that a little bit more.
Certainly, Senator. I'll add one or two comments and maybe offer Chief of Army an opportunity to respond as well. So when we respond to requests for any humanitarian or disaster relief, then our people, as a matter of course, are looking to engage with the partners, authority partners, in this case WA, with local communities and gain the insights and input from those communities and their elders, in this case, to further aid the response of both the Defence Force but our partner agencies to bring help and aid to those communities. So that is an active and well-practiced part of any response that the Australian Defence Force would make to both disasters in Australia or indeed in the region or around the world. But I'll offer Chief of Army any comments he may wish to provide there.
Senator, Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, Chief of Army, can I offer you two thoughts that might assist in answering your question? The first is a more general one. I'm responsible to the CDF for the Regional Force Surveillance Group, which are the units across the north of our country. which are in large part crewed by Indigenous Australians from communities, and they work in their community areas. So we have a very strong connection with community, with elders, and a structured Indigenous liaison officer program that works across a range of networks, both down and in, across communities, and the liaison we have through those units with communities, and in particular with their elders. The second is across the network of Indigenous liaison officers that exist in Army and indeed across the services. And then thirdly, through another network to Army's Indigenous elder, Auntie Lorraine. So we look at it through a multitude of dimensions to try and make sure we build the cultural awareness. Auntie Lorraine provides me with cultural awareness, insight and competency, and is part of any decision making when it comes to how we interact with Indigenous Australians. So that's I guess the more general point in terms of our approach. The more specific point, I was fortunate to visit our teams up in Broome for about half a day. And I met with one of the Indigenous landowners as well. And if I can share with you an example of how that team were working, as Air Vice Marshal Chappell said, we actually flew in a young Navy female NCO who was from Fitzroy Crossing, that was able to provide a great effect, both in terms of morale, reuniting with a family who was under pressure, but also a sense of reassurance in the community, and added to the regional Indigenous liaison network, but also the connection that we have through the Kimberley Squadron of the North West Mobile Force. Defence was asked to re-establish a ferry crossing at Fitzroy Crossing because the bridge had been destroyed. So rather than do that task, we were able, through the relationship we have with the 5 Indigenous landowner groups in Fitzroy Crossing, to seek their cooperation and agreement, which was secured through that liaison, to use the bulldozers and the other equipment that was required from the Main Roads Department, to source the operators for that equipment through an Indigenous labour hire company in Fitzroy Crossing, and put the local council in the position of actually coordinating all of that effort. And that certainly, to me, stood out as a really powerful example of our relationship with local community and our ability to understand culturally how the community worked and to work with them to achieve an outcome that the community required. So I just offer that as a practical example.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you for articulating that. And obviously, the connection to country is very important for First Nations people. And I know that even from Perth, there was some of the coordination that I was involved in and across to ministers' offices here in Canberra. But obviously there's a level of respect and cultural appropriateness that needs to be exercised and understood, more so in relation to removing people from country in these situations. So I appreciate the example that you've provided. I'm just more keen to understand, in the future, how will you mobilise this, not just in the one-off instances and being able to fly someone in, but a more systemic or more structural approach to particularly disaster management or emergency management in these situations?
There was one example. We were also using our soldiers who are from those local communities, particularly those around Fitzroy Crossing and the many smaller communities in that vicinity, who are part of the Kimberley Squadron that has a presence in Derby, as well as in Broome, and then out in Fitzroy Crossing as well. So we actually have members of community as part of the Australian Army, and that connection we use not just in the Kimberley, but right across Northern Australia, from Thursday Island down to Cairns, all the way across to the Kimberley and down
Yep.
into Pilbara.
Great. Were there any instances of cultural practice that were part of any of those discussions, such as sorry business or men's or women's business during the time of that disaster, in particular the Kimberley?
I'm not sure about the specifics there, Senator. We certainly don't proceed until we've been welcomed on to country, and we have a great relationship with all the communities that contribute their young Australians to service in the Australian Army.
Yeah, great.
Senator, could I just add, as Air Vice Marshal Chappell mentioned, when we, the Australian Defence Force, contribute as an element of a humanitarian assistance or disaster response activity in Australia or indeed elsewhere, but let's say in Australia, our contribution is directed by whomever might be the governmental authority in that area. Now, typically, in the Western Australian example, the Western Australian Government, the head of their emergency services, to the local community council, and through their mechanisms, the elements of the Defence Force are tasked to do jobs. And then the critical point that you're raising, we don't necessarily have the choice of jobs. That's centrally coordinated in that fashion. But your critical point is it is how we do the jobs. And by seeking to grow the numbers of Indigenous Australians serving in the Defence Force, to use the networks that General Stewart has mentioned, and to undertake practices of welcome to country and broader awareness of Indigenous story in the areas in which we are based. We're trying to grow that sensitivity. That means when we find ourselves somewhere, our operational planners have pulled from across the force those who might be able to be of assistance because they've grown up there. But we're bringing in people who know the first thing they need to do is to be welcomed, to speak to the elders, to listen to their concerns and execute the task they have given from that Central Disaster Response Authority in a way that is culturally appropriate.
Thank you, General. And I think this is really a fact-finding mission that I'm really wanting to explore, that, there is an essential policy that's guiding your approach, particularly from a practical perspective. Appreciate and understand the jobs that the ADF do, particularly in relation to a response in disaster management. But the cultural tenors of this are very, very important, particularly working on country, as you've already acknowledged, and look forward to having further conversations about that policy to guide this work. So thank you, Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Cox. Senator Shoebridge, did you want to continue on with the Greens second block?
I will.
Thank you.
I was going to ask some questions about the budget for the Black Hawk helicopter purchase. Is that simply through you, Mr Moriarty? Is there?
We'll get the right officers to come to the...
Get some friends to help.
We bring in some help.
So I just... To get us started, it's been reported as a $2.8 billion program, this 40 additional Black Hawks. Is that right, Lieutenant General?
We can confirm the exact amount, but that is the order of magnitude, Senator. Hey, can I just add the point of context? We looked at what was the original planned withdrawal date for the MRH-90, and then the purchase of the 40 additional Black Hawks, and the purchase of the Black Hawks and their introduction into service starting this year will actually cost approximately $2.7 billion less than it would have cost to continue to operate the MRH out to 2037.
But that's because of the excruciatingly insupportable cost of running the MRH-90. So comparing it to running the MRH-90 is not how you check value, is it, on a Black Hawk?
No, I'm not suggesting that. What I'm saying to you, Senator, what I'm offering to you is a point of context that to this.
If it involves putting the MRH-90s on a boat and shipping them off somewhere, then we're on the same page.
I think we've had this discussion before, Senator.
Yeah,
yes, we are.
enough.
Yeah.
So it's about $2.8 billion. Is that going to, how many of the MRH-90s is that going to mean that we can finally, not just mothball, but remove from the inventory?
It's a replacement program, and we're focused on making sure that the availability and the cost of ownership that we will be able to generate from operating the Black Hawk, but we'll deliver the capability we need within the cost envelope that is allocated.
When are the 40 Black Hawks going to come online?
Senator Major Jeremy King, headline capability. The first 3 Black Hawks will arrive, we hope, or we're planning before the end of this financial year. So given that contract was signed with US government last month, we'll see the first 3 aircraft arrive within 6 months. And then we will look to see that capability grow. I think that's a really good lesson we've learnt from the Chinook capability, where we've stayed aligned to a configuration with US Army, which has allowed us to accept aircraft that were originally identified for US Army on the production line and bring them into service as quickly as we're doing.
I think last time I checked that the overall life of the MRH-90 program had about a $3.7 billion budget attached to it. Is that the right figure, Lieutenant General?
We'd come back and confirm that with you, but that's...
Seems about right.
In the order of magnitude.
And how much of that was some of that repurposed into this $2.8 billion, or is the $2.8 billion on top of the $3.7 billion that's been set aside already for the MRH-90?
I think we'll take that on notice and be able to give you an accurate figure as exactly the sources of those money and what has flown out through MRH and in.
Not much flows out through MRH-90.
So Senator, if I can, we'll come back to you with the exact figures, but if you think of it in terms of there's a certain amount of money that is forecast for the delivery of that capability, there isn't additional funding required to deliver that capability above what was originally planned.
Well, no, I don't think the budget had anticipated expenditure up to and beyond 2030 on the MRH-90, and I'm assuming so you can't repurpose savings outside the current budget estimates to apply to your $2.8 billion project, can you, Lieutenant General?
So if you're talking about across the forward estimates or across the life of type of an aircraft, we'll come back to you with those exact figures.
So is this $2.8 billion, is it wholly repurposed money and from savings on the MRH-90, or is it fresh money that you're going to have to seek from other savings?
I think it's fair to characterise, and I'll ask Mr Fairweather and General King to comment here as well, to say that within the aviation program, we have used the funds that are allocated to the delivery of the program outputs. So no, before the decision on the Black Hawk was made, we weren't expecting to spend that money on that platform, but we will not be spending it on other things within the program.
Right. Well, apart from the MRH-90, what other savings have been required to free up the funds to purchase the Black Hawks?
Shane Fairweather, the First Assistant Secretary of Joint Aviation Systems Division. So we look, as Chief Army said, we looked across the profile. There was the MRH-90 sustainment funding out to 2037. There's also the MRH Capability Assurance Program, which is money we would have invested into MRH to keep it relevant.
Just stopping you there, that's the warehousing money that we discussed last time?
No. There was money allocated for the MRH sustainment as we go forward. There was money allocated for the Capability Assurance Program, which was, and I don't have those numbers in front of me, but it was a significant amount of money. And there's also the 2097 program, which is the Special Operations Rotary Wing program, which was cancelled on the decision by the Black Hawk because it will no longer be required. So that money's been reallocated, as Chief Army said, across the Battlefield Aviation program.
All right. And is it intended, when is it intended that the MRH-90s will first of all, will the Navy's MRH-90s, when is it intended? I assume it's intended to dispose of them. Is that right?
Well, we will eventually dispose of the entire fleet.
All right. Well, can you tell me what the predicted date is to dispose of the last? Well, first of all, to take the last MRH-90 out of service, and then secondly to dispose of it.
So the current plan is to remove the MRH from service at the end of 24, and put them into a storage/disposal system. We're working on that approach now quite heavily. It's a very complex process. So we first look at how we could use the components of those aircraft to keep the fleet going. I must say that 24th date, there's a contingency period after that if there are delays in the Black Hawk schedule, which is prudent planning.
Thank you. Sorry, Senator Fitzgerald, but I do need to move the call on. I did foreshadow you had 1 minute left. Thank you for...
officials leave. Can I ask a follow-up question just on the Black Hawk question?
well, the officials won't be leaving, so they'll still be here. But did you have one follow-up?
Just, I'd like to know when the preview testing is scheduled for the Black Hawks, given that your policy says even for military off-the-shelf acquisition, a preview test should be conducted, and given the lessons we learned from the CH-47D and the additional investment and upgrade programs that were required for a standard American Army helicopter before we could deploy it, are we aware of all the costs that may be involved if we require any differences to the configuration used by the US Army?
Thanks, Senator. And Chief Army may also want to respond, but there is a detailed T&E plan. We know the Black Hawk program very well. We've identified what we'll need to do for that platform. There is test and evaluation activity already commenced. There'll be one out here, a Black Hawk out here for Avalon. There'll be a series of test and evaluation activities around that using AITs and other resources, and that will continue through its prior to entry to service and through its entry to service. It's a
if you could take the details and notice, yeah. I'd like to know when that is actually programmed to occur.
No problem.
And the scope, if possible.
Thank you very much. I'll hand the call over now to Senator Van, but before you just start, Senator Van, Secretary, did you have any follow-up to my questions on notice from this morning? You indicated that you might come back.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see if there was any update, but maybe whilst Senator Van's asking his questions, you might be able to chase up with officials. Senator Van, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got some questions about land systems, so probably the officers at the table are probably the correct ones. First to you, Chief. I think it's pretty clear from open source intelligence and the different defence commentators around the world that small unmanned aerial systems, drones, playing a major part in the battle in Ukraine. Would that be a fair assumption?
Yes, I think that's a fair characterisation.
Thank you. Then going to Land 1294 Bravo, which is a small unmanned aerial system project launched by Land Systems, I believe last year. Major General King, can you update me on the progress of that, please?
Of course, Senator. Land 129 Phase 4B was born out of what was originally Land 129 Phase 4 in around 2016, 2017. It was decided because of the rate of change of small, uncrewed aerial vehicles that we would look to do that in a tranched approach. And so there was an initial buy of about 78 WASP AE small UAS purchased for Army, with an approach to look at a follow-on buy around now, about 5 years from when 4A was approved, to acquire the best and the most modern small UAS we could. That process is progressing and has not yet been presented to government, but will be in short time.
So there were, correct me if I'm wrong, but there were 4 tenders put forward for that program?
I perhaps defer to CASG in relation to the tender evaluation and tenders.
Well, they can come up and or put it on notice. But am I right in saying that there was 3 Australian and 1 German contender?
Again, I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. There is very clear evidence that all 3 Australian participants in that tender have been told that they're not being down selected.
So, Senator, that's a live tender at the moment. I think what has occurred to date, and Mr Fairweather may wish to correct me, is that we have provided advice regarding preferred and non-preferred. There has not been a down select at this point in time.
Well, so if 3 out of 4 have been told they're not selected, that means 1's been down selected, correct?
Again, Senator, not preferred, not as opposed to not selected. And again, this decision has not yet been presented to government, and so it remains a live tender.
And maybe this is for CASG, but did the request for tender change during the tender period, such that it went from being having a maximum weight to a higher maximum weight?
I'm happy to answer. So in terms of the requirements, certainly Army has learnt a number of lessons around UAS. We have UAS much larger than a small UAS, all the way down to a nano size. On that journey, as we've seen with the rate of change of the technology, we've also learnt a number of lessons. And so we've identified that 2 of the characteristics around the small UAS that we value is in persistence, that is how long it can remain in the air, as well as the quality and the abilities of the sensors that are on there. So the cameras, the infrared systems, etc., that can provide that understanding. So we have learnt along the path over that 5 years, as has the technology improved.
But even during the time that the tender was open, that you've learnt these and changed the rules and
yes. So we've been on this journey with 129 Phase 4B since 2017. The technology has changed markedly, and our application of UAS across the spectrum of UAS has also matured significantly as well.
And as it has in Australia, and maybe this is for CASG. Last year at Land Forces, the biggest theme that, and I was there as part of the Defence Subcommittee, the biggest theme that we heard right across the show from virtually every stand, certainly all those that weren't primes, was that the Australian government has been very, very good at funding innovation, especially in things like UASs. But there to date has been no acquisition of an Australian UAS. Why is the Australian taxpayer funding money for innovation that our Defence Forces aren't then acquiring? This seems to be a major gap in our acquisition structure.
There has been a significant engagement around innovation. There has been one very successful one with the Spitfire gimbal from Ascent Technologies, a very good capability that's now been fielded on Land 219 Phase 3, the integrated delivered by In Situ. We've learned some lessons about how to engage with industry through that innovation process. The base of the UAS industry in Australia is very strong, and
but not strong enough to acquire.
No, then that's one of the problems that we're facing. So we're looking at how we can do more there to lift that, to get both a viable and an affordable product.
Well, I think I can point to quite a number of affordable products, certainly far more affordable than the German one that you've seemingly chosen for Bravo.
It's live tenders, and I can't comment on the relative values.
I won't ask you to, but I'm just making a comment right there. So why aren't we working with these innovative Australian manufacturers to get them through that depth, such that they can respond to these changing needs that don't seem to be communicated to them, but get communicated to foreign companies?
Senator, I can assure you that everybody got the same communication. There was no preferential communication to anybody. The Australian companies had a great deal of support leading in through that process, particularly one or two of them that came through the Defence Innovation Hub have developed very good products, and we're working to see how we can then develop that further.
So taxpayers have spent money on innovating that product, but the Australian Defence Force won't purchase it.
There's no intent to not purchase. We need to get.
You have heard of the valley of death that small SMEs have to cross through.
Absolutely.
And without acquisitions, that's awfully difficult to cross.
Agree that we also need to balance the delivery of capability against that for the men and women of the ADF to operate it. So and all our contracts have very strong Australian industry content inclusions in it.
I'm not sure that that's quite true with the German model, but
but
that's not going to be a man-carried system, is it?
No.
Is there currently a man-carried system available to our soldiers?
Sorry, what carried system?
A man-carried.
Senator, I'm happy to answer
Man-portable.
So at the moment we have a WASP-AE, which is a...
Isn't that being phased out?
That's a 2 kilo platform. That's reaching the end of its life. And as I say, in terms of man-carried, the platform you're referring to is about 4 kilos, so that is capable of being man-carried.
I'm hearing 7 to 8.
Right, okay. That's not my understanding.
Not my understanding, yeah.
Okay, I'll move on because I want to make the most of my block. Mr Moriarty, in your opening statement, and I'm going back to some questions I asked at last estimates, everyone was blocking me about how many Bushmasters we've sent to Ukraine. In your opening statement, you, and I don't want to misquote you say, that's why Australia has provided Ukraine with approximately $655 million in support, including $475 million in military assistance. Is that your statement?
That was the statement.
So given that it's been established as a matter of fact that we have not yet sent half of the Bushmasters that were promised, so less than half of the 90, how do you justify your statement that we've sent $475? Now, I know you're going to say they're operational procedures, so I'm not asking you to confirm the number that have gone, and you can take this on notice and it might be better, but how do you come up with that $475 million that have been sent when it's blatantly true that we have not sent what we committed over 7 months ago?
Senator, that is the scale of the government's commitment to military assistance.
But it's
to
not
Ukraine.
provided yet. It might be committed, but it's not provided yet. And there's a huge difference. You're lying to the Australian taxpayer when you're saying
Senator Van, Senator Van, I'd ask that you...
I withdraw that.
Not just withdraw, but also just maybe
But it's not the
rephrase
truth.
that question,
Yes,
but
I'll
also
just-
allow the Secretary to answer maybe the first part of your question before follow-up questions. Secretary?
Senator, so the government has made a commitment. The capability is being delivered. Some of it has been delivered already. We are approaching this in a methodical way. Some of it is sensitive about the routes and the pace at which activities are going. I'm very conscious, Senator, that you've said that it should have all been delivered already by now. The department has approached it in a different way. That is the case, but the government has made a commitment to a value of military assistance to Ukraine, and we are in the process of delivering on that government commitment.
But providing and committing are two different things. Now, we're coming up to the anniversary of the war. Within I think, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I'm roughly right, within a week or two after we made our first commitment, we had 6 Bushmasters in there. When the Prime Minister was in Kiev in July, he promised a further 90 on top of our 60. When I was in Kiev, there'd been 31 or 2 being delivered. I'm aware of another small number being delivered. Over 8 have been destroyed. We're really not living up to our commitment to Ukraine, are we?
I don't think that's so I won't engage on that question. I think the government has made a firm commitment to the defence of
But a
Ukraine.
commitment and delivery are two different things. Can you accept that?
That governments make commitments and then they have directed the department to deliver on that commitment, and we are doing so in a methodical way.
But methodical and slow are two different things. All those Bushmasters could have been sent by LHD or commercial shipping well and truly by this point. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think it's that we have looked at a range of options for the delivery of material. We've developed a plan and we are implementing that plan.
I would love a private briefing on that plan, because at this stage I'm embarrassed for the Australian people
Senator
by the
Van.
lack of what's being sent to Ukraine.
Senator Van, the Secretary has provided his response to your question. I do now have to move on the call. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for your commitment to my 20 minutes.
Excuse me, there was no commitment to 20 minutes.
You
and
did.
also,
We had a discussion about it.
Senator Van, you're reflecting on the chair, and that's disorderly. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Chair. I've got a series of questions about Hunter class
you said about
frigates.
20
Who's best for that?
You said 15.
Hunter class.
20.
Can we start by getting what the current global budget for the Hunter class frigate is? I know it's a rude question, but we may as well start with the money.
In outturned dollars?
Sorry. Yeah, well, sadly, I don't know. No.
Jack,
Yeah, so what, Miss... You get to announce the big number on your last day, Mr. Dalton.
Thank you for that privilege, Senator.
That's okay.
Tony Dalton, Deputy Secretary.
He loves answering questions.
Yeah.
Naval Shipbuilding Institute. Thank you, Minister. So in the portfolio budget statement paper, Senator, on page 113, the Future Frigate Design and Construction Program, will give you two numbers. So the first number is the approved budget for the military acquisition part of the current approved project. That's $6,121 million. And then there's the other inputs to capability, which includes things like facilities, Navy training, etc. And that's, at the moment, is approved to $1,020 million.
All right. And what's it estimated to cost over the life of the program? Well, there are some much bigger figures being floated around than that. So
that's the approved
Yeah, I
budget,
understand.
Senator. And I just would like to say that there is an approved budget.
Yeah.
The total cost acquisition for the entire program is $45 billion.
Yeah. And that's not going to be enough, is it, to deliver the proposed capacity?
Well,
We already know that's not going to be enough.
I think, Senator, what we can say is that that this is a program that will extend over 2.5 to 3 decades, and we are under a lot of pressure on the budget right now when we look forward because of the impact of global inflation rates, COVID, the war in Ukraine. That is putting a lot of pressure into our budget.
Well, it's not the war in Ukraine that's causing the problem on the Hunter-class frigates.
But it is causing an impact
it's because they might capsize, they might get sunk, they
That's
don't
not
work.
true,
as
Senator,
currently.
there's very high risk around the budget for the Hunter class program.
Yeah. Well, it says, and I'll just quote Defence back at you, the acquisition and sustainment of a Hunter-class frigate is not achievable within the allocated funding. So if it's not 45 billion, what is it?
Cheryl Lutz, First Assistant Secretary, Major Service Combatants and Combat Systems. That is a risk. A risk is something that you will plan for and you ensure that you mitigate and control. That risk has been there since 2021 in the Major Project Report, where it was identified after COVID that we had pressures on supply chain, and that is why we have that risk there. It's just like any risk that you would have, you need to mitigate and control.
All right.
It is not an event that has occurred.
The other risk is that we launch them as currently designed and they get sunk. Because to quote from your, again from the Defence, the delivered HCF and future batches has insufficient capability to counter current and emerging threats. A layman could read that as saying you launch them as they currently are into a conflict situation and they get sunk.
No,
That's right, isn't it?
We've raised previously about the margin concerns, and we are ensuring that we are meeting all of our margin requirements, including the stability of the vessel. It is a risk that we need to manage because, as identified before, our weight has increased. We did have an issue previously with our in-service weight growth margin, which we are now maintaining, and we are maintaining the other margins required.
Well,
we are now in design, currently in design of 4 zones. 2 zones have also been moved from spatial design, which is detailed design, into getting ready for production. So we now have a total of 6 out of the 12 zones through spatial design or in spatial design.
It'd put a hell of a hole in the budget, wouldn't it, if you sail it out into a conflict zone and got sunk?
Well,
because
that
that's
is
what.
why
No, let
we
me
have a
finish.
risk that-
Let me finish the question.
Sorry.
Because that's what Defence are saying when they say the delivered HCF and future batches has insufficient capability to counter current and emerging threats. So it can't even deal with the current threat environment, let alone what it's likely to be when they eventually, if they do eventually get launched. That's what it says.
It is a risk, Senator. It is
It's a hell of
not
a
an
risk.
event that has occurred. So it is a risk that we are planning for and mitigating against and ensuring as much as possible that it doesn't occur.
Well, there's a whole lot of complicated interrelated risks with this project, aren't there? Because
It is a
no,
high
let me
risk
finish.
project.
Let me finish.
Senator Shoebridge, I think the official's trying to actually answer your question. So
yeah,
could you
but
allow her?
I have to
Sorry, I'm
finish my
allowing
question.
her to answer your first question. Ms. Lars, do you want to continue,
No,
please?
I hadn't, Chair. I hadn't finished my question.
Well, no, you were halfway through her answering your question and interrupted. So I'm going to hand the call back to the official.
I'd just like to stress that it is a high-risk project. We are being open with our risks in the major project report. Nothing's being hidden, but these risks are not events that have occurred.
Well, of course they haven't occurred because you haven't even launched one yet. But
No,
So could you stop arguing with the official and actually put your questions to the officials,
do.
please?
The as currently designed, it's not capable. It has insufficient capability to counter even current threats. And part of the problem and why these risks are interrelated is because you can't tack anything else onto it because it's already at its maximum architectural limits on weight and stability. You tack anything else on it and it'll capsize. These are interrelated, complicated problems, aren't they?
When you're designing a complex surface combatant, everything is interrelated, and that's why you identify the risks and you make sure as you go through your design that you are considering all of those aspects and ensuring that you are going to deliver a ship that is going to meet all of the weight margins and the other margins and be stable and be able to counter the current threat that it's designed for.
Yes, but I'm putting to you that these are interrelated and make the solutions extremely problematic. When you have a ship that with its current design is, and I'll quote again, approaching fundamental naval architecture limits on weight and stability, and then you have to tack on other weapons systems and defence systems to make it survivable, you have complex interrelated problems which make it even less likely that it's going to be launched on time or on budget or meet its goals.
Senator, I don't agree. These, as I'm trying to point out, these are risks. They are not events that have occurred. We are mitigating and controlling, and we have a very flexible design as well in the ship.
Vice Admiral Hammond, what is the Navy's... Well, is the Navy concerned that the delivered Hunter-class frigates has insufficient capability to counter current and emerging threats? Is the Navy concerned that as currently designed, they won't be safe?
Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, Chief of Navy. Senator, this is a complex issue. When you say current and emerging threats, they are multiple. We're talking about an undersea warfare threat, an above water warfare threat, a missile threat. This ship was selected as the best option to mitigate the undersea threat. Principally, it is designed as an anti-submarine warfare ship. It is also designed with the most capable CEA radar that we will have fielded to date. In that sense, it will have a more capable air picture than anything we currently operate, and it is fitted with significant self-defence capability. Like the rest of the surface combatant force, we are looking at options to increase the lethality of its offensive suite as well.
But this defence data summary sheet is talking about its survivability. It can't meet current threats, let alone future threats, as currently designed.
Can I just ask, Senator, which product are you quoting from?
The product data summary sheet, page 144.
From the PDS? It absolutely is challenged, as is every other asset in the Australian Defence Force, with keeping up with the rate of change of the threat environment in the Indo-Pacific, which is one of the focal areas of the Defence Strategic Review. This is also one of those capabilities that has been and is being reviewed by the Australian Government.
But this isn't marginal issues. This is the fundamental design. And again, I'll quote from the PDS. The current design and production scope realises a batch 1 design that does not form a suitable basis for future batches, given the expectation of further capability insertion into future batches. In other words, as currently designed, you can't put this into long-term production.
Senator, can I what you're doing is reading one side of a two-sided story. So there are two columns in that table. The one side is the risks that you are reading out, and they are real risks, and we are not shying away from the ability for us to have to manage it.
No, we wrote them.
We wrote them.
Correct.
The other side
you
of
wrote them, but we have to buy them.
the other side of the table is the remedial actions that we are putting in place to manage those risks. So as Ms Lutz has said, these are risks that we have to be conscious of. They are not realised events. So we are working to put those mitigations in place to manage those risks. It's like when you buy a new car, there's a risk that you will have an accident as you drive out of the showroom. So you would put a seatbelt on. These are risks that we are managing in a complex program, and we have a range of mitigations in place to manage those risks. And we want to be transparent to say that these are risks, and all of our programs have a similar range of risks to this.
Well, if this was a new car, it would be uninsurable and unlicensed and unregisterable, given this list of risks. The new car analogy is not a particularly good one for you, is it, Mr. Dalton? No one would drive this out of the showroom.
I don't necessarily agree with that either, Senator, because you would test, the new cars go through the AMCAP testing series to get, you could choose a new car that only has a 2-star rating, and you would pay a premium on your insurance for that. What we're trying to do here is balance those risks.
Well, when you talk about the remedial action, it's not particularly persuasive though, is it? For example, on the risk that the frigate design is approaching fundamental naval architecture limits on weight and stability, and it's in danger of either exceeding one or more platform limitations, the answer to that, the remedial action, is the project is tracking naval architecture limits and design margins closely through the head contract deliverables such as the margin monitoring program, the quarterly weight report and the mandated system review process. The next mandated review is the preliminary design review planned for July 2023. That's hardly something that's going to give taxpayers confidence that this is going to work. You're tracking a horrible problem. You're not solving it.
Senator, we have a specification where the contractor is required to meet. We are ensuring and tracking, and through the design, ensuring that we meet those requirements, and that is the margins and the architectural limits, including stability.
If it exceeds a platform limitation on stability...
It doesn't currently, Senator.
Let me finish. If it, which is what it says, it's in danger of exceeding one or more platform limitations, and two of those are weight and stability. If the Hunter-class frigate exceeds a platform limitation on stability, it means it can capsize and go turtle. That's the truth of it, isn't it?
Senator, if I could, again, Vice Admiral Hammond, Chief of Navy, it is a risk with any ship design that if you don't get the architecture right, that it could capsize. This is the art of shipbuilding. You identify the risks, you be transparent about them, and you put in action plans. And there are layers, of course, below this in the shipbuilding program which will mitigate these risks. It's like every time we send a ship to sea, there is a risk of collision, there is a risk of grounding, And we have tactics, techniques, procedures and training systems that mitigate those risks to what we call an acceptable level. That is the art of shipbuilding, that is the art of ship operations. I just think that there's the interpretation of this product as an absolute definition that those are risks that are realised, therefore the program is in trouble. I just caution against that because I think it's a much different context. This is risk management in the early stages of design of this ship, and those risks are and should be, like any shipbuilding program, like any house building program, being retired as we develop the program and as it matures.
Yeah, but Vice Admiral...
Thank you. Last question, please.
The explanation for how those risks have been addressed in this PDS sheet is by and large wholly unpersuasive. I put to the panel earlier the risk that the delivered Hunter-class frigate and future batches has insufficient capability to counter current and emerging threats. The risk of it actually, if it ever gets launched, being sunk as soon as it goes into a conflict zone. And the purported response to that is Ships Division, through the Maritime Integrated Warfare Systems branch, to establish a surface combatant system integration service to support a spiral development strategy for the HCF. Now, if that's an answer to the problem, I will be very surprised, particularly when, if you want to tack any more systems on, you're going to aggravate the weight and stability problem that's identified as a fundamental limitation.
Unless you create scope by retiring other capabilities.
All right, we'll have to move the call over. Senator Lambie, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Just while you're there on the frigates, once again, I seriously, we've got a procurement problem here. I mean, the frigates were announced in 2009. As I understand it, the first future frigate won't arrive till 2031, although I don't hold high hopes. The competitive evaluation process for the future frigate included a requirement that it was a military off the shelf. Is that still going ahead? Is that correct? Is it off the shelf, the future frigate? Or you can't tell me that?
No, Senator, the future frigate, as we said, it's the reference ship design is the Type 26. It is being modified to meet Australian requirements. That requires design work, that requires, adjustments to the weight and the structure of the boat. So it is being evolved from a reference ship design. It was not an off-the-shelf design.
Oh, wait on. Oh, so it's not off-the-shelf design. Well, how much time do you predict that's going to do it if we're leaving it at the hands of what we've seen in the previous 30 years to get this stuff done? Because I have to say, you're talking about 10 years of warning, and we were talking about this in 2009 and we are still sitting here.
What's your question, Senator Lambie?
If you could just tell us how we're going to have some faith in that being done and that's going to be done on time, we'd all like to know that, I'm sure. I just think, Mr Moriarty, we need to look at past, and it hasn't been very successful since 2009.
If there aren't any questions...
Thank you.
Okay, I'll stop with that because we're not going anywhere. But I would like to talk about Sempro, if I may.
Can I just...
Yeah, please.
Minister?
This is a program which, on the public record, what previous defence ministers, including Senator Payne, have said is patently, the program has not progressed as per those announcements. So, the government is, has previously made comments, including in opposition by the Prime Minister, about the concern about this program.
No, I'm aware of that, Senator Wong, but there is a lot more instability around the world than what there was in 2009, and telling me we have a 10-year warning without doesn't look like much of a plan is worrying for our national security. Sorry, I understand. That's okay.
I agree. I mean, Senator Payne, I think, told the public in 2016 that the frigates would cost $30 billion and commence construction in 2020.
May I have someone from Sempro, if that's okay?
Was it Pine?
Thank you.
Pine, apparently. Pine, not Payne, I apologise.
Chair. I do want to cover some on frigates, which we can either
Oh, sorry,
continue
do you
or-
want to go back to frigates? Do you want to
Up
ask
to you as to how you want to juggle
Yeah,
it.
All right, let's do
please
that.
do.
All
So
right,
sorry.
Senator Birmingham, I'll hand the call over to you
Sorry.
on frigates. So just if you've got...
Sorry, I didn't realise there was more questions on the frigates. I do
Oh, that's all right.
apologise,
All right.
Minister.
You don't mind that?
Sorry.
Makes
I'll hand the call over to Senator Birmingham, and then I'll come back to Senator Lambie.
Thanks, thanks, Chair. Gave the officials a chance just to stretch their legs, but not necessarily to move away.
Sorry.
The department initiated a review in October last year into the future frigates. Is that correct, or into the Hunter-class frigates?
That's correct, Senator.
Correct. When did that review complete or conclude its work?
The review completed their report last month, Senator.
Last month, in January.
Correct.
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Dalton. What were the terms of reference for that review?
They're not public. We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Or what was the scope of that review?
Well, the scope of the review is to look at the cost, schedule and risk across the Hunter-class frigate program.
To look at the cost schedule
And risk.
and risk. Look at the cost schedule and risk. Thank you. As you've just been undertaking, of course, there are a range of established processes in place that do look at risk and risk management. Has this review identified any variations to the risk that you had already identified and are in the documents that were being asked about before?
Senator, we're in the process of analysing the review's report. In fact, the Chief of Navy and I briefly discussed it yesterday, and we're having a deeper look at it next week as part of the process of formulating the covering submission that would take that review into government. So it hasn't been presented to government yet.
Was that review and its findings shared with the Defence Strategic Review?
It was, Senator.
It was. Thank you. And who undertook that review?
It was undertaken by the Surface Ships Advisory Committee, which is an independent committee that provides advice on the surface shipbuilding program to Defence.
Was there any external support or input provided to that process, consultancies or otherwise?
In what sense, Senator?
Did that panel seek external consultancies, audit support, other external support beyond Defence?
So they certainly interviewed people beyond Defence. They interviewed
BAE, clearly.
Assistant Maritime Australia, as you would expect. But I suspect they interviewed Saab Australia, Lockheed Martin Australia.
But did they commission any work of their own in terms of other independent analysis, auditing, consultancy?
No.
Right. Thank you. So the content of the review was a series of interviews and analysis of existing documentation. Is that the nature and scope of the work that was undertaken?
Broadly, Senator.
Okay. And you've identified BAE, Saab, anybody else that they engaged with?
Lockheed Martin Australia.
Lockheed Martin. Will the contents of that review be made public?
It's a matter for government to consider, Senator.
Has the review resulted in any changes in scope to the project?
No, Senator.
No?
No.
Thank you. What, if any, were some of the key findings of the review or recommendations?
Good try.
Got to ask. And the fact that it hasn't resulted in any changes in scope at this stage indicates that it didn't necessarily provide dramatic findings, noting the amount of work that had already been undertaken. Mr. Dalton's highlighted around some of those risk
I
processes.
think that's a non sequitur, but if you wish to make it, that's fine.
Have there been any organisational changes to the way in which the government is managing this project?
Well, it depends on how far you go back, Senator. In October last year, Defence did create a new group to look after the complex shipbuilding and sustainment programs.
In October last year, sorry, Mr. Dalton.
The department did create a new group to look after the complex shipbuilding and sustainment programs.
Subsequent to the receipt of this review?
No, so subsequent to the receipt of this review, we've made no changes.
There have
but
been no other...
during the course of last year, we've made some changes on the ground in Adelaide in terms of how we interacted between the department and the Prime. We've changed some of the reporting arrangements. The Minister for Defence Industries given us some directions on how he wishes us to proceed. The Defence Minister is also very closely engaged in looking at the Hunter program.
In September last year, just before the government initiated this piece of work, BAE Systems Maritime Australia's Managing Director, Mr Lockhart, said that service day for Ship 1 is in the last quarter of 2031, but we're targeting 2029. Does the review support the assessment that 2029 is feasible to target?
Not prepared to go into the contents of the report before.
Senator, that's the same question, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, you go into the content of the review, which is under consideration, so we're not going to.
Does the government now support an assessment that 2029 is feasible to target?
That's the same question.
Well, no, you could have formed that conclusion without it.
I have sat on that side of the table for many years asking questions about this program, and each time, with respect, budget and time frame have got worse.
So, Senator, does that mean you do not support that
So you're
assessment?
asking me to now say, given, despite, that experience, to give some guarantee about the timeframes under a program which, frankly, under your government, experienced budget blowouts and delays. Leave aside the weight and stability issues which have been previously canvassed. So we've received the report, or the review. So
there are issues that have been canvassed. Equally, there has been public commentary. There are issues that have been canvassed, you're right, over the years, and the previous government took a decision in relation to publicly declaring a changed time frame. However, the contracted builder is indicating a belief that that can now be brought back in, closer to the original scope. Does the government have an assessment of that?
I assume you're not here representing them.
They're public comments. Minister, I'm asking about their public comments. I don't need that sort of commentary.
Does anybody want to respond to BAE?
Senator, the only thing I'll say right now is that batch 1's not on contract yet. So when we put batch 1 on contract, we'll have milestones that we'll hold BAE accountable to deliver against.
And the time frame for contracting of batch 1?
By Q1 24.
Q1 next year. Thank you. Is it still the government's intention that there be 9 frigates built?
Program and record.
God, I don't know. That's worrying. Seriously.
That's the government's stated intention, Senator.
Took a long time to say that, Mr Moriarty.
God. Then we're going to be done by 2031. Yeah.
Well, all major capability decisions are subject to the consideration of the Defence Strategic Review. We look forward to going through that piece of work and, as we say, working to analyse it and provide advice to government.
Media reports that BAE has made an unsolicited bid to the government to switch 3 of the future frigates to air warfare destroyers, correct?
I saw that media report, Senator, but I have not seen an unsolicited proposal.
Should make common sense to do that if they're
Has a proposal that you may not be defining as an unsolicited bid been provided to government?
We're not negotiating these matters through the media.
That's right.
I'm suggesting you're negotiating
So
with the media. I'm trying to understand
what's
if
the
there
word?
is validity to the media
yes,
reports.
that's right. He said validity to the reports.
Is there anything about that reporting that is true, or you have literally seen nothing, Mr Moriarty, from BAE
the first time we've
proposing,
seen Prime
or
or
Mr.
defence
Jolton,
contractors or people purporting to speak for defence contractors, I don't know, which this is. I don't know what the phrase would be, but putting offers or raising issues through the meter. Some people might say touting, Senator Sturbridge, but I thought of that word. I thought that might not be the appropriate one to
Well,
use
I
in the
thought someone
circumstances. So I'm
Well,
not going to
I-
be drawn on, and I doubt the officials are going to be drawn on speculations about media
table
reports.
and it looks okay. Why wouldn't you consider it?
I'm not seeking to be drawn on speculation aside from insofar as whether events have actually taken place with Defence. We last estimates, I think, went through indeed the unsolicited bids from Navantia and did discuss the receipt of those and the government's handling
we do
of
that?
those.
Did we actually do that?
We did discuss that.
Oh, that was. Why did you do that?
You didn't run interception then, Minister.
Maybe I wasn't here.
Thank
I
you.
just don't think. We all understand, people have their commercial interests. I don't think it is a helpful thing for ministers and defence officials to respond to companies who are seeking, as I said, or purporting to seek, to sort of proselytise a particular proposition, generally a multi-billion-dollar proposition.
Probably not a
through the
bad
media.
idea if it could be
However,
done faster.
Minister,
Sorry? You think it might be
was-
faster, Senator
I'm
Lambie?
just wondering, if the proposition's there,
It's the
people
same
putting stuff
company.
on the table,
It's the same company.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about the company, but, the proposition is we can build things quicker, and instead of having this many frigates, we can do
the
this
same
instead.
company
Maybe
which
that's
has
an option.
has given indications previously about cost and.
No, okay, Minister, it was such a long and pregnant pause to receive an answer
I
as
was
to whether
just
the government
I was
remains
waiting to
committed
see what Mr. Dalton would
9
say.
frigates being built. Has the government received or is the government considering any proposal that would vary from 9 frigates?
Oh, that's.
Look, Senator Birmingham, now...
Sorry, I'd at least like an answer to the question, Chair.
Take the question on notice.
Sure.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Look, being 3:45, we are scheduled to move on to other witnesses. What I'm proposing is that the committee has a private meeting just for about a couple of minutes, so don't get too excited to run off just yet, everyone, but we are going to have a private meeting for 2 minutes and we'll return, so we'll suspend the hearings.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. We'll resume the Defence, Foreign Affairs and Trade Estimates hearing. Now, I will hand the call over to Senator Lambie, who had some follow-up questions.
I do. Sorry, it's all right, Mr. Moriarty. I've just got through on Australian Maritime College, so I do apologise, but then I'll need Sempro and Health.
But
Yes,
before you do that,
sorry.
Senator Lambie, I think
Sorry.
the Secretary is actually trying to
Yeah,
catch my
we're
attention.
just
about
responding
something.
to your questions, Senator.
Ah, fantastic.
Oh, sorry.
I certainly, I apologise, Senator, don't have the response to all of your questions. We'll be working on those hard for you. But to the specific question you asked me in relation to the review of potential training by ex-ADF members of foreign military forces, I can confirm that the Defence Minister in July 2021 was the Honourable Peter Dutton. I can confirm that Defence provided advice about the issue on the 8th of July 2021, but I can't go into any more detail on the nature of that advice.
Okay. Well, look, thank you for that. I'll come back to you. I'll just try to manage other aspects of the committee, but I appreciate that. Now, I'll also just let everyone know too, the committee's resolved that we'll have our afternoon tea break at 4:15. I think just to allow the Minister to attend to other matters. Sorry, Senator Lambie, you have the call.
I do, thank you. I just have some questions on the Australian Maritime College, if I may. Doesn't seem like there's much action going on there. Yeah.
Sorry, Senator Lambie.
No, you're all right.
Did you already put your... Sorry.
That's all right.
Did you put your question already to the officials?
No,
All
I
right.
just told them what I was going to ask. They've
All
just
right.
come forward. Thank you, Chair.
Senator, Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, Chief of Navy.
That's okay. I just need to ask you, but we had a funding agreement put in between the Australian Maritime College, so I just have some questions about defence and the Maritime Innovation and Design Precinct in Launceston at the Australian Maritime College that was touted by the previous government as providing $30 million in funding and 160 jobs to the region. So the funding agreement was signed in July 2020 and promised $3 million in 2020 and 21. Can you tell me whether or not that $3 million was ever delivered?
Senator, I'll take that on notice. I came into the role in July last year. I'm aware of the Maritime College operating as an entity completely distinct from Defence. And at the moment, I visited the Maritime College in a previous role when I was Deputy Chief of Navy. But I'm not sure where the funding arrangement is. I don't think it sits in Navy. But if I can take that on notice, I'll give you an
That's
I
fine.
want to clarify for you, Senator, what the funding agency was, because I'm not aware of it being funded by...
I'm just trying to work out whether or not we got the jobs and the money, obviously, and it doesn't sound like we have.
Take it on notice.
Okay, and take it on.
We'll take it on notice.
They've taken it, okay.
Can I just finish those couple of questions off for you? So I was just looking for where that $30 million has gone. You'll probably find out that there was supposed to be another $15 million delivered in 21-22, another $12 million in 22-23, and I just want to know whether that's ever been delivered, any of that, and if so, how many jobs that has provided, if I may, please. That's all.
I said
Okay. And that's all right, you get let off the hook there.
No, Senator, look, we'll take it on
That's
notice.
fine.
If we are responsible for the program, we'll provide that. If not, then I will speak to the secretary of the relevant entity and let them know of your question.
Thank you. Thank you. So I would just like to ask some questions on with Defence Health and also Sempro.
Far away, Senator Lambie.
I just wanted to go into the Special Forces testing and training in regard to a report in the Herald Sun last week about our Special Forces soldiers on that being now a different breed from the previous generations. First of all, could you please explain how they are different? What additional training or resources are the diggers getting over there to make them a different breed? What does that mean?
Senator, we'll just ask the Chief of the Army to join us.
Okay, thank you.
Senator General Stewart, Chief of Army. Would you mind just repeating the question? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I think I just want to go into the Special Forces and a report that in the Herald Sun last week about them being a different breed. We know the situation that's happened, over the last few years, the last 5 or 6 years. So we'd like to know what additional training or resources are they receiving now to make them a so-called different breed?
Right, thanks, Senator. Look, I'm not familiar with that article. And
what have you been doing to change the culture over there? Let's just does that make it easy for you, Lieutenant General?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Senator, good question. Thank you for it. The short answer is quite a lot, and much of it is independent. So you be aware of the independent oversight panel, which comprises Dr. Vivian Tom, Professor Rufus Black, and Mr. Robert Cornell, who provide independent advice. They have free access across Army and particularly into Special Operations Command and indeed the Department to form their views, and they report directly to government. Mr. David Irvine has also been providing a range of longitudinal assessments and advice to the Chief of Army, and Major General retired Coy and Warrant Officer Dave Ashley, retired former RSM of the Army, have also been providing the Chief of Army and Commander Special Operations Command and the chain of command in Special Operations Command with a range of mentoring, assessment and observations over a longitudinal period. As you're probably also aware, Senator, reform generally in Special Operations Command has been underway for about a decade now, and I am assuming that by the term new breed that you mentioned, that's the term that the journalist has used, that's a reflection of a range of improvements. You're very right to point out that there's been a focus on ethical fitness, a focus on better teaming and teamwork, and I think it also represents the fact that over that decade and through a turnover of members of that command, for example, about 85% of the Special Air Service Regiment today never served in Afghanistan. So that gives you a sense of the turnover, the change, and also a very significant change in terms of how we've structured the transformation of Special Operations along functional lines as part of its modernisation and orientation on the operational challenges of the day. So a different organisation in terms of what it's focused on doing, how it's integrated in Army and the broader ADF and interagency, and the focus on ethical fitness and a better understanding of our performance in terms of behaviours that match the intent of the ethical and the cultural change. And if I might just add, and apologies, I should have prefixed with the late Mr. Irvine.
Thank you. What about force fatigue? What happens if we hit a high tempo of operations again? Will your new processes help keep our Special Forces soldiers healthy when there is no one else to do the job? And when they're the only soldiers you put in harm's way? Are we going to see repeated rotations again and again? What have you done to fix that? Because I don't know how you're going to fix that without building that force right up with quite a few more hundred you'd have to build it right up. Tell me what answers you've come to avoid that so these guys aren't doing 7, 8, 9, 10 rotations again in the future.
Thanks.
What have we done?
Good question, Senator. We've done a range of things that extend beyond just Special Operations Command, right across all parts of the ADF, with the development of a respite policy. And we, rather than a one-size-fits-all, we are focused on making sure we understand individuals and teams and the levels of tempo and fatigue, as you say, and making the judgments when we think that people or teams are at risk. So that's looking at the tempo and fatigue. We're also investing in resilience, again at the individual level and at the team level, to ensure that we set our people up for success. I think it's fair to say that throughout this entire journey, and we've been doing this now for, as I say, nearly a decade, we've learned a lot, and we have invited a range of external experts and professionals to help us to see ourselves and to improve our approaches, our processes, our policies, and the focus on our people. So to ensure that what we're saying, what our policies and our intent is actually matched by behaviours, both at the individual and at the collective level.
So does that mean that the ADF and politicians have finally recognised that it harmed former generations of soldiers with an extraordinary high tempo or expectation of tempo of operations with minimal rest and respite for them? I think that's a fair question. Does it mean that the ADF has finally recognised that it has harmed former generations of soldiers with an extraordinarily high tempo of operations that was expected of them with minimal rest and respite for them? Does the Army now understand that, and have you got that through to politicians before they send them back into war? It destroyed them, and you know that, and I'm asking you. This is the question we need to get at. Have you realised this? It is not functional to run these men that way.
Senator, I'll answer your question with 2 points. The first is that I think we've certainly learned a lot. We are a learning organisation, and we have the ability to understand those impacts in far more detail, and also the systems in place to be able to see risk before it's realised. In terms of my accountability to ensure that we're looking after our people, that is a clear focus of what I come to work to do every single day. That's the say. In terms of the do, the Army People Capability System, the campaign plan that sits under it, is all designed to implement what we've learned, to include best practice in how we look after the mental, physical and moral well-being of our people, and we're measuring how we do that so that we can understand where there's risk, whether that's in a particular part of the force, whether that's with individuals, and also making sure that we've then got the welfare and the health support for both our soldiers and, importantly, their families and support systems to ensure there's a holistic view of making sure that that their wellness and well-being is taken care of. There's no doubt that there are people in our community, serving, ex-serving, that have had a negative experience or have been harmed in their service. My aim is to make sure that everybody has a positive experience of their service, which is the majority of people, and where we haven't met that obligation undertaking, that we, number one, are making sure that we are looking after those people as best we can, or we have them connected with support services, and number two, we learn from that and change the things that aren't working as well as they should be to ensure that they are in the future.
So if you've learnt from that, knowing the rotation after rotation, the only way to avoid that is by having more men in boots over there and through the commandos. Have you asked this government to put more boots on the ground in both our special forces and the commando units? Have you done that?
We don't, as part of the Special Forces modernisation program, we're very happy to brief you on that separately. We don't see a large growth, but it's managing the change in function and also the operational tempo through all the points that you just mentioned in terms of ensuring that individuals and teams are managed closely and that we don't repeat some of the operational tempo impacts that have occurred previously.
Okay.
But the short answer to your question is no, there is not currently a proposal, but we do have a strategy and a plan that reorientates our special operations capability along functional lines, special recovery, strategic reconnaissance, strategic strike and technical enablement. To your point about men and boots on the ground, actually there's a growing number of women in our special operations capability across those functions, and we look at operators, integrators and enablers to make sure we're best managing the workforce. Again, very happy to provide you with a more in-depth brief if you'd like.
I will get that, thank you very much. I did want to ask some questions on Sempro, but that's okay. Did you want to go for a... I'll finish with that lot, thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Lambie. I will come back to you. I'll hand the call now over to the Greens. Senator Whish-Wilson has the call.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Could I have the Chief of the Air Force, please?
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon, Air Marshal. You've probably noticed there's been some very bizarre and frankly confusing events over the skies of our two closest allies, the US and Canada, in recent weeks. And I wanted to follow up my earlier line of questioning at previous estimates around unidentified aerial phenomena. What we've seen since then, of course, is a task force established in the US. I suppose you could say a heightened level of surveillance following that. The detection of increased anomalous and unidentified or mysterious phenomena. And then in recent weeks, we've seen both the Canadian Prime Minister and a US President authorise that these objects get shot out of the sky. I just wanted to ask whether you have had a chance to have a look at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence report since it's been released.
I have, Senator. I am
weeks.
aware of the report. I'm also aware that the report noted that there are unidentified aerial phenomena, but also noted that they're not of extraterrestrial. There's no evidence of them being extraterrestrial. They just noted the fact that they need to continue to look at the safety and security implications of unidentified objects that are in their sovereign airspace.
So on that question, and I, by the way, never said that they're extraterrestrial, and I don't think anyone involved in the task force has said that either. But they can't be. Many of them can't be identified. Out of the 500 new reportings, and many of them were Air Force pilots like yourself, a number of them were identified, for example, as balloons, and a number of them can't be identified at this point in time. So this is an evidence and science-based process to try and get to the bottom of this issue. I was interested, the US Congress had a briefing today from your equivalent over in the US and a number of other very high-ranking military officials, and whether they're saying this is a matter of international significance, that these objects are, let's say they're balloons or they're potentially surveillance aircraft, that this is an international issue. Have you had any briefings from the UAP task force or the Pentagon in relation to this issue in recent months?
No, Senator.
Has any defence attaches had any?
Senator, we were briefed on the recent incidents that were related to the shoot down of what has been attributed to China's balloon that was over the United States of America. We don't know if we were one of the 40 nations that were referred to in the press briefing, but we have we have been briefed by the US, and we have sought additional information from them through the the air attaché in Washington.
So specifically in relation to the Chinese surveillance balloon or spy balloon or whatever you want to call it, what about the three other?
We've sought information in
objects?
relation to those 4 incidents, yes, Senator.
Okay, and why have you sought information in relation to those?
Because we would like to know what the source of the unidentified object is. We would like to know what the identity of it is, and we would like to know how the US has responded to it, so that if we had something similar in our airspace, then we can take advantage of the learning from that.
Could we just, for a second, assume that they're balloons, which is the most likely scenario, on the face of the evidence that's available at the moment, or the comments, I won't say evidence, the comments that are being made. I asked CASA this week a number of questions around commercial airline space and safety, and I also asked the Bureau of Meteorology that launch balloons. So is it fair to say that radars can easily detect the signature of a balloon?
Depends on the characteristics of the radar.
Okay, but the Bureau of Meteorology assured me they have very good radar systems for the release of their balloons?
We assess that it is possible using our radars to detect balloons, yes.
Okay, and CASA said that they have a defence attaché, not an attaché, but an Air Force or defence personnel they work with closely in case there's any potential safety issues around commercial flights?
That's correct, Senator.
Is that correct? They also said that it is. I think they didn't say this directly, but they inferred that perhaps our weather balloons have gone into other sovereign territory before. Is this something that has happened in Australia skies that we've detected before?
I'm not familiar with any circumstances. I can take that question on notice, Senator.
Okay. Air Marshal, would one of the reasons you've requested information be that it seems a bit odd that you would shoot a balloon out of the sky?
That's a decision for the US government.
In terms of the UAP task force, has any, for example, defence attachés in Washington had any briefings in the last 12 months around the establishment of this task force, separate to the issues that we've seen?
No, Senator.
No briefings at all?
No, Senator.
The UK government have recently said that they are going to now also look at their ability to detect, for example, slower moving objects that might be balloons or surveillance balloons or other objects, drones, who knows. Is that something the Australian government might consider based on your responses?
I haven't been directed to do that by the Australian government, Senator, but I have asked our Air Commander to understand what capabilities that we have to detect these sorts of objects in our airspace.
Okay. Considering what I learnt from Bureau of Meteorology and CASA that they have a program for this and they work with you, they were very confident they have very, very good technology for at least our balloons. They also said that if any commercial interests were to release these into our airspace here, they would need to get a licence to do so. Are you aware of other interests not releasing these illegally or not getting commercial?
I'm not familiar with any circumstances like that, Senator.
Righto, okay. Would the gingerly over the horizon radar be able to detect these?
Senator, I don't wish to talk about the operational performance of our radars.
Okay, well, it's a significant matter of public interest around the
Senator,
world.
we are confident.
These strange objects are.
Senator, we are confident that we can detect balloons, but I do not wish to disclose how and with what systems we can detect them.
Okay. Look, I'll put some other questions to you on notice, but I just wanted to see whether you were in contact with the US about this.
Thank you very much, Senator Whish-Wilson. Now, being just after 4:15, we had agreed to break at 4:15, so that's the intention of the committee. So we will now break for 15 minutes. I do want to let the Director of Military Prosecutions know that we have agreed to release and the office, so they won't be needed this afternoon, and we'll come back with any further changes to the program after the break as well too. Sorry? No, we've agreed as a committee to release them.
Chair?
Oh.
Yeah, so the Director of Military Prosecutions.
DMP and the Office of...
So the Director of Military Prosecution.
Yes. That's the only one?
That's the only one.
Okay.
Don't get too excited, General. That's the only
Seriously,
one.
You've got a Royal Commission. Some questions need to be asked. You've got a Royal Commission going on about abuse and defence, and you're letting them go.
Well, that was a decision of the committee.
Due to appear this afternoon.
I beg your pardon?
Chair, would you like us to convey any advice to the other departments and agencies that were due to appear this afternoon?
No. Well, they should be watching. Anyway, we'll suspend and we can talk about this offline. But I'm just letting everyone know, Director of Military Prosecution is now no longer required.
Right.
Thank you. We'll suspend for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Just to let everyone know too, in addition to the Director of Military Prosecutions, Defence Housing Australia, we've also agreed to release them as well too. So before dinner, the plan is to, apart from the Department of Defence, to get to the Inspector General of the ADF, the Australian Signals Directorate, and then the Australian War Memorial before we head over to Department of Veterans Affairs.
Chair, if we might, we just have one correction to a piece of evidence. That
You may. Please go for it.
General King
Right,
to
Admiral.
read in.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Major
Major
Jeremy
General.
King, Headland Capability. Earlier, Senator Green asked me a question in relation to Black Hawk and briefing of members. I misheard. I understood it was senators. It was actually all members. I am briefing Mr Andrew Hastie tomorrow on Black Hawk's introduction to service in Army.
Okay. We'll sure to pass it on to Senator Green when she returns.
Thank you.
Now, I'm happy to hand the call over to the Coalition.
Senator Fawcett.
Senator Fawcett, you have the call.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Could I have somebody to the table who can discuss JP 9102, please?
Senator, the Chief of Air Force will just join us just to explain the change at the table. I'm Matt Yiannopoulos, the Associate Secretary. Secretary and CDF have needed to go to another commitment. They thought the hearings would be over by now.
But he will be returning, is my understanding. Yeah.
Chief, thank you for joining us.
Senator, I've got Space Commander and also CASG Representative Air Vice Marshal Dave Shaw joining us as well.
Sure, thank you. Well, we'll start off and they can catch up and you can pass the ball if you need to. I couldn't find any mention in the PBS 2223 of JP 1902. I'm just wondering if you can give us an update on the process and timing for the announcement of down select and the forward estimates for spending on that project.
Senator, we're still in evaluation, so I can't actually give you a specific timeline, but I'll invite Dave to comment where he can.
Air Vice Marshal David Shaw, Head of Air Defence and Space Systems Division, Capability Acquisition and Sustainment Group. Thank you, Senator. Would you mind repeating your question?
I couldn't see any mention of funding provisions for JP 1902 in the PBS, and given that we had originally been advised that there would be a down select in December, which was then pushed out to January, and it's now February with no decision, I'm querying what's happening with the project.
So the project, Senator, is still in the tender evaluation process. And other than that, there's not much I can comment on.
So if we've advised industry that a decision will be made in December and then given them that it'll be a month later, has there been another update to industry that hasn't been advertised more broadly?
So there was an update given to the 5 tenderers in January that we were still in the tender evaluation process, Senator.
Mm-hmm. Does the approach to the whole program remain the same, or does this extension indicate that there has been some change either in the desired outcome or approach to the procurement?
No, there's been no change, Senator, to the procurement process. What the delay, I would characterise the delay as representing the complexity of the project and the complexity involved in evaluating the 5 tenders.
Mm-hmm. Does it indicate any desire or imperative to change how the Commonwealth is seeking to procure a sovereign capability in terms of satellite communications?
No, I wouldn't characterise it like that, Senator.
Mm-hmm. can you give any indication to the committee when you expect the evaluation process to be complete? Obviously, we don't need to know which tenderer, you wouldn't tell us, but an indication of time frame? Are we talking a month, 6 months, a year?
What I would say, Senator, is that we are approaching the end of the tender evaluation process.
Sure. So if you're still in that process, can I take it that no brief has been given to the Minister to take to NSC in terms of an approval process?
As far as I'm aware, that's correct, Senator, yes.
Is anyone from CASG able to confirm that there's been no brief that's actually been delivered to the Minister for the NSC process?
You're speaking to the member from CASG, Senator.
Well, if you're not aware whether one's been sent, Vice Marshal.
As far as I'm aware, there has been no brief given to the NSC.
Mm-hmm. Okay, in that case we will leave that process there, and I'll look forward to an update when you're able to provide one. Thank you. Could we move on to recruitment, please? BCDF. Ms. Greig, good to see you again.
Hello,
and,
Senator.
I'm conscious that I asked you a question about this at the Joint Committee and then had to run off for a division, I think it was, and didn't hear answers. But I just want to follow up on some of the answers to the questions on notice from last estimates, talking around the change in both provider but also direction in terms of the quality. So your answers to questions on notice gave us a good indication of the procurement process, contracts expiring, how you went to market, etc. But I'm interested to understand, other than changing provider, what is your plan to actually increase both the number and the quality and the timeliness? The answers give an indication that obviously that the tender process, the provider made a number of promises, but clearly your tender should have had a strategic approach to numbers and quality and timeliness of the recruitment process. I'm just wondering if you can talk to us around that.
Thank you, Senator. Justine Greig, Deputy Secretary, Defence People. So in terms of it being a partnership, it is a strategic partnership. The volume, the velocity and then the candidate care are the three elements, and I think we explained that in the reply to you, Senator.
Sure. So, if I can just say, quality is actually the key thing I'm concerned about, because your answer did highlight those 3 points. And so volume and speed and care for the candidate are interesting and useful metrics, but at the end of the day what we want is the right people coming into the Defence Force. I'm just interested to understand how we're targeting that.
Thank you, Senator. So the quality, in terms of the criteria that we set the criteria for entry into the Australian Defence Force. So our partner in working with us, in providing and extending, it is our aim, encouraging more applicants to the Australian Defence Force, in looking at that applicant pool and all the steps that we are putting in place to ensure that we have a more contemporary approach. The provider working with us has to meet the standards that we set for entry into the ADF, and as you know, that differs depending upon category, occupation within the Navy, Army, Air Force. So the fundamental answer is we set the criteria for the quality and the provider works with us to meet those standards. But
So I guess part of the key concern I have as I look towards the procurement programs we have underway for a broader range of complex systems, is that most of the figures we get as an oversight committee are aggregated figures around the establishment that's been approved for Army, Navy and Air Force or for the APS, and general achievement in terms of recruitment versus retention. But when you look at the ability to deploy a capability, it actually comes down often to the specific competencies. And I think the example I used in the Joint Committee was Navy have not just engineers, but they have high voltage engineers, which are critical to the deployment of some fleets. And so my question is, how do we track the recruitment of a suitable person to fill those key capability roles, as opposed to just generically recruit people to join the Navy who might be interested in being an engineer or a mechanic?
And we have specific targets for particular categories. So that's a fundamental point. Certainly in terms of our current situation and the targets that we have for our, say, technical versus more generalist occupations, we are working hard to meet those particular targets by technical, non-technical and so forth. They are quite specific. The other thing that I should mention though, we also look at the trainability. So there's also a potential piece. So in addition to what you might call the harder kind of skill sets, the cognitive piece, it's also trainability and aptitude for the ADF, which we use testing, but we also use psychologists in terms of that process. So it really is a combination of both. Quite specific recruiting targets to some of the engineering and technical occupations you're touching on, as well as how may this man, woman adjust and thrive in the ADF through a very complex, training regime for those that are highly specialised. But I think I think you're just trying to sort of get to, well, how does the partnership with our new provider and our new system work to that?
Well, particularly because you have one KPI, which stakeholders have told us is important, that it's taking far too long for Defence to recruit someone, whereas a software company or an engineering company will employ them 2 days after they've knocked on the door. But on the other hand, we have this requirement to make sure they'll be suitable for ADF service, they have the potential to be trained, and all those other factors. So what I'm trying to tease out is, what's your strategy, with this provider? I'm not really concerned about which provider it is, but what's your strategy to actually achieve a quality outcome that will actually meet the service chiefs and Space Command and others' needs for the people with the right job-specific competencies to enable them to deploy capability?
Yeah.
Senator, Major General Wade Stothard, Head People Capability. One of the features of the contract we've entered into is the need for it to be data-driven, so that we go to where the right skill sets and people are from a target demographic perspective, rather than wait for them to come to us. And so our market research is showing us that the propensity for service in the ADF is staying relatively stable between those who are very keen, have high propensity to serve, and those who are positively disposed but relatively neutral. They will take another option if another option comes by, and that seems to have been a factor that we've dealt with in the last couple of years. So the new provider is going to use a lot of demographic and data analytics to identify where that target demographic is, and as opposed to a centralised model of 16 recruiting centres with a web page and other outreach mechanisms, the new model is going to be far more taking recruiting to the people, mobile, remote areas, pop-ups in high pedestrian traffic areas that are where we need to be more seen more often and engage with that target demographic more so. Part of the model is a Defence Career Discovery Centre simulation type approach, so that we can educate people better on what each of the trades and categories are for our services, to try and make sure that we get a fit for their motivation and their aptitude earlier on so that we can help them, educate them on what the options are to take a better choice, and then improve our ability to get them through. If I could, on the speed, the process and the candidate care, speed and candidate care are connected. We feel that if we go quicker and give more surety, we'll keep people to work through the system with us. We do have a number of barriers to go through. Mental health, physical health, aptitude for training, security clearance, criminal checks. There is a lot for us to get through to ensure that we are getting the right person that can then go and serve in high pressure, high demand, austere environments and do a operationally sensitive, critical role. So there is a trade-off in time and preparation and motivation and the right candidate. So we've set ourselves a goal from submission of application to letter of offer. That's where we're measuring. And we're going to work very hard with set timeframes with the services to ensure that we can comply with that timeframe. And whilst we will take longer than many private enterprise providers, employers who can say, there was the interview, here's your letter of offer now, we will keep contact with them through the process to assist us to manage them through that process. We know we even need to get quicker than what we think our initial target's going to be, and we may be able to do that with things like provisional letters of offer, where we can say, yep, just pending this, we will bring you in and start to educate and train you. So there are a number of measures occurring across the recruiting system to speed it up, to be in the right place, and to give more care to people through the system. And we're also looking at if a candidate might be deemed unsuccessful for us, are there other options that we can suggest to them, help them with, in other elements of the security, the national security system of government and defence industry. So there's a number of strategies in place with the new contract.
So in terms of the transition from the existing provider and approach to this new approach, I'd be interested in your comments about your plan for that transition. But secondly, for the mature state of the new system, given that capability managers are responsible for the raise, train, sustain function and skilling and compliance of their personnel to those specific job categories, how responsive or adaptable is the contract you have such that if the ADF's need for particular skills or competencies or types of people change, that the way the contractor works can respond rapidly and effectively to the ADF needs? If you could talk to the nature of the contract around that level of engagement with the people, capability managers who actually need your system to work.
If I could talk in a generic sense, Senator, there is a great close cooperation with the services, the capability managers and the Defence Force Recruiting Organisation in the setting of targets through workforce planning by category and trade to build the right capability that the capability managers need. There is flexibility built into the contract on the basis of numbers, but also by type of entrant category, and there's a performance management framework that classifies types of entry, and there is specific contractual arrangements around each of those generic entry types. Some targets are hard to meet, they're in high demand across the economy, and we desperately need them as well. And then there are other targets which are less difficult to achieve and are not in as much demand across the economy. So the performance management framework in the contract, speaking generically, has been factored in to scale by number, but also to scale by type of entrant in terms of its importance to us from a capability perspective.
Last question, please, Senator Fawcett.
The transition was the other part of that question.
So we are currently in transition now. We entered into contract with Adecco, the new provider, in October, late October, 1 November. Transition will go to late June this year, and then we go into the first part of our existing provider will then come off, and then from July onwards we are with Adecco and into a transformation phase. So we've got to take over the current contract, the current system. Some arrangements will shift as that occurs, but then so that's the transition phase to end of June this year. From July onwards, we go into a transformation phase where we adjust how we are conducting recruiting.
Thank you, Senator Fawcett.
Thanks, Chair.
It's all right, we could leave it there. Senator Shoebridge.
I have some questions in relation to the Sheeble S100 camcopter. Who's best to deal with that?
That'll be Chief of Navy.
Chief of Navy. While people are coming forward, I'll just put the first question. Am I right that that was a $1.3 billion acquisition decision made just before the caretaker arrangements came in at the last federal election?
So there's been a couple of acquisitions of S100 on different guises. Can you just give a bit more information as to
This is the 40 unmanned UAVs purchased from Austrian company Sheeble, and it was reported as a $1.3 billion decision made just in the shadow of the caretaker period last year.
We haven't made a decision for 40, did you say 40?
Yes. So I asked, first of all, is it a $1.3 billion project? So if it's more than that, let me know.
No, I think I'm not quite sure getting that because that doesn't match with.
Well, what do you have there?
So we have a much smaller one. So 129 Phase 5 is over a series of blocks. So 129 Phase 1 is the current block that is going through, but it's still subject to tender, so it hasn't been approved. The total approved budget at the moment is $69 million to acquire. I think it's 3 extra systems for the Navy while we work through the acquisition process.
Has there been any initial decision made about the Sheeble
The only initial decision was made, so we were operating the S100 and the in situ at 822X Squadron in Narrow as experimentation, getting to understand UAS. We did acquire, and it's come over the exact number, a small number of extra S100s to support the Navy until we got the C129 Phase 5 Block 1 through the gate process, and that is still the subject of tender.
All right, so how many of these Sheeble UAVs have been contracted for?
I have to come back to Senator because it's changed because we've taken some out and replaced it with some updated ones, so I just have to get the exact number for you.
I thought you said 3 earlier.
Yeah, I think it was 3 we acquired. We had some previously,
Right.
but there's been a mix in the fleet, so I'll have to come back to you with that.
And is the $69 million allocated against the Sheeble UAVs?
Against those initial ones, yes.
All right. Why was that done without a tender?
It was the extension to the fleet we already had in place. So we're already operating that type, and under the CPGs, as an extension of that capability, we can continue on with that capability.
But this is an area of military technology which is going through revolutions every 6 months, and yet you decided to just tack on to an existing years-old contract without tender. That doesn't seem like a sensible approach to either national defence or public funds.
The reason we did that was so we could get into the 129 Phase 5 block thing, so we could get a constant refresh going. So that was the intention. That was why we did it as a stopgap measure. It's not a permanent solution, so that we can continue on with a more of a block and upgrade, so that we can be more responsive to those technology upgrades.
So you bought these ones in order to buy a different set of future ones. Is that what you're telling me?
So we bought these ones to keep that capability going whilst we go through the process of 129 Phase 5 Block 1, and there's Block 2, Block 3 that enables us to keep pace with that technology.
Did Defence do due diligence in relation to Sheeble's deeply unsavoury sales to Myanmar of military equipment in breach of EU sanctions?
We did do due diligence, and there was no breach of sanctions.
Well, there are videos of this company's technology being used on Myanmar naval vessels. There are documents indicating that the Myanmar government spent $17.5 million on acquiring Sheeble's technology at a time when there were military sanctions in the EU preventing any EU corporation or country from providing weapons to Myanmar. Did you look at that material?
From our understanding of our due diligence, is those sales predated those requirements, and they have done no sales since that time, since in breach of the sanctions.
Who undertook that analysis?
It was done inside the department within my own team and in other areas of defence to look at that, and that due diligence is ongoing. We're still reviewing Sheeble to make sure that they don't breach.
Have you followed the investigations that are occurring within the European Union in relation to the allegations of Sheeble's breaches of UN sanctions?
I'll have to take that on notice. We looked at quite a few things. I just can't remember whether we did, where that one was fitted in.
And having formed the conclusion that this Austrian weapons manufacturer, this Austrian weapon manufacturer's trade with Myanmar predated the sanctions, can you advise us on what date you say those sales happened?
Yeah, I don't have that detail with me, so Senator, we'll get that back to you.
All right.
Last minute, please.
All right. Could I just get an update on Defence's view about the two Iranian warships that transited through the South Pacific? I think they were the Iris Dina and the Iris Makran. They transited through the Pacific. They were on Christmas Day, I think last year, the France's Pacific Command revealed that they'd identified them near the Marquesas Island. They then sailed across and passed close to the Solomon Islands. How close did they pass to the Solomon Islands?
Senator, I'm certainly aware of the transit of the two Iranian warships. I couldn't give you a precise distance. We would not have been in contact with them at that point. I could take it on notice and we would aim to answer it as best we can.
Well, were there any concerns raised or was there any proactive action taken with our Pacific neighbours in light of the fact that there was these two Iranian vessels transiting close to the Solomon Islands and through the South Pacific?
I'm aware other nations were conducting surveillance because they were more proximate to those nations, but I've seen no evidence that the nature of activities of those two vessels contravened any international law.
Is there any planning within Defence to address this as a future risk, given Iran's statement that they intend to step up their global patrols, including patrols within the South Pacific?
So we, Senator, do have arrangements for sharing information with our Pacific partners. So that is a mechanism that is available to us now.
And can you advise us as best you can the closest point at which you understand these vessels approached either Australians' territorial waters or our exclusive economic zone?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you very much, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Van, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, I'm not sure if this one's for you before you run away, but I'll kick off. Interested in the various exercises that the RAN does and Operation Resolute. The Indo-Pacific Endeavour 2022 exercise concluded in December 22. Can you outline the involvement of the ADF in that exercise and what other nations were involved?
Senator Van, Vice Admiral David Johnson, the Vice Chief. I know the Indo-Pacific Endeavour visited multiple countries, and the nature of that activity was both the ships themselves, but there were concurrent fly-in, fly-out teams visiting other countries to improve the access and to use the complementarity of our visits. I'll just check whether we've got that data. No, we don't. We will have to get back to you and give you the precise
On
countries.
notice is fine, thank you, Admiral. Has the planning for this year's exercise begun?
Yes.
And when will it occur?
I think it's in the second half of the year. The planning is well underway to support that activity.
Thank you. And how many other regional presence deployments are planned for 2023?
There are multiple to various parts of the Pacific, Southeast Asia, in addition to Indo-Pacific Endeavour. I need to come back to you with the precise number.
If you could, on notice, and also how many vessels usually take place or take a part in these, what vessels will be involved, how many ADF will be involved, and what other nations would be very helpful.
Certainly, we'll take that on notice.
Has the RAN been ordered to redirect resources from regional exercises to support Operation Resolute following the government's changes to visa settings?
So the Defence Force generally, Senator, surges as is required to support operational sovereign borders. So that is available to the government to employ the ADF in that nature, and we are currently providing surge support.
The Minister for Home Affairs put out a media release that stated the Australian Defence Force and Australian Border Force are patrolling our waters to intercept and return any boats that try to enter. Is this a reference to business as usual practices, or has Defence stepped up to support Operation Resolute?
So we are currently surging to support Resolute.
You are surging. The Defence PBS from October shows a forecast increase to the Operation Resolute budget in 22-23 of about $10 million or $14 million up from the March budget. Was this increase made to reflect the pending changes to visa settings?
The operational support is more dynamic than that. I don't expect we would have anticipated that in a financial contribution sense. So no, I don't think it was made in advance expecting that the current surge was taking place.
And have any countries requested additional Royal Australian Navy presence in Australia's northern waters following the decision to allow 19,000 temporary visa holders to move to a path of residency?
Senator, that's an answer, a question better placed to Home Affairs.
Okay. And then has Defence engaged with its counterparts in Indonesia and Malaysia prior to the announcement and post the announcement on the potential risk of increased people smuggling in our northern waters?
But Senator, again, that would be for Home Affairs, who leads that activity, to perform.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Van. I return the call back to Senator Shoebridge.
I was going to come this later, but we may as well go on to this now. Vice Admiral Hammond. It was reported at the end of the last year that two Australian vessels, HMAS Hobart and I think the auxiliary tanker HMAS Stalwart, sailed close to the Spratly Islands and were challenged by the PLA. Are those reports correct?
Senator Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, Chief of Navy. I'm not accountable for operations. I provide these ships and teams to the Chief of Joint Operations where those activities are conducted. I'll defer to the Vice Chief for any reports on operational activity.
Senator, our ships, as you are aware, regularly in that region. We commonly have an interaction with PLA forces in the South China Seas, so it would not be uncommon for that to occur. I'm aware of the explicit nature of the interaction you're referring to.
All right. You see, it seems, on one view, this is a deliberate provocation to sail close to the Spratly Islands, knowing that it's going to provoke a response, has all the hallmarks of a deliberate provocation of the PLA. Was it intended as that?
Senator, we transit through the South China Sea conducting port visits to countries in the region. We act consistent with international law in doing so. I don't see why that would be a provocation.
All right. Well, it was obviously going to be a provocation and was treated as a provocation, it would appear, by the response of the PLA, as I understand. Is it true, as some reports suggest, that the Chinese military had been closely tracking the vessels and showed a significant increase in tactical acumen and use of electronic warfare capabilities in response?
Senator, that's a level of detail I hesitate to offer an insight in. Beyond a comment that as the capacity of the Chinese military forces grows through its Navy, Air Force, you would expect that they would be more present in that area and therefore have the capacity to show greater interest in other countries that are also operating in that area.
You see, I'm all for supporting the laws of the sea and international navigation, and Australia asserting those rights. So I think that seems good international norms to set. But if you will look at it in reverse, if a Chinese flotilla sailed extremely close to Norfolk Island, or sailed extremely close to some other Australian territory, we would see it as a provocation, wouldn't we? We would see it as a deliberate provocation. There'd be headlines and anxiety. Do you agree that that would create headlines and anxiety in Australia?
It might create headlines, Senator, but that's not the same as me saying it's a provocation. We have had Chinese vessels operating in their water where they do so consistent with international law. We respect that.
Well, you see, if we want to de-escalate tensions in the Pacific, does Defence consider its actions from the other side of the desk? I mean, how these actions could well be seen as provocative by foreign countries, and particularly in this case, it seems to be almost a deliberate provocation on China. And if the boot was on the other foot, we would see it as a deliberate provocation, wouldn't we?
No, I don't agree, Senator.
All right. But those kinds of considerations, are they a part of decision-making when Australia's vessels are being sent on operations in the Pacific, and how they would be viewed and perceived by other players?
Our activities in the Pacific, as they are everywhere, are very carefully considered. They are consulted with other government agencies and stakeholders to make sure that the actions that we do are consistent with Australia's intent.
All right. Consistent with Australia's intent, but I ask you whether or not you would consider them, if a commensurate action was being taken by that country against Australia, do you consider whether or not we would consider it to be provocative and destabilising? Do you consider that?
Senator, that's what I sought to answer. Those activities do occur in our waters, and where they are consistent with international law, we respect that.
All right. I'm going to move on to a different matter now. This is in relation to notations that were made, or additions that were added to the US National Defence Authorisation Act for fiscal year 2023 in relation to both submarines and B-21 bombers. So I don't know who's best to answer this. I'm in your hands, Minister.
Might depend on the question, Senator.
All right. Is the department aware of the resolution that was added to the US National Defence Authorization Act for 2023 that requested the US Defence Secretary Lloyd Austin undertake an assessment in relation to Australia for, and I quote, alternatives that would significantly accelerate Australia's national security, including A, interim submarine options to include leasing or conveyance of legacy United States submarines for Australia's use, or B, the conveyance of B-21 bombers. Was the Australian government, or is the Australian government aware that that was included in the US National Defence Authorization Act?
Senator Hugh Jeffrey, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. I'm aware of the Act and aware of the references that you've made, and others would be too, Senator. Thank you.
I missed that last bit, sorry.
I think, yeah, we are aware, and others, it's been in the media, there's been media reporting of this,
All right.
of
Was
those conclusions.
Was the Australian government consulted before that was included in the US legislation?
I need to take that on notice, Senator, but the US Congress can issue a resolution with or without consulting the Australian government.
Yes, but the question is, were we consulted?
I'll
I
take
know
on
that
notice.
they don't have to. The US does what the US wants, but the question is, were we consulted?
We'll take it on notice.
All right. Has there been any discussion between Australia and the United States in relation, or since the passing of that resolution, in relation to, and I quote from the resolution, the conveyance of B-21 bombers to Australia?
Two minutes left too, by the way, Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Air Marshal.
Senator Air Marshal Rob Chipman, Chief of Air Force. We have not had any discussions with the US about the B-21 bomber.
All right. Do you know if the US Defence Secretary Lloyd Austin has commenced the independent assessment?
No, Senator.
You don't know whether it's commenced
I don't know
or
whether
not?
he's commenced that.
Has the Australian government at any point indicated to the United States an interest in the conveyance of B-21 bombers
Not
to
to my
Australia?
knowledge, Senator.
And sitting there as you do, can you say that there is no planning at all that's been undertaken by the Australian Defence Force in relation to the conveyance of B-21 bombers?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, no.
All right. Could I ask then about the other aspect of that, which is interim submarine options, including leasing or conveyance of legacy United States submarines for Australia's use? Mr Hammond, is that you?
Senator, it's more appropriately in Vice Admiral Mead's lane. We've both been involved.
Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead, I'm the Chief of the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force.
I can repeat those questions, but it's the same questions I'm asking in relation to the leasing or conveyance of legacy United States submarines.
So obviously the work that we're doing with the US and UK to develop enduring submarine capability has been part of the optimal pathway, and I spoke about that a couple of hours ago, the components of that. The submarine is just but one of the 9 components. We have provided advice to government on that.
Are you aware whether or not the US Defence Secretary has commenced an independent assessment in regards to the leasing or conveyance of legacy United States submarines to Australia?
So I'm not aware of what the US Secretary of Defence has done, no.
Has Australia, or has the ADF in any way, or the department, entered into discussions or negotiations with the United States about the leasing or conveyance of legacy United States submarines?
Senator, obviously we've had a lot of work with our AUKUS partners over the past 18 months. We have provided advice to government. I'm not in a position to share that advice at this stage.
All right.
Senator Shoebridge, I do need to pass the call.
Just a final
Can you give
question
me an
on this.
indicator? Okay. How long have you got left?
I've got this and then one other issue.
Well, why don't you finish just this and then we'll come back to the other issue.
What do you understand? Sorry, how large is the fleet of so-called legacy United States nuclear submarines, Mr. Mead? What's the pool of
So I think
vessels
we
we're
need to
talking
sort of,
about?
what do you actually mean by legacy? Are we talking about the existing submarine fleet? And I'll probably hand this over to the Chief of Navy, or are we talking about, because they have different types of submarines in their fleet at the moment?
Well, as I understand it, it's talking about older, perhaps recently mothballed or soon to be mothballed US nuclear submarines when they speak of legacy United States submarines. But I was hoping the Navy might have tried to understand what the US Congress was meaning when they passed that resolution.
Senator, I can confirm that we've had no conversations about mothballed submarines.
All right. Well, were any inquiries made of the United States about the US Congress's intent when it referred to legacy United States submarines?
I've made no inquiries about US Congress intent.
I'm going on to another matter now.
All right, I'll have to move the call over. The Deputy Chair has the call. The Deputy Chair has the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just have a couple of follow-up questions from the Big Vision matter that we briefly touched on this morning.
Sorry, Deputy Chair, I think we missed on what matter? The cameras. The cameras.
So we're just struggling to hear with the microphone for the Deputy Chair.
That sounds better.
That's
Great.
better. Could you just repeat your question, please, Deputy Chair?
I didn't get to ask it. I only
sorry.
foreshadowed it, so all good.
Far away.
Thanks very much, Ms Perkins. Sorry to get you back up here. There were reports in the media today about the removal of a Hikvision camera at RAAF base Edinburgh. Nods aren't on the hand side, Ms Perkins.
Yes, Senator, there were media reports today.
Yes. So there was a Hikvision camera at that base at one point in time, is that correct?
I believe so, Senator. As I said earlier today, I want to be a little bit cautious about the individual security arrangements at different bases, and we took on notice to work that through and come back to the committee. And you'll forgive me, my system's just frozen, which has the details of the brief. Oh, my Associate Secretary.
That's
has
very
more
ominous,
detail.
isn't it, given the circumstances?
Or perhaps it's fair enough at 5:25 in the afternoon that things start to slow down.
Also an indicator that we are a bit over time too, but anyway, that's just by the by.
That may be it. That may be it. The battery will go next.
So has that camera since been removed? The Hikvision camera?
Yes.
And what was it replaced with?
I couldn't give you that detail, Senator. I briefed the committee this morning that the Deputy Prime Minister's instructed us to undertake a full physical audit of the estate to check for any remaining cameras. As we've designed that audit, the directions we've given the team is that they provide for us more detail of both what systems we found to ensure that our digital records include the make, type and model of all of these types of equipment, and where a system's been replaced, what it's been replaced with.
Because the reports in the media today suggested that it had been replaced with a Dahua camera, which would, given that we've had security concerns raised about both of those types of cameras, I would have thought sort of defeated the purpose of replacing it to start
Senator, I am not aware of Defence providing information to support that media report. I certainly haven't. My team have been proceeding expeditiously but cautiously to ensure that we have the correct information and that what we're really achieving here is managing and mitigating potential security threats.
So again, in media reporting, a spokesperson for Defence said that as of the 2nd of February this year, all registered systems have been removed from across the Defence estate, and any additional systems that are discovered on Defence sites will be removed. So have these cameras been removed or haven't they?
Senator, what that comment refers to, and I mentioned this morning, in my team who manage the estate, the buildings on the estate, the equipment on the estate, we have a very detailed database that they refer to as the register. And the way we've undertaken the work since late last year is to review the digital holdings, to check where we have security systems installed, and then to use that to go and remove those that remained. As I said this morning, of those that we found that remained, about half had already been decommissioned in the early weeks, so they were non-operational and have now been removed. So we have a level of confidence that of those registered in our Garrison Estate Management System, we have got that number down to 0. As I also said this morning, the estate is very large, it is often very remote, and we need now to check the 30,000 odd built structures to ensure that the data we had in the Garrison Estate Management System is correct, and there aren't others that we weren't aware of, and if we find them, we will remove and replace them. And that is the work that we've undertaken to have completed by April.
So, in effect, you're saying that because your database is incomplete, you don't know whether or not all of the devices, or all of the, let me rephrase that, you don't know that Base Edinburgh is free of all Dahua and Hikvision devices?
Senator, that is why we're undertaking the audit. The size and scale of the defence estate always makes it difficult to give guarantees. I'm always very reluctant to do that, and the directions to our team from the DPM, and we're refining that now to ensure that it is thorough and complete, is that will be a physical audit where people inspect and then update the register to ensure that we do have a really thorough look at this.
And would that audit be able to pick up an instance such as that's been reported in the media today, where a camera, say a Hikvision camera, may have been replaced by a Dahua one? Or
Absolutely.
So it will be somewhat historical in looking at what cameras have been installed at various positions through time?
Senator, that will absolutely be our intent, that we use this as an opportunity not only to deal with these devices, but this will be quite a substantial undertaking in terms of the staff effort. But so for that purpose, we've directed that this be the opportunity to capture better data and have greater confidence.
And so, sorry, just back to your response before last, you said that there were around 30,000 devices?
No, sorry. Let me correct myself there, Senator. The defence estate exists over 2.8 million hectares. There are 70 major bases. There are 72 training ranges. There are more buildings than we can count accurately. And we think there's about 20 to 30,000 built structures. And a built structure might be an office building, it might be a dog kennel, it might be observation tower on a range. And so when we look, and I mentioned this morning, when we seek to assure ourselves of 100% compliance, the physical action of checking every part of the estate to make sure some have not been missed is a very significant undertaking. As I also mentioned this morning, when we started looking at this issue back in 2018, we took very much a security and cyber risk-based approach. Work was done. What we want to do now, having assured ourselves of what we believe to be on the state and removing those remaining 43 systems, that we found, that there aren't any that were not registered.
As in that you found them through your database, and so now you're effectively going around manually checking?
That's right.
And do you have an estimate of how many, what assets will be covered in your database, and what do you think would be outside that, just in rough percentage terms?
No, Senator, but we will use this as an opportunity to get to 100%. When we deal with the defence estate, the legacy nature of the estate is quite important. So what I anticipate we will be planning for is parts of the estate that perhaps have joined us since 2018. So we may have bought or leased a new building that we didn't have in 2018. We might be occupying different parts of the estate or using them differently, or there might be parts of defence who, for a variety of reasons, resolve their own security issues through the installation of cameras, and this is our opportunity to ensure we've got one global picture of our security systems.
I recognise the legacy issues, particularly around the asset management system, for want of a better expression, but I guess it is a little disappointing that we're not currently in a position where we can say with all certainty, yes, these devices have been removed from particularly a base like Edinburgh that we know has a very important role to play within the Defence Force. I'm getting the eye from the chair. I do have one further set of questions on another topic. Would you like me to share the call around and I can come back to them?
Can I get an indicator from you how much longer you might need?
Maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
I think Senator White has one question before she just has to dash off to another meeting, and then I'll come back to you if that's okay.
Thank you.
Senator White.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on the questions that Senator Fawcett asked about recruitment and Adecco. Sorry, I didn't ask it at the time. I've been pondering it. My question's about, as I understand the context of the previous question was just in relation to trying to get more recruits into the Defence Forces and what that would take, and you've changed providers, as that's my understanding. Has Adecco given you any advice about changing some of the conditions of employment of those new recruits? For instance, in the current market, for instance, having tenure linked to how much training you get might be a barrier to recruitment. Have they proffered any advice in relation to any of that, or is that just me going rogue?
So, Senator Justine Gregg, Deputy Secretary People. So, internally, so within Defence, we've been looking at the whole system ourselves in terms of are there inhibitors or what are the incentives, particularly as there's always generational change, aspirations change. So the term that we use is a return of service obligation, and there are different return of service obligations for different parts of, or different categories, different rank structures in the ADF. So it is something that we've looked at, and indeed in some cases we have reduced that return of service obligation. And I would say more of that work is internal. In terms of provider and partnership, we are absolutely looking at even more improved sort of market research, as Major General Stothard mentioned. So it's really looking at a lot of that market research, stronger understanding of the applicant community and their propensity to join against or in lieu of some of the internal reforms that we can make. But did you want to add?
Senator Major General Wade Stothard, Head People Capability. Yes, Deputy Secretary Gregg's right. We are looking internally at what could be perceived as barriers. That do we really need to require that of these young and sometimes older Australians that are seeking to join us? So initial entry fitness standards, medical standards required by personnel unlikely to deploy forward to deliver their effect, cyberspace specialists, the duration or retention of initial minimum periods of service after we've given training and education, agreement on Defence Health Manual requirements for entry and where we can take different standards, but whilst maintaining ADF capability. So we are critically looking at those things that we require to ensure it is calibrated correctly for our requirements now and into the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's return on investment, but it's the change in the world of work. But I guess I'd be interested if you do any research. Maybe I'll ask that next time, because the thing that you have got going for you is security of employment, which is few and far between in the workforce.
Senator,
Sorry, that's my question.
Thank you very much, Senator White.
Thank
Senator
you.
Fawcett, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to continue the personnel theme. You may or may not be the right people for this. But page 18 of the PBS for 22-23 talks about the Joint Transition Authority, which I welcome as a construct. And it makes the comment that as of the 1st of March 2022, that transition support services for all CERCATs became fully operational. So 12 months down the track, can I assume that we have reached essentially an FOC, a final operational capability for the Joint Transition Authority in terms of how we work with people who are transitioning and particularly those who have complex needs?
Senator Major General Wade Stothart, Head People Capability. Yes, the Joint Transition Authority is deemed to have reached full operational capability. It is providing transition services for CERCAT 3 personnel 5, 6 and 7, so that is opened up to our reserve workforce. The JTA is now also directly responsible from a Defence People Group perspective for transition services with the transfer of the Transition and Coaching Support Directorate from one branch to another. So that directorate used to be in the Defence Member and Family Support branch, the old Defence Community Organisation. That directorate has now moved to the Joint Transition Authority. So the JTA is now directly delivering those transition coaching services as part of that transition and that move. And as I said, you are right, delivering transition services to reserve personnel as well as full-time personnel.
Sure. So one of the dot points talks about the fact that they are providing referrals for health and wellbeing services and support to ADF members and their families, and they are introducing additional measures across human wellbeing factors such as health and wellbeing. What I'm interested to understand is, in practice, for a member, let's say a full-time member of the ADF who has 1 day or 20 years of service, but has been injured through their service and has a complex range of needs and is well down the path of transitioning but is still in the ADF, is it the Joint Transition Authority who's responsible to coordinate support for them and their family in terms of health services, particularly if they are engaged in provision of care by the civilian health system as opposed to on a military base? Or is it, in the case of Navy, for example, the PSU for that district? Is it the service headquarters? Who is responsible under this current model today for providing case management for an individual?
Senator, maybe if I go first, I can see my colleague, the Surgeon General, has joined us at the table as well. The chain of command, the unit, Navy, Army, Air Force chain of command, unit commander, CO of a ship, flying squadron, they are responsible for the wellbeing of their personnel. And they are responsible to ensure that the services that are provided across the department and linking to civilian and other federal government provided services, state government provided services are aligned for the benefit of that individual and their family as we monitor and manage their complex circumstances. The Surgeon General may speak about rehab coordination and coordination of health, both from a defence perspective and the civilian sector of health. Our transition coaches will work with members and families to develop a transition plan, taking into account a number of wellbeing factors to ensure that there is, depending on their needs and their goals post-transition, that the requirements have been met for them to have a safe and effective transition from a military-centred life to a civilian-centred life. And we have a suite of programs that we can offer to them to assist with that. The Transition for Employment program looks at some personnel with complex medical needs for specific coaching and support to assist them to get employment. The other factors that are considered: housing, education, transport, social connectedness, meaningful engagement. The transition plan takes a whole of life wellbeing approach to try and ensure that people are set, the conditions are set for a successful transition. And if we can't, then we'll look at other measures, including delay of that transition date while we get those conditions set, and also better handover and coordination of care with Department of Veterans Affairs, the Commonwealth Superannuation Corporation, to ensure we're talking across the transition ecosystem, as we refer to it. Senator, I could go on.
No, that's fine. I'll come to the Surgeon General in just 1 second, but just within the Joint Transition Authority, where a veteran has a range of complex needs, do you provide an individual case manager so they're not required to coordinate their own engagement with the various parts of the ADF or Civil Health Service and repeat their story each time they try and engage with someone, or do they just have a generic phone number to ring where they need to essentially coordinate?
Well, the transition coach will assist them with the transition plan. The case management service that you've just described is not yet a part of our system to help them navigate all of the component parts of it. There are a rehab coordinator from Joint Health Command, there's a veteran support officer from Department of Veterans Affairs, there's information officers from the Commonwealth Superannuation Corporation. So in terms of a one-stop shop case management across all the components of organisations that support transition, no, there is not at the moment.
Sure, thank you. I'll come to health. One of my concerns is, as we've gone through a number of inquiries, and this committee has done some, we've done some of the joint inquiries, we're seeing evidence in the Royal Commission that highlights that the protective factors that make suicide rates in service less than the general population are about that community, the chain of command, the team, esprit de corps, a whole range of things that are there. The evidence I'm seeing is that we still have situations where veterans who are, or service people who are transitioning out of the service, particularly if they are ill, lose connection with their former unit, often come under the administrative control of a regional personnel support type unit. And some cases I've seen have had weeks in hospital with no contact from the ADF in terms of coordinating their ongoing care, and it's left to them and their family to actually try and facilitate and access care, even if they're quite critically unwell. And so I'm interested from a ADF perspective, but also a health perspective, what are we doing to close that gap if the Transition Authority is not picking up those kinds of clinical needs of veterans who are transitioning out of service?
Thank you, Senator. Rear Admiral Sarah Sharkey, Surgeon General of the Australian Defence Force. My role is also as Commander of Joint Health Command. And so to one of your earlier questions in terms of where does responsibility lie in terms of the clinical case management and coordination for individuals who are serving full-time, including those individuals who are transitioning from the Defence Force, that most certainly is within the Garrison Health System, within Joint Health Command. So healthcare for serving Defence members is delivered through a system that incorporates what is largely a sort of primary healthcare network delivered through some 49 sort of health facilities that we have on defence establishments. That is the main entry point through which Defence members access healthcare. Connected to that system is relationships that we have with the civilian health sector, both private and public health systems, through which ADF members access a range of hospital-based services and specialised and allied healthcare services. So we also recognise that there are some risks associated with those members who have particularly complex healthcare problems, particularly around transition, and also where ADF members may be away from their usual posting location or their home unit. And it's for those reasons we have developed a comprehensive suite of policies and processes and resources that are actually dedicated around healthcare coordination, case management functions, supporting and integrating with the command chain through welfare board processes. We do work quite closely with the Joint Transition Authority and also with DVA, where there are patients with complex health needs as they're transitioning that will need to be handed over to the DVA system, where they have compensable injuries.
So to my question before about individual case management, JTA is saying that's not their responsibility at the moment. Is it Health Command's responsibility, or is it the responsibility of the veteran or the service person and their family to coordinate that care?
So for the healthcare coordination is a function of Joint Health Command in the Garrison Health System, and that is done through the treating clinical team, which may be coordinated by the general practitioner in consultation with the specialists that are in that multidisciplinary treating team that will look after a patient.
So is it your expectation then that if a person transitioning out of service who happened to be critically ill and is admitted into a civilian hospital, and Defence were aware of that, that somebody would take responsibility to coordinate their care and advocate for the provision of suitable care for that person?
Most certainly our team in Garrison, it is part of their routine functions. It is in policy and it is in the processes through, that we do deliver healthcare that is coordinated and in consultation with the civilian health setting. So in short, it is our expectation in policy and in process that coordination function occurs, and we refer to it as casualty regulation, if you like, and it's about ensuring that we have systems that enable us to maintain visibility of individuals who are admitted to a civilian hospital and ensure that healthcare remains coordinated and that we are communicating with the command chain and the person's unit about the disposition of that patient and coordinating their access to best healthcare.
So my experience, unfortunately, with large organisations, Defence included, is that policy and process does not always drive consistent good practice. What accountability measures do you have in place to ensure that your process and policy is actually being implemented in every case for every service person who has served the nation as they're transitioning out, particularly if they have been injured through service and have complex needs?
Senator, we have, as I sort of referred to, complex healthcare coordination forum process that is overseen by the health centre managers and the commanders of the joint health units in our regional locations around the Garrison Health System that oversee that process and ensure that those systems and processes are working appropriately. Where we are made aware of an incident involved, where the process hasn't worked as it should, then there is also a comprehensive clinical complaints and incident management process that is undertaken to ensure that we are learning and improving on incidents, where we become aware of them.
Sure, which is fantastic. It's a good learning organisation, but it's cold comfort to a veteran or their family who are going through something. Do you have triggers in your command instructions, standard operating procedures, whatever framework you have to get your garrison-based health services, do you have triggers such as a particular event, admission to a civilian hospital, a particular condition of illness, etc., that would flag that this individual needs to be individually case managed such that somebody, not a process, but somebody is taking responsibility for that service person and their family?
Yes, those processes are in place. There are triggers. So if an individual is admitted to a hospital, or if an individual becomes unwell, there are notification processes that occur throughout the organisation, both into the health system but into command, to ensure that the welfare and coordination of the management of those individuals is triggered.
Thank you very much, Senator. I'll have to move the call around if that's okay.
Can I just ask one more question on that?
Okay.
So if that process is working, then what would your expectation be in terms of personal contact with the service person or their family once that trigger event had occurred? Are we talking within a day, within a week, within a month, in terms of contacting them, contacting the people who are providing care and providing both advocacy and case management to ensure that the most appropriate care for that person is being provided either by or coordinated by Defence? What time frame are we talking there?
Some of that might depend on the acuity and seriousness and the individual circumstances of that case. But most certainly within hours, that process should be triggered and an assessment made of what the particular needs of that individual or of their families are, depending on the circumstances of that particular case.
We might take this discussion offline.
Chair, with your indulgence, if I might, Senator Fawcett, if you've got information or examples on individuals who have not received the care we would have wished, we'd be very appreciative of that information so that we could follow it up.
Thank you very much, Vice Admiral. I'll hand the call now to Senator Shoebridge.
There's been some confusion in media reporting about a statement the Defence Minister made in October last year, where he stated that there had been $6.5 billion in collective overruns for defence acquisition or for defence projects. Is anybody in a position to identify what projects the minister was referring to in that October statement? And I say this because some of the reporting is suggesting that the overrun has almost tripled with the most recent major projects report, but another analysis of it would suggest that they are two distinct things.
Chris Steeble, Deputy Secretary of CASG. They are two different things and you can't compare apples with apples. The $6.5 billion was associated with 30 projects. They did have their pedigree in various reports, including the NPR. The report of the 17.5, which currently sits in the major projects report, is a very different basis. This is 21 projects that are considered in the NPR context, both from the previous year into this year. So when you're looking at the 6.5, if you're looking at the cost base, that 6.5 didn't include a number of the elements that are covered off in the major projects report. And if I was to refer you to specifically Table 2 on page 13 of the NPR, it lays out that $17.5 billion. And you will note in there that's very similar to the previous NPR, which had $18.2 billion called out. And the same projects are referred to year on year. If you're looking at the NPR specifically, you can see that these include changes to additional government approvals, if you like, for the MRH-90, for the Joint Strike Fighter program, for the Triton program, and similarly for the Overlander program. And if you add them up, you'll note in there's other scope changes. Future submarines was a reduction when that project was cancelled. Price and indexation and exchange rate are included in here. When you compare that to what was tabled on the 10th of October last year, that was 30 projects. It didn't include a lot of those additional changes in scope to the program. So it's not fair to compare the two apples with apples because they don't include the same data. And as I said, the data that was provided in October had 30 projects in there.
Can you, Mr Deeble, provide that table that identifies the different projects as against the $6.5 billion cost blowout?
I can't provide that today, but I can take that on notice and I can provide you with that data.
Yeah. As looking at it again this morning, I'd understood it to mean that the $6.5 billion were cost blowouts not associated with increase in scope of projects, but associated with additional costs to meet the original scope of the project. Is that how we should view that $6.5 billion cost?
$6.5 billion, yes, Senator, there's aspects in there and I'll just try and explain where the differences sit. In that $6.5 billion, it did include exchange rate and variation aspects to it.
All right. We might call them somewhat blameless elements.
I think I would accept that as a reasoned explanation of that, yes.
But the balance involved costs that are not explained by either increasing the scope of the project or the number of items being purchased or exchange rates. They are costs that have come about throughout the course of delivering the project.
Senator, I'm happy to take that on notice and we can provide you with an explanation of those costs more specifically.
If you would, against each of the projects,
No problem.
I'd appreciate that. My final question in this round is in relation to defence exports. I don't know who's best to deal with that. Thanks, Mr Deeble.
Senator Stephen Moore, First Assistant Secretary of Defence Industry Policy.
Oh, thanks, Mr Moore. And you're here minding defence export controls, are you?
That's correct.
Yeah. I think it was established in 2018, defence export controls, is that right?
No, I think it would be much earlier than that, Senator. I don't know the exact date. We can get that for you.
Okay. Well, if we could go back 5 years for the operation of defence export controls, are you aware, well, how many, if any, defence exports were rejected by defence export controls on the basis of human rights grounds, such as the military or the nation to which the proposed export was being sought had a human rights record that led to the application being rejected?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't have the specific details about why individual permits would have been rejected.
All right. Well, could you identify, if you could on answer, and if you could do it year by year for both that question and my next question, how many applications have been granted and how many applications, and when I say applications, permits, have been rejected in each year? And could you identify the reasons for rejection?
Sorry, just to clarify, Senator, you want the numbers of export permits that have been granted over the last 5 years, as well as those that have been rejected?
Rejected, and where they've been rejected, the reasons for it, and, you know, including but not limited to whether or not human rights grounds have ever been used.
Certainly, Senator. To answer your question on the numbers that have been approved, so we receive around 4,000 applications a year, so the numbers will be quite large. We'll have to work through that and get you those figures. On those that are rejected is a handful each year that are rejected, and we will see what we can do around getting you that information around the reasons that they were rejected.
If we're just going back last year and the little dribble of this year that we've had, have any defence export permit applications been rejected? to your
There have been
knowledge?
some rejected in the last 12 months, Senator,
All right.
yes.
And what was the reason for the rejection in the last 12 months, or the reasons?
I would need to take that on notice, Senator. There would be a number of reasons for rejection, both on national security grounds and human rights grounds, but I may have to take that on notice. I don't have that detail with me.
All right. Does a corporation's involvement in corruption, in previous procurement or corruption scandals, would that be a basis upon which to reject a permit?
Senator, as we've explained to you previously, we look at each export permit on a case-by-case basis. Part of that assessment is both Australia's human rights obligations and our national security interests. That may play a role in a decision, but again, it would be depending on the company, the nature of the export and the location that export is going.
And I suppose finally to you, through your minister, to Mr Yiannopoulos, do you know if there's a policy inside Defence that would disqualify an arms supplier if they had been found to be engaged in proven corruption of government officials? Is there a policy to that effect?
I'm not aware, but I'll take it on notice and confirm it.
And in that regard in particular, Thales was of course involved in a Hawkeye procurement scandal, where it was demonstrated to have used its access to high-ranking government officials seeking to influence the awarding of contract. Has Defence reviewed that in relation to that corporation?
I'm not aware. I'll take that one
Take
on
that on
notice.
notice. And is Defence aware of the current outstanding criminal hearing in South Africa against that same corporation on charges of corruption and fraud? Is Defence tracking that?
Repeat my answer. I'm unaware. I'll look into that.
And if that corporation was convicted in South Africa, would that disqualify it from future contracts with the
So my
Australian
understanding of
military?
the policy is we will take each application on a case-by-case basis. We don't have a register of firms that are disqualified from applying.
But if they've just got a fresh conviction for corruption and seeking to corruptly influence procurement of in this case South Africa, would our policy on procurement say, well, that's a consideration which would disqualify them? Or is it a little bit of corruption okay over there?
I wouldn't characterise it that way. I'll have a look at the policy and,
Senator, I think the
answer that on
officials
notice.
have already taken it on notice. One more minute and then I'll have to
No,
hand
that's
over the
okay.
call before we wrap up.
That does.
Okay, excellent. Deputy Chair, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just have a short tranche of questions on security clearance processing. The department confirmed through a question on notice, my question on notice, that as at the 1st of November 2022, there were 38,915 open cases for clearance applications. Could you please provide an update on the number of open cases across baseline, negative vetting 1, negative vetting 2 and positive vetting?
Senator Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. I'll just try and find that number. I think the current open case number... 48,000? 43,449 cases.
More. And against each class? Clearance levels, sorry, I should say.
I would have to take that on notice.
You'll have to take that on notice. Sorry, could you just give me that number again? 43,000...
449.
449. And I'm guessing you'll have to take this on notice as well, but break down the open cases against employment type. Thank you very much.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. The question on notice response that you provided stated that since July 2022, vetting timelines for baseline and negative vetting ones have exceeded KPIs, but only 14.2% overall were processed within timeframes. Can you just explain why that was the case?
Certainly, Senator. Throughout, until the end of financial year 2021-22, AGSFA was meeting its benchmark timeframes across all vetting levels. Through 2022-23, we experienced a number of demands on the system that led to expansion in our timeframes. I would characterise them as two key drivers. The first is that demand for vetting has consistently year on year exceeded the forecast demand. From 1920 to the current year, that's up about 30%. So that's a significant demand on the vetting process. We also suffered through the last calendar year staffing challenges, particularly in the workforce that undertakes the first part of the security clearance process. That's primarily an outsourced service provider workforce in Brisbane Regional, and on the back of, I suppose, the national challenges around workforce, we found it difficult to maintain enough staff doing that work.
Has the department requested additional funding to support resolving the backlog?
We haven't requested additional funding. We have redirected resources to address that workforce.
Right.
And I would note that one of the peculiarities of the vetting system is that for customers external to the Defence Department, a fee is charged for clearances. So as demand increases, in fact revenue increases, which helps us to fund that additional workforce. What we were experiencing was a lag in both number of cases to be processed and the staff available to do that work.
So would I be correct in saying that the department has increased the number of staff, both internal and contractors, to address the backlog?
Yes, Senator.
When does the department expect to get the backlog under control?
Senator, now might be a good time to talk a little bit about some additional experiences we've been challenging since we provided that question on notice to you. As I think we've briefed this committee and publicised, we transitioned to a new vetting system on the 28th of November, the My Clearance system. This system reached initial operating capability on that date. We've been experiencing some substantial challenges since that system went live, and we've been communicating that very openly with our clients. What that means is that we are experiencing continued challenges in managing vetting timeframes. We're working assiduously with an additional surge of resources through technical remediation of that system, data remediation and customer support, and we are working as hard as we can to resolve the operational capability of My Clearance such that we can start addressing the improved throughput of the backlog of cases.
Is that the upgrade known as ICT 2270?
That is correct,
Okay,
Senator.
I'll just have a couple of questions on that
Yes.
once we work through this. Thank you for that. I mean, I assume you accept that it's not fantastic that we've got more than 85% of our cases that were being processed outside of KPI. Would that be correct?
Very disappointing,
Yep.
Senator.
How are the delays in processing security clearances impacting on recruitment within Defence?
Senator, at this point, we've not seen a transition to impacts on recruitment. What I'd stress to the committee is that in the transition to My Clearance, the baseline level, which is around 50% of the clearances produced every year, and a clearance appropriate to commence work in defence and most other parts of government is working. We've already processed 6,000 cases through the new system. We've completed something in the order of 33,000 security clearances already this year. So we haven't seen that lag yet. What we're working through now is this period from IOC on the 28th of November and through January to move as fast as we can to fix that.
Okay.
We're also working across the national security community on policy responses so that we can minimise the impact to getting people into work.
The CPSU, I understand, wrote to DFAT at the end of last month saying that they were worried that a quarter of potential grads were missing out on positions due to delays in security and vetting processes. So is that a fair assumption by the CPSU?
Senator, just as a point of clarification, AGSFA's not the only clearance authority in government. DFAT is a vetting authority and they undertake their own clearances. So
I'm aware of
that
that.
media reporting relates to the DFAT process. We've been working across our client agencies on the management of graduate entry and we always treat graduates as a priority category in vetting and I'm not aware of any significant impacts on the graduate intake entering and we've been working with agencies to help prioritise that workforce.
And I assume you've also been engaging with those agencies on addressing the backlog more generally beyond just graduate recruitment. And so just on that ICT 2270 upgrade that we discussed previously, so overall status on that, is it on track?
Senator, we've commenced a remediation process and task force. We've surged now 2 additional SES level officers.
So remediation processing task force, that's jargon for it's not on track, is that right?
So what we've been doing since these problems emerged is identify what the technical issues are, what the impact has been to the customer experience, people trying to access the system, and we've developed a remediation plan that has multiple lines of effort to move as fast as we can on the technical fixes. We've already rolled out 3 technical upgrades and we have more planned. It is our assessment at this point, but by the end of February the technical issues will have been resolved. At that point, it'll be important to then activate as much resource as we can to the processing of cases. Separately, we've surged in excess now of 50 additional staff to support customer service and user experience. One of the experiences for people was challenges logging on through the increased security, multi-factor authentication to log on. That led to a very disappointing experience of it being difficult for us to respond to their calls. So we've now surged more than 50 people into that effort. The technical issue is resolved so that people can be accessing and using the system effectively.
Is the IT upgrade project on budget?
Yeah, look, at this stage, we are still in the warranty period for the rollout of the initial operating capability and the work we're undertaking is within the scope of the project.
Thank you very much, Ms Perkins. That's it from me, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I've just got a few, maybe a couple of clarifying questions following the Deputy Chair's line of questioning on my clearance. Can you just take us back to when the project started? When did it start?
Yeah, certainly, Senator. The initial work to develop a Gate Zero business case in defence commenced in 2016.
All right. Do you know, is there a month? Or just...
I probably couldn't tell you the month.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's clearly under the previous government. What date did the program receive first pass approval from the previous administration?
Yeah, first pass cabinet approval was achieved in March of 2018.
So 2 years later. So it took about, 2 or 3 years to get from the ANAO audit identifying an issue with the systems to the former government to even consider a solution. So there was a quite sizable gap there between 2 or 3 years before the previous government identified or was briefed about the issue.
I'm sorry, Senator, could you clarify what
the
issue?
gap between the ANAO's audit identifying an issue with the systems in place, with the vetting systems, to the former government?
Oh, Senator, I suppose for context, the system referred to in that ANAO account, PSAMS was the acronym we referred to it by. We had planned for a replacement system in the Integrated Investment Program and had commenced the work to scope and design that system, as I said, in 2016.
But it took almost 3 years before
certainly.
The previous government was able to consider a solution.
Yes. So
Okay.
if you have familiarity with the past system, this is a significant step change in the system. It's a complex system that operates for all of government and industry partners. And the design intention of my clearance was to move beyond a simple case management system to an integrated analytical system. Though in that period from gate 0 to gate 2, first pass to second pass, substantial work was being undertaken to support design and delivery.
Could you also elaborate for me what oversight mechanisms were put in place by the previous government to ensure that people like the ministers that were responsible were informed of its progress?
I might flick to Mr West, but I would start by saying that ICT 2270 was a project in the Integrated Investment Program. It was subject to review by the Defence Investment Committee, and it had a cascading series of governance and oversight mechanisms beneath that. Mr West might want to speak to some of that.
Not sure there's anything else you could add there, Mr West?
I would just add the main oversight mechanism put in place, aside from the normal project management procedures, would be the Ags for Governance Board, which was established involving senior departmental officers from most of the central agencies, and they have had ongoing oversight of the delivery of 22, not only the project itself, but also monitoring AGSFA's achievement against KPIs.
Okay, well, I guess what was the contract value of the program?
I believe the total value of the project is $7 million, but let me just, $307 million.
All right. And look, last question here, but were the risks that were related to the complexity, as you've outlined about integrating the systems from several national security agencies made clear, I guess, to the then government at the outset of the project?
Senator, I will say yes. I would add that after we work through these next few weeks of technical remediation and customer support, we will be undertaking a project implementation review where we'll seek to learn lessons and understand how we have managed risks and how we've found ourselves in this position.
Thank you, Ms Perkins. I'll hand over now to Senator Birmingham.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try to jump through a few issues quickly if I can. Firstly, just to go back again to Operation Resolute. Now, I understand earlier evidence indicated that there was some surge support underway in relation to Operation Resolute. That was an explanation given for the $10 million increase in the budget from the March budget last year to the October budget last year. Can I get a little more detail on what that surge support entails?
Senator, it's Vice Admiral David Johnson, the Vice Chief. I won't specify the nature of the surge because it is responding to the circumstance that the Commander of Sovereign Borders has asked us for, but it is of the nature of additional aircraft surveillance, additional ships that are patrolling in our northern waters.
When did you receive the request from the Commander of Operation Sovereign Borders?
We have been, the surge has been put in place in the last few weeks.
The surge has been put in place in the last few weeks, and is there a timeline that you're able to specify that it is expected to operate, or that is probably...
As long as it's required, Senator.
As long as it's required. So that is probably too much of an operational question given the nature of it. So increased aircraft? Does it entail also increased ships or naval assets, or at least a tempo of naval operations?
Yes, so additional ships and additional aircraft.
Additional ships, additional aircraft, additional flights and surveillance in that regard. Did the Commander of Operation Sovereign Borders indicate whether there was a reason for the increased risk profile?
No, Senator, I'd suggest again those are issues better put to Home Affairs for the circumstances that are requiring the surge.
Thanks, thanks, Vice Chief. Is the $10 million increase in budget adequate for the current surge arrangements?
Senator, I'm not sure the basis of which that budget, because of the timing, additionally what it covers. The CFO might help me
help
through
on the
there,
way
but in part, no win, no loss arrangements will give us the mechanism to be able to recover additional costs where they might exist.
Thank you. Mr Groves.
Senator Stephen Groves, Chief Finance Officer. The $10 million was received at the last budget in October. It was largely related to some additional support for Sri Lanka for fuel, and what the VCDF has been talking about around additional surge would get captured under future no-win, no-loss conversations that we would have with government in future budget rounds. So it's not reflected as yet.
Right. So assuming the budget that you had already been fully allocated in terms of operational capacity, no win, no loss means that there will be an increased level of expenditure sorted out in the reconciliation.
Yeah, for this year, yes.
For this year, and obviously if it looks like such increased capacity is needed to continue beyond this year, then that will form a part of the budget.
Yeah, there would be new estimates that we would create for 23-24.
Right. Thanks, Mr Groves, Vice Chief, for clarifying more ships, more flights, and indeed likely more costs through the no win, no loss arrangements. Can I move on to a different issue? Did the Department of Defence make a submission to the Department of Industry's public consultation process on the National Reconstruction Fund?
We'll just get the relevant official to the table.
Thanks, Mr Yiannopoulos.
Did we? I think we might have, but I'll have to check. Okay. Good afternoon, Senator. Stephen Moore, First Assistant Secretary, Defence Industry Policy. I think your question was, did Defence make a submission to Department of Industry's National Reconstruction Fund?
That's right.
I believe we might have, Senator, but I'd need to take that on notice just to confirm.
Okay, thank you. Has industry otherwise sought advice or briefings from Defence, or Defence provided advice or briefings to industry about the NRF?
We are in contact with them on the NRF.
Okay. And what's the nature of Defence's interest in the NRF?
I believe Defence is considered as one of the priority areas in the National Reconstruction Fund.
Okay, thank you. And was Defence consulted on the legislation before it was introduced, or in that process?
I would need to take that on notice, Senator, sorry.
Okay, no probs. Thank you. How does Defence have a view as to how important or useful the NRF could be to addressing national security risk or capability?
Senator, I think I may need to take that on notice. I think you'll be aware that we are in the process of developing a defence industry development strategy. The development of that strategy will be dependent on other work across government. The NRF will be one of those.
Okay. The Defence Industry Development Strategy is that the review that Minister Conroy announced or indicated early this month?
That's correct, Senator, yes.
That's correct. Has that review commenced?
It has, Senator, yes.
Yes. Who's that review being undertaken by?
It's been undertaken by my division, Senator.
Okay, so it's an internal review undertaken by your division. Does it have defined terms of reference?
No, Senator, I wouldn't necessarily characterise it as a review. The government indicated that it wanted to issue a new defence industry development strategy some time ago. We've been working on that for a little while.
Thank you. What's the timeline for the review?
Ultimately, delivery is a matter for government, Senator. We're still working it.
Which is, surely Minister Conroy has given you some expectations as to when he would like to see the outcomes of that review?
It's highly dependent, Senator, on a number of other bits of work that are being carried out across government and within defence. The DSR is one of those, as is other bits of work. The timeline for that, I think, will become clearer as we properly analyse those.
Are you operating under instructions to narrow or reduce the number of strategic industrial areas that currently exist in terms of defence industry policy?
Minister Conroy has said on a number of occasions he would like us to look at whether we can give greater clarity to those, and we are considering that, Senator, yes.
Greater clarity mean fewer of them or tighter definitions?
I wouldn't like to preempt, Senator, where our review of that policy lands, but certainly we are taking that into account.
What does Mr Conroy mean when he talks about a counterproductive obsession with quotas around local content?
I'd have to direct you to Minister Conroy for that, Senator.
Does the department continue to measure Australian industry content?
It's measured as part of individual contracts that might emerge, and I might defer to some of my colleagues in CASG to provide greater clarity on that.
Have there been any changes to the way in which AIC is required to be reported in contracts?
They have not, Senator, no.
They have not. Are any intended?
I wouldn't. We are considering all of that as part of the defence industry development strategy, but I wouldn't like to preempt where that might land.
Is it important in terms of assessing AIC to be able to measure it?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, Senator.
Do having metrics that can be reported against make it easier to assess whether you're actually achieving industry content outcomes?
I think what you're asking me there is whether a measurement of the amount of Australian industry content in a particular contract is growing defence industry. If I'm right in understanding what you mean, I mean we can measure the amount of Australian contract expenditure as part of a contract, and that's I don't know whether Ms. Rush would have further information on that, but if I think what you're asking is whether that's a measure of Australian industry.
Well, as to whether in terms of understanding whether objectives to grow Australian industry are being realised, is there merit in maintaining data metrics to assess the scale of that investment and the outcomes of it?
I think measurement of AIC in contracts gives us a good indication about the amount of Australian industry that is contributing to defence procurement. It's not the only measure of Australian industry growth, though.
Certainly, I can answer that. Senator Fran Rush, First Assistant Secretary, Australian Industry Capability and CASG. The merit question, I think, around measuring Australian contract expenditure is just one element we take into account in assessing what Australian industry capability and what its contribution is to the economic outcome. It is one measure. We'll continue to measure that in the context of the contracts and programs we've got on foot.
Thank you. Okay, Chair, wrapping up, I will quickly shift to
Thank you, Senator.
topic.
Chair, can I just ask one follow-up on that?
Sure.
As long as I get my... Yep.
Sure.
Given that the 2016 Defence Industry Policy Statement was a step change for defence industry policy because we were looking at sovereign capability of defence industry depending on the answer you want me to go on to defence capability as opposed to the percentage of contribution. What is defence going to do differently as a result of this review compared to what it did as it sought to implement the 2016 Defence Industry Policy Statement?
Senator, I think I wouldn't want to preempt what the Defence Industry Development Strategy might say. We are looking at both the implementation of the 2016 DIPS and seeing if there are any learnings from that. But I think it would be too early to speculate at this stage.
Because strong leadership from Defence on that will be important, because the laser-like focus on percentage came predominantly from the opposition and crossbench at that time in this place, asking about things like the attack class program and hunter class program and criticising the lack of willingness to identify a percentage of Australian content, because the focus from the policy was supposed to be on industry capability, which was actually at the heart of the 2016 policy, and it's what the Minister is now saying he's after. So it strikes me we're in a bit of a circular argument here, in that the attacks of the then opposition were because we didn't want to define content, but our policy and their stated aim now was on capability. So what are you going to do differently?
Senator, I think the official's already answered that question, which is to say that he does not wish to preempt the outcomes of the review.
I will look forward to future estimates then, Minister.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Birmingham, last question.
CDF, does Defence have any knowledge of foreign surveillance or spy balloons operating over Australia?
Senator, the Chief of Air Force indicated that we didn't have, we were not aware of balloons operating over Australia. I'll just caveat that comment by saying if in the future we were, there might be circumstances where we would not speak to it.
I understand, CDF, the caveat there, of course, asking, given not just the United States but also Canada and others engaged in more public disclosure and obviously responses to some of these matters lately. Apologies if Chief of Air Force had addressed that question earlier today. If there's anything else to add, happy to hear it, but if the answer is no, then all well and good.
Senator, Air Marshal Rob Chipman, Chief of Air Force, we have no reporting of spy balloons operating in Australian airspace.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, on that note, I'd like to thank the officials and officers of the Department of Defence for your time today. We'll just suspend very briefly and get ready for our next witness, being the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force. Well, good evening, everyone. And now I'd like to welcome the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force. Inspector General, do you have an opening statement? And if you do, in the interest of time, could you just table that and we can go straight to questions?
I have a short opening statement, which I'm happy to table, Chair.
I'd appreciate that, thank you. Just if you could table it and circulate, so we can just circulate that. I'll just ask Senators, colleagues, have you got any questions for the Inspector General?
I do not.
Senator Shoebridge?
Very short.
Well, go for it, Senator Shoebridge. The call's yours.
Thanks very much, Inspector General, for being here and for the work you do. Have you had any role in following through Defence's response to the Afghanistan inquiry report?
The short answer is no, Senator. I provided the report to the Chief of the Defence Force. The findings and recommendations of that report were, of course, delivered to the Chief of the Defence Force, and Defence has implemented a reform plan. It's a matter of public record that there were further cultural reviews, and my office did one of those those further reviews, and that report has also been delivered to the Chief of the Defence Force.
All right. And when did you undertake that review?
I would have to take that question. I've had to have to take that question on notice, and I don't have the exact date.
I don't need well, for the moment, if you could just give me, was it at the end of 2021? Was it 2022? When was that?
It was during the course, the end of 21 and into the beginning of 2022.
All right. And that report has not been published, but you've provided it to Chief of Defence, is that right?
Yes.
Do you believe there are any reasons why it should not be made public?
Well, Senator, that's really a matter for the Chief of the Defence Force, but there are certainly national security as well as issues associated with the ongoing work of the Office of the Special Investigator that would make publication problematic.
At this point?
Yes.
Whilst you were undertaking that that cultural review, did you, I assume you looked at the response that the ADF had in part to your inquiry, but in part more broadly?
Senator, the Defence's response to the Afghanistan inquiry report, so what's called the Brereton report, has been an ongoing process. So the second review, or if I can call it that, did consider aspects of ongoing work, but of course that work is still ongoing.
Yes, so it was like a snapshot in time as to rather than me try and tell you what your report was, perhaps you could tell me what that report was, that if you could describe the nature of the report and the issues that it addressed without disclosing any otherwise confidential information.
So, Senator, it was really a review essentially of cultural aspects. I don't want to go into any more detail than that.
All right. And did it include recommendations?
The report did not make recommendations, but recognising that Defence was already on a journey of implementing the findings and recommendations of the Afghanistan inquiry report.
All right. So would it be wrong to describe it as a health check on how Defence was going in implementing those recommendations?
No, it would be wrong to describe it in that way, Senator.
In what way would that be a wrong description?
Because it wasn't a health check as to how Defence was implementing recommendations. It was, as I said, it was part of the Afghanistan inquiry reform plan and one of the reviews that was conducted under that plan. So it wasn't a health check of Defence's implementation of recommendations. It was a review of aspects of culture.
All right. In the course of that, of course, at the same time as you're undertaking that report, of course, the ADF had issued, I think, 17 serving individuals with show cause notices for termination of service, where it was alleged, because of matters covered in your report, they had failed to meet ADF expectations and values. You're aware of that was happening at the same time as you're doing your cultural review?
I am aware generally of that, Senator, yes. Although
Yeah.
my office was not involved in that process.
All right. But being aware of that process, do you know who the decision maker or decision makers were who were reviewing the conduct of those 17 serving individuals for the purpose of that administrative action?
Senator, I do not know, because once any of my reports is concluded, I deliver it to the relevant part of Defence, and then basically it's up to them to make decisions on that report and then to do whatever else they want to do with the findings and recommendations of that report.
In answers to questions on notice that have only been received very recently by my office, Defence advises us that by 14 February 22, administrative action for all 17 such members was completed. I'm assuming that the institutional response to such serious allegations would have been an essential element in your cultural review to see how the organisation itself had addressed matters. Did Defence advise you of the outcome of the administrative action that was taken?
Senator, I will have to take that question on notice. I don't know if Defence advised my office. I don't believe they did, but I will confirm that.
Perhaps I may add, Senator, that I think Mr Gaynor has given you some indication of the parameters of his role and the fact that his involvement ceases at the point that the report is concluded and provided to Defence. So I imagine you had an opportunity earlier to pursue some of these questions with the department or with the Chief when they were here earlier today. I suppose my point is...
Are you asking me questions, Minister?
No, I'm just making the observation that there may be some limitations on the extent to which Mr Gaynor can assist you because of the evidence he's already given you about the scope of his role.
No. Well, I think Inspector General, you had two roles. Your first role was the initial report in relation to Afghanistan, which concluded with your findings and recommendations, and that completed your role for the purpose of that first report, correct?
Yes, Senator, the Afghanistan inquiry report.
Correct. Yeah. And you say you didn't have an ongoing monitoring role to determine if those recommendations were being implemented. From that point on, as I understand your evidence, you say it was a matter for Defence.
Well, it was a matter for Defence, and I was also aware that there were other mechanisms which had been put in place to monitor implementation.
All right. But after that, you then did a further cultural review, and as I understand it, that cultural review was coincidental in time with the ADF's administrative action, including the 17 show cause for termination of service notices that were issued against 17 serving individuals who, by reason of matters contained in your report, were said to have failed to meet ADF expectations and values. Did you know that administrative action was being taken at the same time as you were undertaking your cultural review?
Senator, I will have to confirm the timings. As I indicated earlier, my recollection of the timing for the second review is the times that I gave you earlier. Yep. However, the second review did not get down into the level of detail of individual action.
Yep.
Well, because that second review was conducted by Assistance IGADF, I will have to take on notice whether there was any specific consideration of the other matters that you've raised.
And by way of, to assist you in making those inquiries, Inspector General, I'm told in answers to questions on notice that those actions in relation to those 17 serving individuals commenced in late 2020 and were completed by the 14th of February 2022. Do you believe... Oh, sorry, I withdraw that. In order to determine or make a fair assessment of the cultural behaviour of the ADF, particularly given the context of this inquiry following after your Afghanistan report, surely it would have been necessary for you to have been informed of or aware of how the organisation as a whole dealt with those 17 officers, Inspector General. Surely that would have been required, don't you agree?
Senator, the second review was a review of aspects of culture. I will I don't agree that the second review necessarily had to consider the detail of the adverse administrative action that the Defence Force was taking at the same time. But of course, all of these things were happening at the same time as you point out, and so. But like I said, I don't have enough detailed knowledge of what's in the second review. Or the second review was finished some time ago. I deal with several hundred cases each year. I simply can't answer the question now as to whether or not the second
Senator,
review...
Inspector General's made the point. He's taken it on notice, so he can give you the most accurate information. I am mindful that we are getting close to 7, so...
I want to be clear, Inspector General, I'm not in any way
up your questions.
critiquing your efforts to assist or your recall. I know the many complex matters you deal with, and I think it's perfectly reasonable to take this on notice. If you are taking it on notice, though, can you advise the committee what if you were informed by Defence of what the outcome of that administrative action was for the 17 members, if you could advise us what that outcome was? And again, take that on notice.
I can't take that aspect of the question on notice, Senator. It will be a matter for Defence to advise you of what the outcome of the 17 matters, that, as you have put it, was. But I can advise you if my office was informed and if that information was taken into account as part of the Assistant IGA by the Assistant IGADF who did the second review.
All right. And if you wanted to double check the detail of that material, it's question number 1140.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Senator Shoebridge. There being no other questions, we're free to release you, Inspector General. Thank you very much for appearing this evening, albeit brief, but thank you again. We'll now call the Director General of the Australian Signals Directorate and officers of the agency to come forward. Yeah. David, did you have questions? Yeah. I'll go to Claire first. Hello, Director General. Thank you for your patience today. Running a little bit behind schedule. Did you have an opening statement with you?
No, I don't, Senator.
That's great. So we're happy just to take some questions, if that's all right. I'll hand over now the call to the Deputy Chair, Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Ms Noble, for appearing today. During the last estimates, I asked about the involvement of Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps affiliated cyber actors targeting Australian organisations. You took my question on notice and later confirmed that IRGC affiliated actors have targeted Australian organisations. Were the Australian organisations targeted by the IRGC affiliated cyber actors targeted by IRGC affiliated cyber actors targeting private sector businesses or government entities?
I might ask Ms Bradshaw. Here's a copy, I think, of the advisory that we issued at the time as to whether she can answer that.
Thank you, Senator. Abigail Bradshaw, the head of the Australian Cyber Security Centre and Deputy Director General ASD. We did issue a public-facing advisory in conjunction with Five Eye Partners, the Canadian counterpart to American counterparts, both CISA and US Cyber Command and NSA. The second page of that advisory indicates that in text which is agreed by all entities, that the IRGC affiliated actors are actively targeting a broad range of entities, which means, Senator, there is targeting activity and there is successful compromise. And the advisory goes on to indicate that that includes entities across multiple US critical infrastructure sectors. Mm-hmm. But in the case of Australian, Canadian and United Kingdom, that targeting was directed at organisations, that is organisations which wouldn't meet in Australia, the now legal definition of critical infrastructure. I would need to take on notice whether targeting or in fact successful compromise and the distinction then between both private and public entities.
If you could take that on notice, that would be appreciated. Is the ASD concerned that the IRGC might look to access Australian government systems?
Well, we don't express feelings, I guess. So the advisory is the public summary that expresses that there is a threat of that activity occurring.
How many of the individuals or entities responsible for targeting Australian organisations in terms of IRGC affiliated actors have now been identified and sanctioned by the Australian government?
That would be a matter for the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Very good.
outside of
They're
our
on
remit.
tomorrow. Does the ASD provide advice to government on individuals who have been identified as being responsible for these activities for the purpose of enabling the government to then consider sanctions?
No, not on individuals. Our role is to provide technical advice of threats to networks from different actors.
So when an actor is identified as being responsible, it's not the role of the ASD to notify government that this has happened for the purposes of determining what kind of action might be required, whether that's sanctions or some other response?
It is in the broader sense, but sorry, I thought you asked me whether we provided advice about individuals.
I did, yes.
Who might be, no.
So you're advising on the broader threat environment
Right.
rather than individual
Right,
instances.
and about what, threat activity from a technical sense
Yes.
we might have seen, and in some cases we're able to ascertain which nation, state or organisation in this case, we're talking about Iran, where that activity might be coming from.
Which government entity would be tasked with the sort of case-by-case identification of targeting?
So it might be a combination of agencies. So in the case where, let's say, the threat was a criminal actor, ASD might be able to provide technical information and so forth that might support the Australian Federal Police to undertake a police investigation, which may ultimately lead to the resolution of that investigation to an individual. So in that circumstance, it might be the Federal Police.
And so has ASD proactively provided any advice to any government agency specific to IRGC targeting along the same lines of what you just described?
I don't think so. I think that advisory is the extent of our
Yes,
advice.
but I would only, add to that the advisory, and we do this as a regular course of action, we find that advice carries more gravity where it reflects the insights of our Five Eye counterpart agencies. This advisory does two things. One, it gives advice as to the threat of this particular actor group, but the second is it gives advice about how private entities of their own can detect that activity on their systems or networks. So, and this advisory is, for example, published on cyber.gov.au, which we own, and is given the same weighting or exposure as the rest of as advisories which we would issue on the basis of our sole branding, if that makes sense.
Given the comments this week about foreign interference and the IRI government by the Minister for Home Affairs, is there any overview or summary that the ASD is able to share with the committee about the IRGC and its activities in Australia or its activities targeted towards Australia beyond referencing the Five Eye statement that you've referenced earlier?
No, we can't add to that in the public domain.
Right. Besides cybercrime, is it your understanding that the IRGC has any other activity or interest in Australia?
Well, we wouldn't have any responsibility for inquiring into that beyond threats that might be, threats to Australian networks.
Okay.
From a technical
Thank
point
you
of
very
view.
much.
Oh, thank you.
I
Thank
said
you very
I'd
much.
be quick.
Deputy Chair, I'll hand over to Senator Shoebridge.
Oh,
You've got
thank-
30 seconds.
Will we try and wrap it up in 5 minutes? Or?
Yeah, we can. We
Okay.
can. I thought I'd try.
No. Thanks for your appearance here today. You would be aware, wouldn't you, that in the last few days and weeks, the Australian government has been going through the Defence Department, the Attorney General's Department, and other parts of government, and removing cameras and security gear made by Hikvision and Dahua, those Chinese manufacturers. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And that is because of concern that they may contain spyware. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And that's a valid concern, isn't it?
Well, I'm not sure about the characterisation of spyware, but ASD once again has published quite a number of public advisories related to supporting individual agencies or departments to make risk-based decisions about the devices that you're describing. They range from tips to secure your Internet of Things devices, how to identify and manage cyber supply chain risks, the Internet of Things Code of Practice, guidance for manufacturers, and also the ISM, the Information Security Manual, which is really our Bible on how to manage security threats in such devices.
Well, does the ASD support the actions the government has taken to remove these cameras?
Well, our role is limited to providing technical advice, and we have done so.
Well, from a technical advice point of view, do you think that those actions are appropriate to remove the cameras from a technical advice point of view?
Well, perhaps we might take you through what some of our technical advice says along those lines of your question, but ultimately it's not up to the Australian Signals Directorate to make any final determination about what any department or agency should do in managing the risk that we set out for them in our technical advisories.
Well, you see, one of the reasons I'm putting these questions to you now is because this isn't the first time these questions have been put to you, is it?
That's right.
In fact, on the 5th of November 2021, then Senator Kitching asked this. The UK Parliament Foreign Affairs Committee recommended that equipment manufactured by companies such as Hikvision and Dahua should not be permitted to operate within the UK, and that government prohibits organisations and individuals in the UK from doing business with any companies known to be associated with the Xinjiang atrocities. And then Senator Kitching then asked of you, does ASD agree with this recommendation? If not, why not? And two, has ASD provided advice to government or other departments on whether these companies should be prohibited from servicing the Australian government? And if only you had said yes, but you didn't.
Well, I said then what I've just said to you tonight, that ultimately the choice of equipment and vendors is a matter for individual government departments, and I referred Senator Kitching at the time to the guidance that I've referred to tonight. That can be found on our website at cyber.gov.au.
Well, what you said was vendor choice is a matter for individual government departments and entities. ASD provides technical advice and assistance, including supply chain guidance, which is available on cyber.gov.au. And you said ASD has published guidance on identifying supply chain risks, which is available on cyber.gov.au. But by not looking closely at that question and considering the risks of these products that were brought clearly to your attention, they have been operating on defence facilities, in the Attorney General's Department, all throughout the government, for over a year and 2 months. because you didn't provide the timely advice that was sought. That's what's happened, isn't it?
No. We have provided a range of advice which we've made publicly, which is set out over some years in the documents that I've referred to. So I feel that ASD has acquitted its responsibility to draw attention to the risks of those devices. And as I said, it's then a matter for individual departments and agencies to manage those risks or make choices about the equipment that they're buying.
What we see, ASD has been given a huge budget to provide advice on cyber risks to the, by the Australian government, has been given enormous responsibilities. And on this occasion, when the products that have now turned out to have had such significant risks that they've had to be removed from every part of the Commonwealth Government's operations, when you were specifically asked for the advice on them, you just dodged the question, didn't you?
No.
You just dodged the question.
I don't believe I have dodged that question then or your questions now.
Do you take any responsibility at all for the fact that these cameras have been operating, taking down vision with heaven knows what security risks for a year and 3 months since you were asked about their security risks by then Senator Kitching on the 5th of November 2021? Do you take any responsibility at all for that risk continuing for a year and 3 months since?
ASD has fulfilled the role required of it to provide technical advice about the threats of Internet of Things devices, as I said before, supply chain guidance and so on. And I believe that we have acquitted our responsibility in that regard.
Well, I've read your answer and I've just put it on the record, and nowhere there does it provide a threat assessment of either of those products by the ASD, even though you were specifically asked about it. Can you point to anywhere in that answer where you provide that threat assessment?
The guidance that the answer refers to that is available on our website extensively sets out the risks of such devices, and through the Information Security Manual provides guidance on how those risks might be managed.
Minister, sitting there, are you satisfied that the ASD, having been put on notice squarely by one of your own colleagues about these very products on the 5th of November 2021, did not provide any specific advice about the security risks for these products?
I think the more relevant question is why the government of the day did not act on the advice that was provided.
All right. Thank you very much, Senator Shoebridge, and thank you to the Australian Signals Directorate. We'll now break, I should say, for dinner, and we will return in 1 hour.
Will we return with ASD chair, or do you expect that we'll
just
be
for some
moving to a
clarity,
different
we'll
part of the
be
programme?
returning with the Australian War Memorial. So
Right.
the ASD is now free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, well, good evening, everyone. Welcome back after our 1 hour break for dinner. I now welcome the Director of the Australian War Memorial and officers of the agency. I'd also like to welcome Senator Jenny McAllister, who's also in the chair representing the Minister for Veterans Affairs. And we have the Service Secretary of the Department as well too. Oh, hello. Do you have an opening statement at all, Mr Anderson?
I do, Chair.
Is it short? Because I'm mindful of the interest of time that we are quite behind schedule. I'm happy for you just to table it and we can circulate to the committee as a whole,
Certainly.
if that's okay. On that basis, and thank you for accommodating my request, I'll open questions. Senator Shoebridge's not here, but I might kick off to you if that's all right, Senator Pocock, if you're...
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes.
Senator Pocock, you have the call.
Thank you, Mr Anderson and team. I was recently looking at the APS employee census results and was just keen to hear from you on a few of them. one of the things that came up was just half or so of your staff believe that the memorial promotes an inclusive workplace culture, which is 23% below the APS average. So just interested in sort of reflections and what's being done to try and improve that.
Thank you, Senator. We obviously take those results very seriously, and one of the first things we did when the results came in was we actually asked for a briefing organised by the APSC to brief the senior executive and all of our staff just to understand them and to unpack them. That was the first thing we did. I think the second thing I would note, Senator, is that the next thing we did was, again, at the request of the staff, was to try and change the culture of the Australian War Memorial, try and have from the ground up a development of behaviours and values that we could all sign up to, and the staff have led that charge, and we've come up with a series of values and behaviours. And one of the things that you would have noticed in the Senate in the survey results was a very, very high take-up and support for these values, but you've got to live them, and that actually obviously starts with me. But the one thing I'd say, Senator, is that right now at the Australian War Memorial, we are going through a remarkable period of change, arguably the largest in the last 50 years. So not only are we a public-facing organisation that is dealing with the public emerging from a pandemic, and I've got staff literally in the front lines, we've also undertaking a major redevelopment. The equivalent of 50 Olympic swimming pools have been excavated from the front, the back and the side of the building, 9,500 truck and trailer loads. And staff, of course, have been exposed to the dust, to the noise, to the vibration, and more importantly, they've also been physically dislocated, both from the National Collection and from each other, by being spread basically between where they were in Campbell to temporary office space in Dixon, and some have been relocated up to Mitchell. So the real challenge for us is to bring the team together, bring the memorial together. Very, very important part of that, Senator, is communication. We've brought on an internal communications person to explain what's going on, why it's going on, where it's going on, where it's going on, just to make sure that staff have an ownership of the development. We have social clubs, we have staff Christmas parties. We're trying to make sure that I can only speak for myself, but my door's always open. I meet every staff member on arrival. I also, every staff member that leaves, I have exit interviews with, and I think we're trying to change it one day at a time, one issue at a time, but it boils down to communication, a massive development project that's going on, and just making sure that the staff understand this is the development of the memorial by the memorial, and then wanting to own it. And I think that's what's going to build us all together and bind us together.
So a big part of it is potentially the dislocation, but once staff are back in the same place, you think that will...
I hope that's... Well, certainly you've got to understand, Senator, that Memorial's been there for 80 years, and for the first time we really spread physically over 3 sites, and even within one campus, at the Campbell site, the site's split in 4 at the moment, and my staff have to manage how they get access to the collections in the way they used, not the way they used to. There's a big change for the staff, and they're frankly magnificent. And I think the results actually speak to the resilience of my staff more than anything else. I'm very, very proud of them. And we're now at that stage in the development where the early works are finished, the enabling works are finished. We've now engaged the 3 major contractors, and we're coming up and out of the ground. And I'm very hopeful that by Anzac Day next year, we'll be at the front of the memorial. Most of those hoardings will be down, and the memorial they know and love will start to look and feel the same, and I think that'll have a big benefit.
Okay, thank you. Well, one of the other things that really stood out was people's attitudes towards pay, and I think it was just 29% of your staff felt that they were fairly paid for the work that they do. What are your thoughts on that? What does that come down to? How do you compare to other
compared
specialist
to
agencies?
similar agencies, Senator, we're one of the lowest paying on the continuum. But it's one of those questions where we can't do that on our own. We try, certainly when we recruit staff, individual flexibility arrangements and the things we need to offer people to bring them on board. But what we can do is offer them things, like free parking on campus and all these sorts of add-ons, just making sure that there are incentives to remain working at the War Memorial, and hopefully over time their pay will go up. But that's beyond my gift to negotiate their pay rise. But it's been something that's been long-standing, Senator.
Do you have on hand sort of an overview of the number of employees on different bands? Like how's it broken up at the...
breakdown, but based on the 2021 APSC survey, employee survey results, salary survey results, we range between 1% and 8% behind the average APS salaries. And that's just a reflection of the cumulative bargaining processes over the years, whereas a small agency, we didn't have the flexibility that other large agencies have had. And so we find it very difficult to, keep up, and now we find ourselves so far behind that even a 2% increase is still going to see us very far behind the rest of the APS. So as the Director noted, we try and highlight the other benefits that there are to working at the Australian War Memorial, which are often non-salary related.
And can staff expect a pay rise this year? Will it be in line with the 2% this year?
Yes, so under the interim bargaining arrangements, all agencies are eligible for a 2% pay rise 12 months from the date of the last pay rise that they were entitled to under their existing agreement. So on 10th of July, yes, our staff will be entitled to a 2% pay rise, but that's across the board. So we're going up 2%, but everyone else is going up 2%.
Yeah, okay. So you still have that lag. And sorry, just finally, before I hand off someone else, the results of the census, I understand they came through a Senate process. Is there a way to publish them sort of
They're on our
proactively?
website, Senator.
Okay.
They're already up on our website.
Okay,
so
great.
People are welcome to just jump onto the Australian War Memorial corporate policies, and that's where they are.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks,
Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Pocock. I'll hand over now to Senator Shoebridge.
Stay back with us tonight. You recall on the last occasion, you may not recall on the last occasion, that we were here together. I was asking you some questions about the total value of donations, about the donations and sponsorships by military and defence companies to the Australian War Memorial. Do you recall that?
Yes, Senator.
And since then, there were some questions put on. I put some further questions on notice to the Minister, and it's my reading of the answer that I got back from the Minister that since 2018-19, in the years including and since then, the Australian War Memorial has in fact received $1.8 million in sponsorship from military and defence companies. Would you agree with that figure?
Yes, Senator.
And they're from companies like Boeing and Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Thales and the like. Do those names ring a bell?
Yes, Senator.
And you're aware in relation to Thales, for example, that it's currently facing prosecution in South Africa for alleged corruption of government officials for the purpose of defence procurement. You're aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, Senator, but thank you.
Yeah. Do you think that might be an issue you'd take on board in terms of the reputation of the War Memorial in receiving money from a corporation like that?
I think you said they're allegations, Senator? Or?
They've been charged and they're facing criminal prosecution. Yeah, do you think that might be an issue that you take on board if we took their money?
Senator, whenever we consider sponsorship arrangements involving defence industry or any sponsor, we have a partnership arrangement, a partnership agreement and a framework where we consider any number of things, and that, of course, the reputation of the company and the record of the company would, of course, be considered as part of any sponsorship agreement.
Well, did you do that due diligence in relation to that company? Because, of course, the South African proceedings at the moment are only one of a number of cases where Thales has been found to have, or in the case of South Africa, currently facing criminal prosecutions for corrupting government officials for the purpose of their procurement. Did you do that kind of due diligence?
Senator, we're dealing with Thales Australia.
Well, that's a wholly owned subsidiary of Thales.
But we're dealing with Thales Australia, though.
Yes,
Senator.
but it's a wholly owned subsidiary of the foreign multinational that as part of its business, going out and corrupting government officials for the purpose of getting contracts. Did you do that kind of due diligence?
We look into the yes, Senator, we do due diligence on every partnership that we enter into, Senator.
$1.8 million is a lot of money, isn't it, for the purposes of the War Memorial?
Yes, Senator, it is.
Do military and defence companies, what do they get for giving you $1.8 million? What do you give them?
Well, I don't know that we give them anything, Senator. That'd be a question for them. I can tell you what we get out of it, though, Senator.
Well,
and what we get out of it, out of a relationship.
That wasn't my question.
Okay,
though.
certainly.
Yep. Do they get to have their name included in promotional material?
In
by the
some
War
instances,
Memorial?
Senator, yes.
So that's a benefit for arms corporations, isn't it?
It would be recognition for the service that they provide to the War Memorial.
Do they get to have speakers at events, either at events associated with their sponsorship?
Not in my time, Senator, but I'm happy to take that one on notice.
And is there a policy from the memorial, from the Australian War Memorial side, when it comes to corporate sponsorships?
Yes, there is, Senator.
Can you provide us with a copy
Yes, I
of
can,
that?
Senator. It's on our website.
I think I've asked you a question to this effect last time, but I might ask it now again, given we have an even larger amount of money coming from the military and defence companies to the War Memorial that's been identified. Given the task of the War Memorial is to honestly show the horrors of war, the damage that it causes to countries, to people, to the participants in war, and the theme, I would hope, of a War Memorial is, so far as possible, never again. Do you think it's appropriate to take $1.8 million from the corporations that actually profit from war, whose purpose is to sell munitions and profit from the killing and the carnage and the damage that is caused by war?
Senator, the Australian War Memorial is three things. We are a memorial, including the tomb of the unknown Australian soldier and the Roll of Honour. We are a museum, and we are an archive. The point of the Australian War Memorial is to enable people to undertake meaningful commemoration, and the only way they can do that is through the deepest possible understanding. Where we engage with partnerships, whether they are defence sponsors or whether they're other benefactors, where we engage with them is in the understanding side of the house, the museum side of the house, the digital archives side of the house, these sorts of things that enable meaningful commemorations. So, Senator, I do think it's appropriate for the Australian War Memorial to engage with any benefactor who's prepared to enable the Australian War Memorial to give people the deepest possible understanding of the Australian experience of war, so that when they arrive at the Australian War Memorial and they enter the tomb of the unknown Australian soldier, that act is meaningful because they understand.
Of course, have you undertaken any assessment of whether or not the public supports Australia's War Memorial, which is meant to be commemorating those who've fallen, those who have been damaged and injured as a part of war? And I would hope part of the mission is to show the true horrors of war and make us reflect and try and avoid war.
Absolutely, Senator.
Have you considered the obvious conflict when you're also promoting corporations, whether you're inviting them to speak or you're allowing their name and their corporate logo to be available and on public display? Have you thought about the obvious conflict? That on the one hand you're seeking to point out the horrors of war and hopefully prevent war, and on the other hand you're out there promoting the very corporations who have an interest in encouraging war and having more war, because more war means more weapon sales, means more profit to them. Have you thought about that conflict?
Senator, it would be one of the things we would consider when we consider who we engage with, of course. But as I said, Senator, and please understand that with regard to the companies that with which we engage, in particular in the defence industry, they also have, what these companies do is they train, they sustain and they equip the Australian Defence Force in the provision of, yes, Senator, lethal force, because sometimes that's what's required when you protect our values, our borders, when you deploy on peacekeeping and other operations. I'm very conscious, Senator, that just watching the news over the last couple of weeks, when I saw those that we deployed to Turkey in humanitarian assistance flew on a C-17 provided by the Royal Australian Air Force. I'm very conscious that the last time I saw a Chinook flying anywhere, Senator, was providing disaster relief off Western Australia. So I'm just very, very important to understand, Senator, that Yes, they provide a lethal capability, but they also provide the defence of our interests and our values.
Well, companies like Boeing profit from being part of the nuclear weapons industry, making intercontinental ballistic missiles, which have the potential to destroy all of our nations and our civilisation as we know it. Do you think it's appropriate taking money from a corporation that benefits from that participation in that industry and putting it on the Australian War Memorial, where we're meant to be solemnly commemorating our fallen? Do you think it's appropriate taking money from a company like Boeing?
Senator, I think it is. The Australian War Memorial engages with Boeing because it's a company that provides support and assistance and material to the Australian Defence Force.
You recall on the last occasion I was asking you about the money you received from one of those corporations, which was Lockheed Martin.
Yes, Senator.
And of course, you know, Lockheed Martin is a multi-billion dollar corporation embedded in the global weapons industry, isn't it?
Yes, Senator.
Yep. And it's required by United States law to not provide money to foreign governments or agencies associated with foreign governments as an anti-corruption measure under US law, isn't it?
Yes, Senator.
And if you remember last time I asked you some questions about the disclosure and compliance documents that the Australian War Memorial was required to sign in order to take money from Lockheed Martin. Do you remember that?
Yes, Senator.
And then I had a limited number of documents, and then I'm grateful for the fact that when I asked those questions, I'll notice you provided further documents to the committee. Do you recall providing the documents?
Yes, Senator.
Did you bring the documents with you?
I do, Senator, yes.
Yeah, I'll just give one to the chair just to try and assist. I've got an extra spare if you want. The ones that I have attachment A up in the top right-hand corner. Is that the same as yours?
Probably not, Senator, but if you go, the dates would be helpful.
All right. Well, the first one is, I'll just go through them sequentially in the order that I'm here, so as we're going through the same documents. I hope I've copied them in the manner in which you provided them. Mr Anderson, first one's 29 October 2013. Is that the first one you have?
Yes, Senator.
Senator Shoebury, just before you go through this document, can I just ask where you obtained it, or at least, is this from the last round of estimates? Was this through an FOI?
This was provided by the War Memorial.
It was? Okay. I just want to make sure because there are details of individuals here. So I'm just mindful of, when you do make reference, just to be mindful of not revealing, I guess, some individual details, please.
I'm not going to identify any names.
But if you've tabled it.
Well,
I haven't tabled it yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perhaps I'll take you through about 6 pages in, 22 August 2014. Do you see that? Lockheed Martin, Contributions, Disclosure and Compliance Certification Form, 22 August 2014. On the same page. And that the purpose, it's the recipient organisation is the Australian War Memorial. The amount of money at stake here from Lockheed Martin to the War Memorial is $100,000. Do you see that?
Yes, Senator.
And do you see at the bottom of the first page, point 3, the recipient organisation is not an agency, organisation, association or instrumentality of the Australian government. Any political party in Australia or a public international organisation is not otherwise owned in whole or in part or controlled by the Australian government or any Australian political party or government official or an official of a public international organisation. Do you see that?
Yes, Senator.
And then you would agree with me that that was signed by an officer in the Australian War Memorial on the 22nd of August 2014. Do you see that?
Yes, Senator.
And having signed that, Lockheed Martin gave you the money, correct?
Well, having signed that, Senator, and the attachment to it, attached to that same thing, the next page over, Senator, speaks to the Lockheed Martin contribution request form, which is part of the same thing. And I note there, Senator, that what it also says is that the contribution made by Lockheed Martin Corporation to the Australian War Memorial to support education and public programs, and it says please refer to the full agreement between Lockheed Martin Australia and the Australian War Memorial for specific details.
But I'll take you back to the 2-page document headed Contributions, Disclosure and Compliance Certification Form. And you see at the bottom of it, it says on page 2, please return this completed form to your Lockheed Martin point of contact. See that?
Sender.
It was signed. In fact, it says here acknowledged and certified by the Australian War Memorial and provided to Lockheed Martin, correct? This document. And it was plainly and boldly and unambiguously untrue, wasn't it? Because the Australian War Memorial is an agency, organisation, association or instrumentality of the Australian government, isn't it?
And Senator...
Plainly, boldly, unambiguously untrue.
Certainly, Senator, the signing of that document, as you know, in other documents, we have made the very express declaration that of the status of the Australian War Memorial. But the point I would make, Senator, with reference to the attachment to this and the agreement between Lockheed Martin and Australia, of which sits on top of this document, very clearly states that the Australian War Memorial is established by a corporation, by the Australian War Memorial Act. The functions of the memorial and the powers of the memorial and the Minister, the Council, the Chairman are outlined in the Act, and it very, very clearly explains the status of the Australian War Memorial.
Where does it show that on
well,
the
Senator,
two-page?
this is the agreement that was referred to in that document. And I'm happy to, subject to the views of, I need to speak to Lockheed Martin, obviously, but that is the agreement. So there's a grant agreement, Senator, that sits over the 3 years.
Where is that agreement referred to on this two-page document?
Well, Senator, attached to the two-page document, part of the document that was signed and submitted included the Lockheed Martin contribution request form.
So where on the two-page certification form does it make any reference at all to the Australian War Memorial being a part of the Australian government?
Well, in this document it doesn't, Senator.
In the document that was signed and certified on behalf of the War Memorial on the 22nd of August 2014 to receive $100,000 from a weapons manufacturer, it was a plainly false certification, wasn't it? Plainly, boldly wrong.
Well, Senator, sitting on top of that document is the agreement that covers the 3-year grant, of which that $100,000 is one of those years, and that clearly and expressly states the Australian War Memorial's legal personality under the Act.
Well, first of all, the document itself makes no reference to any attachment. The certified document makes no reference to any attachment, does it?
No, Senator.
It doesn't seek to incorporate any other agreement into it.
They were certainly, and I'd take advice on that, Senator, but my understanding is that these were the documents that were provided by Lockheed Martin in order for them to make the payment of a grant to the Australian War Memorial, and it was a series of documents. And I agree with you, Senator, that it was a mistake that this particular document did not have that clause in it expressly identifying the Australian War Memorial and its statutory authority, but the documents that were provided with this and that covered it did.
Well, I asked for all the documents, so can you show me where this attached document is in the bundle of documents you provide that you say qualifies this unambiguous false certification on the 22nd of August 2014?
Senator, it's the document titled 2014 International Request Form. Do you have that?
And where does it say that contrary to the certification, it's the Australian government?
It says on the second page, Senator, up top right-hand corner, the contribution is made by Lockheed Martin to the Australian War Memorial to support education and public programs. Please refer to the full agreement between Lockheed Martin Australia and the Australian War Memorial for specific details.
Where's that agreement?
Well, I have it here, Senator, and as I say, I'd be happy to make that available, subject to. But this is the agreement that sat on top. What we were asked for, Senator, was certification forms. This is an agreement that sat on top of 3 certification forms for these grants.
And are you suggesting that the false certification carried no weight?
No, Senator, I'm not suggesting it's a false. I'm suggesting it's a certification in error, and I'm suggesting, Senator, that Lockheed Martin Australia knew the legal personality of the Australian War Memorial throughout. So I'm saying that was, yes, absolutely, the clarification that is in other certification documents, in bold and in red, where we actually declare the Australian War Memorial as a statutory authority of the Australian government governed by an independent council, has been inserted in the other agreements.
Well, we'll come to some other agreements in a bit.
Just 2 more minutes, Senator Shoebridge.
and I'll ask you to provide a copy of this additional documentation that you say is there. You knew, didn't you? Well, the Australian War Memorial knew at the time that this certification was required to provide a statement that the War Memorial was in no way a part of the Australian government or an agency of the Australian government, because that was required for Lockheed Martin to give you the money and to comply with US law. You knew that the false declaration was necessary to get the money. That's the truth of it, isn't it?
And the specific project grant agreement, Senator, where the funding over the 3 years is identified, expressly states the Australian War Memorial's status as an Australian government entity.
Well, let's move on a few years then, will we? We'll go through...
Senator Shoebridge, I do need to move the call on. We can come to this later, but I'm mindful that Senator Roberts also has to head off to another committee, so I want to give the call to Senator Roberts and we'll come back. Senator Roberts?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, pleasure.
Can you please explain why the memorial Twitter post in relation to the last post ceremony, daily ceremony, changed from saying his service to their service when mentioning specific fallen defence personnel?
Yes, Senator, it was done in error.
Okay.
Purely and simply in error.
Who was responsible for the error?
One of my junior staff, Senator, so I wouldn't name them in this forum.
No, that's fine.
But Senator, I just want to give you the assurance that there's been no change to the memorial's policy in this regard, and that we also have arrangements in place to make sure there isn't a repeat occurrence.
Okay. Why did he or she do it?
I think, Senator, to be honest, in an earlier tweet, there had been an instance where they actually did a cut and the paste and they got it wrong, and they literally cut into a document the details of a female service woman and left his there and caused offence to the family, and they got spooked. And as a consequence of that, when they were the duty person doing the tweet, and it is only tweets we're talking about, not the Facebook posts and certainly not the script of the Australian War Memorial's last posts, was this done. But
I appreciate your frank admission of it's an error. That's the end of my questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator.
Oh, you're most welcome. Now.
Yeah, I'm up.
Yep, Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, officials. I just wanted to start. You might be aware, Mr. Anderson, that earlier this year the government revoked a public service direction around working on public holidays. Before the last election, the coalition government had issued a direction that public servants should work on Australia Day, Anzac Day and the Queen's birthday, now King's birthday. Earlier this year the government revoked that direction. While the publicity was all around Australia Day, that revocation also meant that public servants are now free to swap, if you like, the observance of Anzac Day. Was the Australian War Memorial consulted on this decision before it was made by the government?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
I mean, given that you are the national custodian for the memory of those who have fought and died in service, do you think would you have been expected to be consulted on a decision around the observance of Anzac Day?
I didn't expect to, Senator. I can just assure you that almost all my staff are working every Anzac Day.
I'm sure they are. You're in a special category, and thankfully I'm sure your staff do that. I hope others do, but now they are not required to. Are you aware, Mr. Anderson, of any veteran groups or military history organisations being consulted by the government around the decision?
No, Senator, but I wouldn't imagine I would be.
Yeah. Minister, are you aware of any consultation that the government did with veteran groups, return services leagues, about this decision to allow public servants to swap Anzac Day?
Senator Canavan, I think if you look more closely at the direction provided by the previous government, it was simply a direction in the context of a bargaining process and didn't have force. So I think the characterisation of a revocation is not accurate.
Well, I'm just quoting here from an article in the mandarin.com.au. It's a fairly well-known news service for public servants, keep them up to date in government's decisions, and it directly says, and I'm quoting, Labor reversed a pre-election coalition decision that forced bureaucrats to take a day off on 3 observed days, Australia Day, Anzac Day, and Queen's, now King's birthday. That was the decision made by the government. I'm just simply asking, are you aware of any consultation that occurred with Return Services Leagues, veterans or others involved in the military history of Australia about this decision?
I'll take the specific question about consultation on notice, but I will just make the point again that I think this was canvassed in the House earlier today, and the broad circumstances around the government's decision around the bargaining process better addressed to the department, to the minister responsible for public service.
Okay, thank you, Minister. I presume, as we sort of highlighted there, Matt, Mr. Anderson, you won't be looking kindly on staff who want to swap out a public service observance of Anzac Day. They're expected to work anyway.
Senator, I always look kindly on my staff.
Okay, but if someone does come to you and say, look, I don't want to observe Anzac Day, would you accommodate that request consistent with the government's direction?
It's hypothetical, Senator, and honestly I can't imagine it at the Australian War Memorial where literally I'm invoking volunteers to help me to man the gates on the busiest day of the year.
Okay, thank you. Just turning to an interview that your new chair, Mr. Beasley, conducted around 10 days ago, the 6th of February. In that interview, he mentioned that he was inducted the week of this interview, as I said, on the 6th. What was involved with Mr. Beasley's induction?
Senator, it's a process of sitting down, understanding, being briefed on the organisational structure, meeting all of the assistant directors and the various work units, undertaking tours of our facilities, both Mitchell, Watso and Dixon, and also Campbell, understanding the development, basically trying to get him across the business of the Australian War Memorial, who's running it, how we're running it, and what's on our agenda. So it really is, you call it induction, it's also a deep dive.
Right. Was there briefing materials provided to the chairman? Was there an induction pack or incoming brief of some kind?
There is certainly an induction pack that he would receive just to make sure that he undertakes and fills out all the necessary the forms and things. It'll surprise you, Senator. Lots of forms are required to be inducted into any public service organisation, and he certainly would have had to fill out a number of forms and declarations and other bits and pieces. But with regard to certainly the briefings that I gave him, Senator, were oral briefings about the things that engage me most regularly, and the ways in which I engage with council and the way in which I engage with key stakeholders. That my briefing was absolutely oral.
So there's no briefing materials provided as such, on issues and what have you?
No, Senator.
Could I just ask you to take on notice just
Certainly.
to check if there were any, and
Yes,
if
Senator.
we could have a copy of them? Were there any briefing materials provided to Mr. Beasley when he was appointed to the board in October last year?
Same process, Senator. So he wasn't inducted as chair, he was inducted as a member of council. That was the process that he went through.
But specifically, were the briefing materials provided to new council members? Or?
Well, that's the process I've just outlined, Senator.
Just oral, no written briefings. If I could also ask you to take on notice, just in case there were any written briefings. Did you or anyone from the War Memorial brief Mr. Beasley before the interview he had with Patricia Karvelis on the 6th of February? Specifically about the interview, obviously.
No, Senator, but part of his induction and meeting staff, in fact, I know he met with our Indigenous Liaison Officer, amongst others. So he would certainly be across the issues as they affect the Australian War Memorial.
Has Mr. Beasley, since joining the board in October, has he had any meetings with the Minister for Veterans Affairs, and also has he had any meetings since he was appointed chairman?
I can't speak to that, Senator, but I can tell you that. What I can clarify, though, is he only was appointed to the board with effect the vacancy from Dr. Nelson on 1 December.
Right, okay. Was it announced in October, was it? Okay, no problems. Well, from whenever he was appointed. Could you take that on notice,
Yes,
sir? Thank you. And could you also take on notice if there are any outcomes from those meetings and how they were recorded? Look, just turning to the interview, obviously this interview largely focused, or was Mr. Beasley was introduced as the new incoming chairman of the War Memorial. He was however asked about his opinion on The Voice, and he spoke about how he was worried about if it didn't pass. Is there any policies in place around the Chairman of the War Memorial's commentary around political issues?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Okay. I'm asking this because I'm mindful that and I've got great respect for Mr. Beasley, I should say, but I am mindful that your previous equally meritorious chair, Mr. Nelson, I think studiously avoided comment on political matters as chair, but that wasn't written down as a policy or any such, was that, Mr. Anderson?
Not that I'm aware of,
up to the discretion of the chair at the time.
Correct.
Well, I do think Mr. Nelson's approach was prudent. Now, look, I just wanted to turn to the question of the Frontier Wars issue, and more generally on other issues. Has the War Memorial ever been approached to display a roll of honour for men, women and children killed during war, not actively serving members of armed forces, but just, if you like, civilian casualties of war?
Not in my time, Senator, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Okay, all right. Has the War Memorial ever been approached to house a memorial for the Merchant Navy?
Senator, I have been from time to time. They ask us to, the Merchant Navy has met with me just to ask whether or not the Merchant Navy Roll of Honour could be incorporated inside the cloisters of the Australian War Memorial, but that Roll of Honour is actually in the gardens of the Australian War Memorial, so it's on site.
But not in the memorial itself?
That's correct.
Okay, and so, but just to be clear, the representatives of the Merchant Navy you've met would like it to be inside the building?
They would like
that's been there. Okay.
The greatest and equal prominence.
Right, and have you given them reasons for the decision not to do that? Or?
It's long-standing council policy, Senator.
Okay, and what are the reasons for that long-standing policy, if you like? What were the original reasons for it being made?
That they weren't members of the Defence Force.
Right. Okay. So, as we've been through, your Act does require to look at give memorial to people in active service, and so that, just to be clear here, the key reason why the Merchant Navy is not inside the building is because they were not in active service at the time of any casualties or involvement in wars.
Their stories are certainly inside the memorial, Senator, but the Roll of Honour that captures the seamen who are lost in the Merchant Navy is on a memorial outside. And
there's no plans to include that Roll of Honour in the planned extensions?
No, Senator.
Okay.
Certainly no.
Right. Last estimates I did ask around whether or not you had, or the War Memorial, I should say, had met with representatives from the Gara complex. I think I'm pronouncing that right. If I'm not, please correct me. It's I'm being told it's pronounced. The Gara complex, and I think you mentioned, looking at the transcript here, that you'd had preliminary discussions, or very preliminary discussions, I should say. Have you had any further updates on the Gara project or consultation with them, especially around how it will showcase early settler conflicts?
Not specific to that, but of course, it's a small town, and I know Craig Ritchie well, and we see each other regularly. But I've not specifically asked him yet how they will portray frontier violence in the Nurra Cultural Precinct. But certainly, Senator, it would be my expectation that they would.
Right. So where is the Gara complex meant to be installed?
A reconciliation place, Senator, on the other side of the lake, basically between Old Parliament House and the foreshore.
So right across the lake from you. You could see it from the front steps, so we will be able to see it.
Correct.
Well, I mean, is there any reason you haven't had a formal meeting with those representatives, given your plans to commemorate Frontier Wars?
I think, Senator, partly, apart from the fact that they are, the support that we're providing the Nurra precinct at the moment simply is as they're developing their business case and they're working their. It is preliminary for them, Senator, to understand what they're going to be putting in their galleries. At the moment they're going through their initial and detailed business cases.
Right. Okay. I just want to turn to, and I've got a few questions on this last estimates I asked you about papers that were put before your board in August, 19th of August last year, especially in regards to the consideration of the Frontier Wars and how a memorial to them would be consistent with your Act. there's a number of, and I've got some questions that relate to there's this NARA section on this, but just before I get to that detail, there's a number of sections of these papers that you've submitted to the committee that have been blacked out. And there's a reference to section 47C. Can I just clarify, is this document you provided to the committee something that has been also FOI'd and provided under that process?
Yes, it is, Senator.
Right, and that's the reference to section 47C is a reference to section 47C of the Freedom of Information Act 1982?
Yes, Senator.
Right. I'm just mindful that this process, the table of information to a Senate committee is different, separate to the Freedom of Information Act. There's separate arrangements around the non-provision of information. On what basis, or can you? I mean, more the question is, are you able to tell us what's under the black parts, especially on this line of questioning? There's a part on page 22. If I go to that, if I can take you, if you've got the document there in front of you. I said it was something submitted to this committee. Question 4 from the last estimates. And you've got that? Okay, thank you. So page 22, there's 3 lines there in the middle of the page. It's a paragraph around the Gara precinct. That's been blacked out. Are you able to reveal that to us?
I couldn't tonight, Senator, but I'm happy to go back. I think it's part of the, I'm looking at Leanne here, that my understanding is where we identified particular individuals or where we involved information that relates, for example, that deliberative content that specifically relates to some of the information that we're hoping to have in the development that relates to galleries and curation and these things that are still very much subject to going to market. Certainly, I know that some of that was taken out, Senator, but on that particular, I couldn't speak to that.
So before providing this document to the committee, did you or any of your staff get advice around the public interest immunity requirements of Senate committees separate from the requirements of the Freedom of Information Act, particularly regards to the blacking out of these sections?
Didn't take any advice, Senator, no.
Right.
Senator,
yep.
I think I see the point that you
Yeah,
are
it's a
in
pretty
the
clear
process
one.
of making, and it's
Yep.
not an unreasonable one. Can I perhaps offer this? I think that the officials have sought to provide you information, and as you've observed, consistent with the way they deal with an FOI request. I think we would be happy to revisit that information and consider the extent to which it meets the Senate's requirements in terms of
Public
providing
interest
info.
immunity. I just wanted to be clear, I'll finish up on this line of questioning, but that section 47C of the Freedom of Information Act is around deliberative content, and you've already mentioned that, Mr Anderson. I just want to check, you're not claiming this is deliberative content before Cabinet? I presume, no, okay. So this is deliberative content before an agency, which does trigger 47C. I would happy to be corrected by the Secretary or Chair or others. I doubt that would meet the threshold for public interest immunity of a Senate committee. Deliberations of Cabinet would, deliberations of an agency I very much doubt. So I would appreciate if you could look at that in light of the actual requirements for a Senate committee.
Senator, that would be the approach that we
you.
would intend and take.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Minister, and thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator Fawcett, I understand you've got a question.
Yeah, Mr Anderson, can I take you back to the discussion we've been having around the attachment A of the Lockheed Martin document? Paragraph 1 goes to the purpose. Paragraph 2, which has been the subject of most of the discussion, goes to a list of government, individuals, bodies, related entities. But the second part of paragraph 2 goes to intent. And the prohibition of that list of individuals, entities, etc., is subject to the intent. And the intent, I quote, is to improperly influence any Australian government official, government employee or candidate for public office or any official of a public international organisation in the performance of his or her duties or to obtain any improper advantage. And it strikes me that that intent clause actually removes all the contention that was the subject of the former discussion. Would you care to comment on that?
Well, I'll just take a point of order.
Hang on, I'm asking the witness, Senator Shoebridge, order. I'm asking
Order,
the witness.
order. Senator Fawcett, please continue.
I've taken
I've
point of
asked a
order.
question.
What's the point of order, Senator Shoebridge?
Senator Fawcett is misleading the witness by referring to the wrong document.
No, it's not a point of order. Senator Fawcett, please continue.
Well, I've asked a question.
It's a different document.
Officials, could you, Mr Anderson, did you hear the question? Or would you like the
I
Senator
did
to
hear the
repeat
question,
it?
Senator, and I do think there are two documents that we're referring to, and this is not helped at all by the fact that Lockheed Martin provide a number of documents with the same heading that have different over the years.
Is it something you could probably take on notice and,
I would be happy
just to
to,
get some
yes,
clarity? But is there anything else that you could help Senator Fawcett with this evening that to answer his particular question?
Yeah, well, Senator, just to take your point, Senator, that if the no official of the Australian War Memorial ever intended to deceive Lockheed Martin or any other body of our nature as a statutory authority of the Australian government in our dealings with them.
I've never suggested that.
That's right.
I'm
Thanks,
just saying that
Quite.
the intent in this document
Correct.
certainly makes it clear that Lockheed Martin cannot give money if their intent
That's right.
is to have an improper motive, and that's clearly not the case.
Correct. Thank you, Senator.
All right. Thank you very much, Senator Fawcett. Senator Shoebridge, you've got a few more minutes left, and then I'm going to hand to Senator Canavan, and then we'll get to DVA.
Thanks. Mr Anderson, the document that I think Senator Fawcett was taking you to is a separate and different document. I think he was taking you to the document dated 29 October 2013, which is not the document I was taking you to. That's correct,
Sorry,
isn't it?
which document was that, Senator Shoebridge?
That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, I think
Mr Anderson?
Senator Fawcett was referring
Sorry,
to...
just hold there for a minute. I think, so the 2013 document is the document, just for clarity, was the one that was tabled at the last round of estimates, which is up on the website.
There are a
And
number
then
of...
this one, sorry, the 20...
I'm happy to clarify.
Yeah, it does. So the document from the last round of estimates, thank you, Secretary, is from 2018, and it does note that the War Memorial is the authority on behalf of the government. The document that has been passed on by Senator Shoebridge this evening does make reference towards the back, but I think is in a very similar but different content than...
Different documents.
Yeah.
So which date is your document, Senator?
But I think the question is, which
The
one are you
questioning that I
referring
had of Mr Anderson was a document dated the 22nd of August 2014, which is a completely separate document to the one you took, Senator Fawcett,
Yes, but
which is 29
subparagraph
October
4
2013.
of your document has exactly the same words with the same format, and the latter part of subparagraph 4 has the same intent clause, which clearly makes the whole argument rather mute.
Well, I'm glad you're not my lawyer, Senator Fawcett.
Anyway,
could I take you
but
to...
mindful of the time, so can
Yeah.
we just get to a couple of your questions, please, Senator
Cool.
Shoebridge?
Could I take you to the next document, that the next relevant document? There's a 6 February 2018 document. You see that?
Yes, Senator.
That does have a notation on the second page under
Yes,
paragraph
Senator.
3. Do you see that?
I do.
And I think that's consistent with the notation in a document we discussed on last occasion.
Yes, Senator.
Yep. I'll take you to the next document, which is now the 31st of October 2019. Do you see that?
Yes, Senator.
And you see that has on paragraph 3 again, the recipient organisation is not an agency, organisation, association or instrumentality of any government, any political party or a public international organisation, and is not otherwise owned in whole or in part or controlled by any government or any political party or public official or an official of a public international organisation. Do you see that certification?
Yes, Senator.
And you see on the next page, it's acknowledged and certified by a person who purports to be duly authorised by the Australian War Memorial
Yes,
and
Senator.
signed on the 13th of November 2019. Do you see that?
Yes, Senator.
That was also false, wasn't it?
Yes, Senator. It was a mistake, Senator.
And there's no qualification
Yes,
or
Senator. There is
clarification?
another agreement that sits on top of this funding allocation, an agreement between the Australian War Memorial, a specific grant and award agreement that refers back to the earlier agreement where the grantee's mission and status, the Australian War Memorial, is clearly articulated.
Well, I asked On the last occasion for all documents to be provided, you didn't provide
Senator, we were
that.
asked for compliance certification documents and all those were provided, Senator.
But I
happy-
thought your answer was that somehow that was it, this other document was incorporated into this certification.
We'll send to the grant
That
funding.
you can't have both ways. You understand that, Mr Anderson? They can't be incorporated and not provided.
Senator Shoebridge, I'll just allow Mr Anderson to actually answer your
Yeah.
question, please.
Thanks, Senator. I think the point, Senator, is that in our dealings with Lockheed Martin Australia, there was a specific project grant award agreement that covers all of the certifications that are in this that you've referred to today. And in those we have clearly stated to Lockheed Martin, and they were in no doubt, Senator, as to the Australian War Memorial's legal status and standing. That's the point I'm just making, Senator.
Again, Mr Anderson, you knew that Lockheed Martin needed this signed certification, that the War Memorial wasn't a part of the Australian government, to comply with Lockheed Martin's US statutory obligations not to be providing money that could be seen to be in some way undermining the independence of a foreign government. You knew that they needed this certification in order to get the money, didn't you?
And the Australian War Memorial knew that Lockheed Martin knew the Australian War Memorial status as the statutory authority of the Australian government.
You may have thought that they had that arrangement, but you knew this certification in this form was essential for Lockheed Martin to be able to comply with US laws. And it appears to be the case that the War Memorial was willing to sign false certifications to get the money. Because that's happened on at least 2 occasions here, hasn't it?
There are two occasions, Senator, and I draw your attention, as you've kindly done, that on other occasions we did draw to the Lockheed Martin Australia the legal standing of the Australian War Memorial, and we had, sitting on top of all of these agreements, these sponsorship agreements, a document between the Australian War Memorial and Lockheed Martin where we clearly expressed our legal status. So Lockheed Martin were in no doubt as to the Australian War Memorial's legal status.
Have you any concern of any legal liability for the Australian War Memorial for having falsely signed documents and made false representations in order to receive funds? Have you any concern about the legal liability of the War Memorial or officers who have done such a thing?
Senator, I'm happy to take that. I don't have any concern, Senator, because I'm confident that Lockheed Martin understood the legal personality of the Australian War Memorial when we engaged in these sponsorship arrangements.
Are these just isolated practices where the Australian War Memorial falsely signs certifications that are plainly, baldly false? Are these just isolated incidents?
Of course they are, Senator.
Have you undertaken some kind of due diligence to review other compliance certificates for US corporations following the concerns that have been raised?
Well, Senator, you asked in the last Senate estimates, you asked for those compliance certificates that we had signed for this and for other organisations, and these are the ones that my understanding are the ones that we've signed.
Have you
I'm not aware of others, Senator. That was the question last time.
Have you signed? Well, given there appear to be additional documents that weren't provided last time that you said were incorporated, and we don't agree on that, but you say were incorporated into these certificates. Are there any other documents you've not provided that you say relate to contributions, disclosures or compliance certificates?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator, but I'm happy to take that on notice and to go back and do another check.
All right. And that includes for the Boeings and all those
Yes,
other
of course.
corporations
Of
that
course.
we spoke to earlier
Of course.
and that are identified in those answers on notice.
Of course.
Thank you very much, Senator Shoebridge.
Can I just finish on one thing? Mr Anderson, we may disagree on this, and clearly we do, but can I indicate the steps that the War Memorial is taking to acknowledge the Frontier Wars, which I think on any view are consistent with the functions of the memorial under section 5(1)(a) Roman 2 of the Act, are noted, and I hope that they have a degree of prominence in the new display that will be opened at some time.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Fawcett, you have the call.
Just on a point of order, I accept Senator Shoebridge has the right to point out the inaccuracies that Mr Anderson has acknowledged, but the imputation of motive, I think, is out of order, particularly given that there have been a number of documented precedents where that disclosure clause was added to subpara 3 and the funds were still delivered. So there was no motivation for the War Memorial or its staff to deliberately omit that information as per the imputation made, and I think that should be withdrawn.
Look, Senator Fawcett, I appreciate what you're saying. Look, and just having consulted the Secretariat, given that the documentation that we had circulated by Senator Shoebridge, and we're all sort of going through those documents, what I'll say is, Senator Shoebridge, I don't know if you want, just reflecting on what Senator Fawcett said, would be prepared to some degree, acknowledge or at least withdraw some of the imputations, but otherwise, given that the document itself hasn't been tabled, I'd rather just move on to our next item on the agenda.
True.
Well, I want to be clear, the documents speak for themselves, and my questions were in relation to documents which tell a plain truth. And I believe my questions were in order and entirely
But the
appropriate.
reflection on the staff, I guess, of the organisation.
I can't explain the motives for certifying a document which is so obviously false. I'm not in a position to explain the motives.
All right.
It's for the War Memorial to explain the motives.
Sure, Chair, I accept that, Senator Shoebridge, I accept that, but you went beyond that. You imputed a motive on the War Memorial
I want to be
staff.
clear. I think these documents were signed to get money, and it would appear that's clearly their intent. They were signed solely for the purpose of getting money, the best that could be said is the War Memorial was extraordinarily reckless in signing the documents.
And I guess we just, on that note, do want to thank you. I don't know if there's any other questions. Oh, yeah, Matt. Sorry, Matt Canavan. Senator Canavan, before you do that, I'll just let the committee know that we'll go to you and then we'll break before we go to the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I'll be as brief as I can.
Thank you.
I just wanted to go to the legal advice that, well, sorry, not legal advice, but in requesting legal advice, you provided an answer to question on notice, I think question 11 from last time, and you had some provided some commentary there on why you believe a reinterpretation of the Australian War Memorial Act to allow the commemoration of frontier wars is allowed. In that, you say that there's an alternative reading of the Act that Australian military history is a history of wars and warlike operations in which Australians have been on active service, including the events leading up to and the aftermath of such wars and warlike operations. Then I'll just refer to the Anzac Day Act. It's a very small act, and Section 3 of that Act says it's a national day of commemoration to recognise and commemorate the contribution of all those who have served Australia in time of war and warlike conflicts. Given you're now effectively using that same definition for frontier wars, are you planning, does War Memorial have plans to commemorate frontier wars on Anzac Day?
Senator, we host... could you repeat the question? Sorry, Senator. Are we...
Effectively, I'm just asking you, your interpretation of the Act is now very similar to the definition of the Anzac Day Act, of what Anzac Day is about in terms of frontier wars. Does the War Memorial have any plans to commemorate frontier wars on Anzac Day?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Okay. Just if you're using that definition, it would seem logical. The next